One day, she woke up not only to find herself in the world of pirates, but also as the sister of Charlotte Linlin. Even more surprisingly, she was born with an unbeatable defensive talent like a steel balloon and casually picked up a mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit. But the confusing part was, despite her appearance being that of Milim, the only ultimate skill she inherited was the King of Wrath. Nevertheless, she confidently declared, I, Milim, am still the destruction tyrant who can sweep away everything. Chapter 1. Milim in the year 1456 of the Ocean Era. On a nameless small island. Sister, I'm so hungry. A giant, chubby, pink-haired girl shouted, holding her stomach. Linlin, if you're hungry, go catch some animals. What's the use of just shouting here? Said a petite girl with pink twin tails and a cute pink tuft on her head, who emerged from the forest dragging a giant bear that was many times larger than her. Linlin, with tears streaming down her face, replied, but those animals are so scary, and what if Mom and Dad come looking for us if I go catch them? Those two have already abandoned us. There's no way they'll come looking for us again, Milim said, throwing the giant bear onto Charlotte Linlin. Linlin hugged the bear as if it were as light as a feather. Milim sighed, looking at the still teary-eyed Charlotte Linlin, feeling helpless. She was not from this world. She had accidentally crossed over to the pirate world. Born in this world in the form of a baby, Milim initially had no idea what kind of world this was. Was only when her adoptive parents named her Charlotte Rim and her sister Charlotte Linlin that she realized she had crossed into the world of pirates. Moreover, she had become Charlotte Linlin's sister. The first few years of her new life were relatively good until 5 years later when Milim started to notice how much she resembled a character from an anime in her past life. The Destruction Tyrant Milim. When she recalled that name, a skill suddenly appeared in her mind. Ultimate skill. King of Wrath fueled by anger. It allows for unlimited acquisition of magical power and replenishment of physical strength. When this skill is used, it becomes easier for the user to become angry. It was upon seeing this skill that Milim finally confirmed her cheat was to become the Destruction Tyrant Milim from the Slime series. This realization excited Milim for quite a while. After all, in the original story, the combat power of the Destruction Tyrant Milim was only below 2 or 3 individuals, and those were either the creator god, the Star Dragon, King, or Rimuru, the reincarnation of the Star Dragon King, as for the original Red and the later hero. Milim could also hold her own against them. However, after some research, Milim despairingly discovered that she had no other skills belonging to Milim, only the King of Wrath skill. Her dream of punching rocks at the age of 6 came to an end, but soon Milim regained her confidence. After all, her physical talent was already quite good. She possessed the same steel balloon physique as Charlotte Linlin, along with the King of Wrath, which acted as her own magical furnace, replenishing the energy and strength she needed. This also meant that unlike her sister Charlotte Linlin, who had to consume massive amounts of food daily to replenish her energy, Milim only needed to eat a little to satisfy her cravings. Life was supposed to continue peacefully like this, but accidents always seemed to happen at such times. Charlotte Linlin's appetite disorder flared up. In the past, whenever Linlin had an episode, Milim would be there to knock her out immediately. But just today, Milim happened to find a treasure chest by the seaside and was pondering how to open it when Charlotte Linlin secretly ran out without Milim noticing. When Milim finally opened the treasure chest and obtained a strangely shaped devil fruit, she realized Charlotte Linlin was missing. She rushed out to look for her, only to find that Linlin's appetite disorder had erupted, and she had even killed a giant. Milim quickly jumped behind Linlin and punched her on the head. Her body, which normally wouldn't bear a scratch from a knife or axe, suddenly developed a large bump, and Charlotte Linlin fainted. The villagers around looked at Charlotte Linlin and Milim as if they were monsters. In the end, her adoptive parents couldn't withstand the pressure from the villagers and abandoned Charlotte Linlin and Milim on a deserted island. From that moment on, Milim officially changed her name from what her parents had given her to Milim. Thinking of this, Milim took out a fruit from her pocket. The fruit was crimson, with a skin that resembled dragon scales, looking rather extraordinary. Milim felt her heart race inexplicably as she looked at the fruit. Perhaps it was attracting her. Recalling that in the original manga, fruits could choose their desired owners, and such fruits were generally very powerful. This fruit in front of her certainly looked impressive. Perhaps it was fate, the greatest arrangement from the heavens. Without hesitation, Milim, like Zhu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit, stuffed it in her mouth chewed a couple of times, and swallowed it, barely registering any taste. Then Milim extended her left hand, silently using her ability, and soon her left hand transformed to be covered in dragon scales. She instinctively understood what kind of devil fruit she had just eaten. Animal type, mythical Zoan, dragonman fruit. Wouldn't it have been better to just give me the dragon bloodline directly instead of complicating things with a devil fruit? Milim understood that this fruit was definitely not a coincidence, but a fated arrangement. Milim pouted in dissatisfaction, looking quite cute, but she wasn't a greedy person. She was already doing quite well now, and even without training, she could easily reach the level of the 4 emperors. After all, Charlotte Linlin's talent was truly outrageous. Giving birth in any world is a form of damage for women. But Charlotte Linlin? She gave birth to dozens of children and didn't train much. Yet she could still steadily reach the level of the 4 emperors. Gulugulu! A sound came from Charlotte Linlin's stomach, and she shyly scratched her head. Alas! Milim sighed, not expecting that she would have to worry about others one day. Approaching the giant bear's corpse, Milim transformed one hand into a dragon claw and effortlessly sliced open the bear's body, tossing the entrails into the sea. Then she peeled off the bear's skin and placed the entire bear on a roasting rack to cook it. Having never cooked in either her past life or this one, the only thing she could probably make was noodles, so she naturally didn't know how to barbecue. However, according to Milim's thinking, as long as the meat was cooked, it would probably be edible, and as for seasoning, she didn't have those conditions at the moment. As the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, Linlin stopped crying and sat next to Milim, drooling as she looked at the food on the grill. Sister, when can we eat? Although Milim also didn't know when it would be done. In order to maintain her dignity as an older sister, she forced herself to say, of course, we can eat when the meat turns. Yellow, you silly. The meat hasn't turned yellow yet, but I'm already so hungry, Charlotte Linlin said, holding her grumbling stomach and looking pitifully at Milim. Chapter 2. The Nun, there's really nothing I can do about you. Milim huffed proudly, and then flames burst from her palm, quickly turning the bear meat a crisp yellow. Sister, why do you have fire on your hand? Linlin stared wide-eyed at the brilliant flames in Milim's hand, instinctively wanting to reach out and touch them. Milim swatted Linlin's hand away. Don't touch it. You'll burn yourself. Oh. Linlin retracted her hand with a hint of grievance. Seeing Linlin's pitiful expression, Milim reached out and tore off the already roasted bear leg, then handed it to Charlotte Linlin. Hurry up and eat. Don't let yourself go hungry. Upon seeing the bear leg, Linlin's face was no longer filled with grievance. That's amazing, sister. Then, grabbing the bear leg, she took bite after bite, her face covered in grease. Noticing Linlin was enjoying her meal, Milim couldn't help but wonder if she had some culinary talent, as it was her first time cooking bear meat, and it turned out delicious. With some doubt, Milim extended her dragon claw to tear off a piece of meat from the giant bear and took a big bite. Pooh! Spitting out the meat from her mouth, Milim confirmed that she indeed had no culinary talent. The deliciousness was entirely Linlin's own doing. Soon, the entire bear was devoured by Charlotte Linlin alone. Seeing this scene, Milim couldn't help but thank her ultimate skill as the king of wrath more than once. After eating and drinking to her fill, it was naturally time to sleep. Linlin casually grabbed a few large leaves, laid them on the ground, and simply lay down. Then she patted her round belly. Sister, come sleep with me. Linlin flashed a pure smile. Okay. A somewhat distracted Milim jumped onto Linlin's belly and lay down. They had been sleeping together for years, and Milim liked soft places, which Linlin always remembered. Before long, Linlin's breathing could be heard beneath her, and Milim looked at the stars twinkling in the night sky, recalling Linlin's innocent smile in her mind. In the originally ugly appearance in the future, Milim was determined not to let her sister become that ghastly figure. Moreover, according to some Big Shot's analysis, Charlotte Linlin's brutal personality did not belong to her, but was due to having accidentally consumed a nun whose soul had been occupying Linlin's body. Additionally, in the original story, when Linlin fell into the sea, she lost her memory, and at that time, her personality had not changed at all from her childhood. All these signs indicated that the nun had not completely died after being consumed by Linlin. Rather, she had survived in a new form. Although these were all speculations, they meant nothing to Milim. As long as there was a possibility of this happening, Milim would not let it occur. Drowsily, Milim opened her eyes and found the sky covered with dark clouds, looking as if it was about to rain heavily. Milim was startled and quickly jumped off Linling's belly, rushing into the forest. With a few loud crashes, Milim emerged carrying several giant trees. The commotion naturally woke Linlin up. Still groggy from just waking up, Linlin looked at her sister running into the forest and then coming out carrying several trees, questioning, "Sister, is this a new game? But so noisy. Idiot, it's about to rain. I need to build a house. I don't want to get soaked. Hurry up and come help." Milim grabbed a giant tree over 10 meters tall with one hand and gave Linlin a knock on the forehead. This knock fully woke Linlin up. Rubbing her slightly itchy forehead, she followed Milim into the forest, broke off a few giant trees, and carried them back to the ground. Feeling that the wood was enough, Milim's finger, covered in dragon scales, transformed into a dragon claw, which easily sliced through the giant trees, cutting them into sections. Then, Milim arranged the logs in a triangular shape and went to find a pile of leaves to cover all the gaps on top. The first wilderness survival house was already completed. Looking at the building in front of her, Milim nodded in satisfaction. Although the construction had no technical merit and relied solely on brute strength, Milim still felt happy, perhaps because her body had shrunk and even her thinking had become youthful. Taking advantage of the fact that the rain had not yet started falling, Milim went back to the forest to catch some animals. Just as she placed the animals on the grill, the rain outside poured down like seawater flooding in, covering the entire sea in a white mist. Wow! Linlin stretched out her chubby little hand to catch the rainwater and then brought some to Milim. "Sister, you have mud on your face. Wash it off with water." Milim touched her face and found there was indeed some dirt. So without hesitation, she washed her face with the water in Linlin's hands. After washing her face, Milim felt refreshed and then compared her height with Linlin's. At just a young age, Linlin had already grown to 3 or 4 meters tall, while Milim was only just over 1 meter. In the world of pirates, her height was already considered disabled. Days passed slowly, and aside from Milim insisting on having Linlin exercise every day, not much else happened. A year quickly passed. Linlin had grown quite a bit taller, while Milim's height remained the same. Today was supposed to be just like any other day, but the arrival of a small boat broke the peaceful life they had. Milim and Linlin were enjoying roasted meat when suddenly a nun dressed in a nun's outfit, tall and with an ugly face, entered the room they had made. The nun spoke gently. "You must be homeless children. Come with me. I will take you to a new home." Milim didn't have any special reaction, but the moment Linlin saw the nun, it was as if she had seen her mother again. So she felt particularly fond of the nun, and since Milim did not stop her, the nun smoothly led the two out of the deserted island. The nun was feeling lucky. That pink giant child looked very talented at first glance, and if sold, it would definitely earn a lot of money. As for the short one, she looked quite good. With some proper training, she could also fetch a decent price. While the nun was thinking this, she was unaware that a pair of eyes behind her were staring intently. Milim's once normal pupils had, at some point, transformed into dragon-like vertical slits. Her enhanced eyes possessed powerful observational skills, easily reading the nun's innermost thoughts. Chapter 3. The Lamb's House. It was indeed necessary to find an opportunity. Wait until they were in a deserted place to strike. That Milim's expression was calm, but the killing intent in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Not to mention the impact the nun would have on Linlin in the future. Just her identity as a human trafficker was enough for Milim to want to tear her apart. Milim didn't have to wait long. The boat soon docked, and the nun was the first to reach the shore, turning around to introduce the two girls. "Wait a moment. I will take you to your new home, the Lamb's House. There you will meet new friends who won't treat you like a monster." Linlin. During this time, the nun had already learned why Linlin had been abandoned there at such a young age. She had already killed a giant and was thrown onto a deserted island as a monster. In the eyes of ordinary people, Linlin was certainly a monster, but in the nun's eyes, it was a plus that a child with such extraordinary talent, once sold, would make more money than selling 100 children before. Just as the nun wanted to say something else, a dragon claw pierced through her entire chest. The nun stared in disbelief at the dragon claw that had pierced her, and when she looked up, she found the short little girl she had been ignoring all along. The girl was looking at her with cold eyes. Before the nun could say anything more, Milim pulled out the dragon claw, and the nun fell to the ground, her heart, which symbolized her vitality, discarded by Milim into the sea. With disdain, Linlin was somewhat at a loss, wondering what had just happened and why her sister had suddenly killed the nun who had come to save them. Seeing Linlin's dazed expression, Milim flicked her forehead. This guy is a bad person, trying to sell us for money. Is that so? Linlin tilted her head and thought for a moment. Although she was a bit confused, she ultimately believed that her sister wouldn't lie to her. Then this guy is a bad egg. How dare she deceive me? Linlin grabbed the nun's leg and gave it a strong toss. Under this immense force, the nun's body quickly disappeared. Once Linlin calmed down, she looked at her imposing sister and awkwardly scratched her head. I threw it away. Milim sighed. Since it was already thrown away, what could be done? After all, Linlin was her little sister. Originally, Milim had planned to take the nun's corpse to the House of Lambs to recruit some little brothers there, as all the children in the House of Lambs possessed considerable talent and various races. These people could serve as capital for going out to sea. Otherwise, could she expect Linlin to steer the ship? However, going directly there wouldn't make much difference. After all, it was just a group of children, and a little coaxing would suffice. But the nun hadn't mentioned the specific location of the House of Lambs, so Milim still needed to search for it. Linlin, wait for me here for a moment, Milim said to Linlin beside her, then extended 2 wings from her back and soared into the sky. She's flying. So amazing. I want to fly too, Linlin said, watching her sister ascend into the sky, her eyes filled with curiosity and envy. But since her sister told her to wait here, Linlin could only stay put and pulled out a fruit from the bag filled with fruit she had brought. However, what Linlin didn't notice was that the moment she picked up the fruit, it suddenly changed and went straight into her mouth. After chewing a couple of times, she swallowed it. Milim flew high above, scanning the various villages below, and soon found her desired target. As she descended from the sky and was about to call Linlin to go to the House of Lambs, she noticed that blue flames had ignited on Linlin's body. Milim was startled. Without a second thought, she grabbed Linlin and pressed her into the sea. The seawater did not extinguish the flames. Instead, Linlin's struggling power became soft and weak. Understanding the situation, a calm Milim pulled Linlin up again. Linlin lay on the shore, spitting out a mouthful of water, and asked with a hint of grievance, Sis, did I do something wrong? Why did you throw me into the sea? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Linlin. I saw flames on you and thought you were on fire, so I wanted to throw you into the sea to put it out, Milim said, scratching her cheek a bit embarrassed. By the way, Linlin, have you ever eaten any disgusting fruit? Oh, I see. I'd just eat a really bad fruit. And then flames suddenly erupted from my body. Is this the devil fruit you mentioned, sister? Linlin suddenly thought of something, excitedly waving her hands, wanting to fly like Milim. But unlike Milim, Linlin's arms transformed into bird wings. Linlin also flew up into the sky. Seeing this familiar ability, Milim's past memories began to attack her. This is the phoenix fruit. This devil fruit, possessing near immortal vitality, can instantly regenerate even if cut in half. Now, this fruit had become Linlin's ability, and thinking of Linlin's iron balloon-like physique combined with this nearly immortal recovery ability, Milim shuddered. Just the thought of that scene was terrifying. This is going to be quite the fun. After watching Linlin play for a while, Milim began walking toward the House of Lambs while explaining the weaknesses of the devil fruit to Linlin. Arriving at the door of the House of Lambs, Milim kicked the door open and shouted loudly, Everyone come out. Hearing the voice, the orphans of the House of Lambs hesitantly came out from their rooms, but upon seeing that the one kicking the door was just a little girl, they suddenly became bold. You little brat, why did you kick our door? If you don't give us an explanation, do you believe we will beat you? Roar. You seem pretty arrogant, Milim said, placing her hands on her hips and revealing a charming smile. Then let's see what you can do, little brats. The children here were all quite young, and after being provoked, they naturally couldn't hold back. They swarmed towards Milim, wanting to teach her a lesson. However, the final result was that each one of them was kicked away by Milim. Some of the older kids struggled to get up from the ground, standing in front of the younger kids. I warn you, the commotion here will soon be noticed by the giants. You'd better leave soon. I want to leave too, but there's a nun who asked me to take care of you, Milim replied with a dismissive smile. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? If you're here to take care of us, then where did the nun go? She died. No way. You're lying. How could a good person like a nun die? The children looked at Milim with expressions of disbelief. She didn't have to die, but she saw someone fall into the sea and hurriedly swam over to save that person, and in the end, they were both swallowed by a huge fish. Anyway, there's no way she could have survived, Milim said regretfully, shrugging her shoulders. Linlin quietly said from behind, Sister, are you lying? Milim whispered back, Shut up. Chapter 4. 13 years later, the nun has died. This group of children easily believed Milim's words, as the nun was such a kind person in their eyes. After crying for a while, the children suddenly remembered that there were two people standing at the door. The older boy among them stepped forward and politely led Milim and Linlin into the lamb house. The boy didn't know what to do next and could only follow the arrangements of the girl entrusted by the nun. After all, the nun was so kind that she would surely arrange everything well. Holding on to this thought, the boy began to ask Milim what they should do next. Since you are someone the nun arranged for, we will trust you. What should we do next? Without the nun's help, we will soon run out of food. Expectant gazes fell upon Milim. At this moment, Milim was also deep in thought. She had been focused on gathering talent, but forgot that she was still young and that these talents were also young. Even sustaining them had become a problem. Milim's gaze swept over all the children present and suddenly stopped on a fish child. A flash of inspiration hit her as she remembered her ability to see everything she wanted within her field of vision. You fish child, come over here. Milim pointed at the fish child hiding behind the others. The fish child reluctantly walked up to Milim, keeping his head down and not saying a word. Milim smiled confidently. I can find treasures under the sea, but I need someone to dive down and bring the treasures up. Can you do that? If you can really do it, I promise you'll eat well and live well. Upon hearing this, the fish child's eyes lit up. Swimming is the fish people's talent. So he hurriedly said, I can do it. No matter how deep the sea is, I can easily dive down. Great. Then you will be my little brother from now on. After saying this, Milim turned her gaze to the others. Not just him. I also require all of you to train every day and go fishing in the sea. If anyone dares to disobey my orders. Milim slammed her fist on the table, and the seams of the table instantly cracked. Just like this table. Do you understand? Seeing the state of the table, a child immediately straightened his back and shouted loudly, I understand, big sister. Time flew by, and soon 13 years had passed. Milim and Charlotte Linlin were now 19 years old and had grown up. During this time, nothing major happened. Everyone trained daily, caught fish to sell to the nearby villages, and searched for treasures lost on the seabed. Life in the orphanage was quite comfortable. Milim, a beautiful girl with long pink hair, wearing a pointed hat, and holding two papayas, stood at a height of about 8 or 9 meters, happily waving her hand. She called out to the small figure lying on the roof. It was only about 5 meters tall and had pink hair. Milim, it's time to eat. Let's have dinner together. Linlin, how many times have I told you to call me sister? Milim sat up from the roof and shouted at Linlin in dissatisfaction. Oh, come on. I clearly seem more like Milim's sister. You go eat by yourself. I don't want to eat. Milim turned her head away in a huff, refusing to look at Linlin. Ever since Linlin grew up, she gradually stopped calling Milim sister, perhaps because of her height. Linlin's height was around 8 times that of Milim's, and as she grew, she also began to develop some rebellious thoughts. After all, Japanese people excel at rising above their seniors, and Linlin had dreams of putting her sister under her thumb. But she gave up on those rebellious thoughts due to her insufficient strength. Milim, I specially bought you a small cake. It's really delicious. Linlin cheerfully raised the small cake. Over the years, if you were to ask her what her sister liked to eat, without a doubt, sweet little cakes would be at the top of the list. Upon hearing about the cake, Milim's eyes lit up, and she flipped over and jumped down from the roof. She reached out to pat Linlin's shoulder, but awkwardly realized she was too short and ended up patting Linlin's thigh instead. Linlin, since there's a small cake, I'll forgive you this time, but I have no idea what you're angry about, Milim. Linlin said in confusion, thinking she hadn't done anything to upset Milim. It's precisely because you don't know that I feel angry. Milim mumbled quietly. Due to their height difference, some giants who didn't know the two, only aware that they were sisters, always regarded Milim as the younger sister. What was even more frustrating was that when the giants learned that Milim was the older sister, their sympathetic gazes made her feel quite angry. Just because I'm shorter and have smaller breasts, does that mean you can judge our ages based on that? Apologize to all the short people in the world, you jerks. Though she complained inwardly, she couldn't forget about the small cake. Milim took the small cake from Linlin's hands and ran back to the sofa in the room, quietly savoring the food. Her little hair sticking up bobbing as she did so. This made Linlin itch with curiosity, and she instinctively wanted to reach out and touch Milim's little hair. But Milim immediately reacted, hugging the cake and moving away from Linlin, casting a resentful glance at her. At that moment, another deep voice came from outside. Milim, big sister, and Linlin, second sister, you are indeed here. A robust fish person, soaked with water, walked in. It was the previously timid fish child, who had now become strong and confident. Oh, what's up, Elle? Has the ship been built? Milim, still focused on eating her cake, so Linlin asked. The brothers have completed the ship. We can set sail anytime. The fish person, Elle, proudly patted his chest. Great. We are one step closer to our dream of building a country where all races can coexist peacefully. Linlin laughed with satisfaction. When are we setting off? Elle tried to calm himself down. He knew how powerful these two girls were, capable of facing sea monsters and pirate attacks without suffering any injuries. Especially the scene where Milim had recently destroyed dozens of pirate ships with a single skill. Elle couldn't forget it until now. Linlin looked at Milim, who had finished her small cake, with a questioning expression. Milim swallowed the last bite of cake, patted her belly in satisfaction, and casually pulled out a piece of paper to wipe her face clean. Although she was eating, Milim also heard what Elle said, and then replied, Once our weapons are ready, we can officially set sail. Chapter 5. The Demon and the Confusion. Milim kicked open a large door over 10 meters high. Huh, big guy. Is my sword ready yet? Damn it, Milim. Stop kicking my door. We've replaced it 3 times this month. A bald giant, towering dozens of meters tall, glared at her with a mix of anger and helplessness, poking her forehead with a finger and lecturing her repeatedly. Milim, holding her head, quickly hid behind Charlotte Rungling. A bit defiant, it's just a few doors worth of money. Can't Ringling just pay you back? Oomph. You really don't look like an older sister at all. The bald giant scoffed, crossing his arms as he looked at Milim hiding behind Rungling. Milim peeked out from behind Rungling and made a face at the giant. It's an older sister's privilege to command her younger sister. Milim hasn't changed at all since she was a child. How nostalgic. Charlotte Rungling sighed with a reminiscent expression. Milim's face instantly turned terrifying as she jumped onto Rungling's shoulder and yelled, What else with that older sister look of yours? I'm clearly the older sister. Ha ha. Rungling and the giant exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. After they stopped laughing, the giant waved his hand and finally started discussing serious matters. All right, enough joking. Aren't you here to see the weapons? They're right here. The bald giant stepped aside, and under the curious gaze of Milim and Charlotte Rungling, he revealed 2 weapons. The smaller one was Milim's weapon, named Heavenly Demon. Overall, the Heavenly Demon was a large sword close to Milim's height, with a massive blade that had a unique curved shape. This design allowed for a greater attack range and stronger cutting power when swung. The blade was incredibly sharp, easily tearing through opponents' defenses in battle. The handle was designed to be robust, allowing Milim to grip and exert force better, possibly adorned with mysterious patterns or designs that added to the weapon's enigmatic appearance. The other weapon was a gigantic sword, massive and heavy, longer than Rungling's height, with an extremely sharp blade. The sword's body might be a metallic silver gray, possibly engraved with mysterious runes or patterns. This was the weapon Rungling wanted, later named Confusion by Milim. The giant stroked the 2 weapons, his eyes revealing a sense of shock and wonder. Milim, what kind of blood did you give me? I initially thought these 2 weapons could never reach this level, but because of that blood, I managed to accomplish the impossible. This is truly incredible. Oomph. Milim huffed in dissatisfaction. I want some too. But she thought to herself, how could I give you more blood? That little bit of blood was hard-earned. It was already difficult to create wounds, and even when I managed to do so, they healed instantly. Gathering that little bit of blood was not easy for me. Indeed, the blood used for forging the weapons was Milim's. When preparing to forge the weapons, A thought about blood sacrificial sword from her past life suddenly emerged in her mind. Driven by curiosity, Milim wanted to see if her blood could enhance the sword. Initially, she didn't have much hope. It seemed too far-fetched. But now, with the official birth of these two weapons, Milim confirmed that her blood indeed had the ability to strengthen weapons. Holding the heavenly demon felt very comfortable, and she casually found a huge rock, effortlessly sliding the sword through it, as if it were tofu, splitting the stone in two. "Big guy, you're doing great. I'm very satisfied. Why don't you come with us? When the United Nations is established, you could be the chief craftsman," Milim said with her hands on her hips in a joyful expression. "Ha, we can talk about that after your United Nations is established. I'll be here waiting for you." The bald giant laughed heartily, genuinely accepting that promise, believing in Milim's abilities. "Well, then I will be the queen of the United Nations." Linlin chimed in with her peculiar laughter. "Then I'll be the queen's boss," Milim retorted, not willing to back down. "The queen is the most powerful in the United Nations. No one can be the queen's boss." "I don't care. I want to be the boss." Milim stubbornly shook her head. "Really, there's no helping it." Linlin sighed, and then said, "Then you can be the guardian of the United Nations. Everyone has to offer you delicious food. How about that?" "Deal." Milim couldn't resist the mention of food. After all, she didn't care for power. Just a grand title. Being a guardian didn't sound bad. Charlotte Linlin understood her sister very well. Her sister was not cut out for managing a country. Even when searching for treasure at sea, she would fish for 3 days and sunbathe for 2, spending a whole day lying on the table without writing a single word in her diary. Though the United Nations hadn't been established yet, Charlotte Linlin could already envision the scene of its dissolution a month later if Milim were managing it. For the sake of her dream, she couldn't let Milim handle the United Nations. It was better for Milim to be a mascot. After leaving the giant's workshop, Milim and Charlotte Linlin returned to the Lamb House. Looking at the house they had lived in for over 10 years, Linlin was filled with emotion. Although she had tricked her way into this home, the memories of living here for so many years were undeniable. The thought of leaving this place forever for a new one made her feel a bit sad. Milim, however, felt nothing. Perhaps because she had matured mentally at a young age, and now, after so many years, aside from growing taller, her mentality hadn't changed much. Soon, a group of people began to exit the Lamb House, each carrying various pieces of luggage and looking back with nostalgic eyes at the Lamb House as they left. Once outside, everyone's expressions turned resolute again. They quickly gathered together, all eyes focused on Milim, waiting for her next command. Looking at the orderly crowd, a proud smile crept on Milim's face. "For our dreams, for all races to laugh together, let us build our own United Nations, and then turn this world upside down. United Nations, United Nations." People of various races shouted enthusiastically, waving their arms. This girl before them wanted to create a nation they wouldn't even dare to dream of. And since such a powerful girl was willing to do it, what reason did they have not to follow? Soon, the shouting subsided, and under Milim's leadership, everyone quickly arrived at the shore, seeing the giant ship on the sea. This was the dream ship, a vessel that everyone had spent 3 years crafting together, embodying all their dreams. Milim looked at the giant ship seriously, a solemn expression that even frightened Alan, who was nearby. Alan cautiously looked at Milim. "Boss, is there something wrong with this ship?" "Yes, there's a big problem." Chapter 6. Sailing. Milim's serious voice made Al feel a bit insecure. After all, he had personally supervised the construction of this giant ship for 3 years. Could there really be something wrong with it? Al widened his eyes and looked at Milim. "No way, I think it looks pretty good." Everyone else also looked at Milim with great tension. Hee, I forgot to name the ship." Milim scratched her head and showed a silly smile. Everyone fell to the ground in unison. Even Linlin couldn't bear to watch. "Don't be so serious about something so trivial. You idiot." Linlin grinned and punched Milim on the head. Milim, holding her head, said in a small voice, "But names are really important." The image of the big sister's authority shattered at that moment, although it wasn't very authoritative to begin with. "All right, since you think names are important, you can give this giant ship a loud name." Seeing Milim's pitiful expression, Lingling's heart softened completely. Her sister was indeed the cutest in the world. Huh! Milim immediately perked up, jumped onto the giant ship, and announced loudly, "Then this giant ship will be called the Demon King." With the name decided, the necessary flag had to be prepared. A flag depicting a dragon and a phoenix slowly rose into the air and finally fluttered above the Demon King. The giant ship officially set sail into the depths of the sea. At this time, Milim was joyfully running around the Demon King, one moment in the kitchen, the next on the flagpole. Sigh. Linlin rubbed her forehead, looking helplessly at Milim. Milim is still so lively. I feel like I will never see her calm down. I leaned against the wall and chuckled. Linlin, you can't say that for sure. Big sister is very quiet when she's eating, just like a lady. That's true. Linlin and Al exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Days at sea were quite boring. Milim was lively for only 2 or 3 days before becoming a salted fish lying on a beach chair, unwilling to move. Meanwhile, Linlin, blindfolded, had 4 or 5 crew members, each holding a pistol, pulling the trigger at her. Even though her eyes were covered, Linlin seemed to sense the position of the attacks and easily dodged all of them. Linlin took off the blindfold and looked at Milim, who had a face full of frustration. She didn't expect Milim to lose interest in sailing so quickly, so she invited her. "Milim, I've already learned to use observation hockey. You can't be so lazy." Hee hee. Milim let out a cold laugh and threw the cushion in her hand at Linlin. "You know I can't learn to use observation hockey to sense attacks, yet you still say such things in front of me. Looks like I need to show you what it means to be an older sister." Milim jumped up from the sun chair and pounced on Linlin like a tiger. She grabbed Linglin's ears and tugged hard a few times. Linlin didn't resist, just smiled and let Milim play around. The reason Milim couldn't learn to use observation hockey to sense enemies was due to her overly powerful dragon eyes and dragon ears. In battle, her dragon eyes could see everything she wanted to see while automatically ignoring what she didn't want to see. Her dragon ears could also hear everything she wanted to hear, automatically filtering out what she didn't want to hear. This meant that during observation hockey training, even if she closed her eyes, she could clearly see the positions of the attacks. Consequently, Milim had no way to use observation hockey to sense enemies. However, Milim claimed to possess a special type of observation hockey, which could only predict the future and only the distant future, making it useless as a combat skill. Of course, this was Milim lying to Linlin. That girl Linlin had come to her to train observation hockey, clearly just showing off. After the playful tussle, Milim jumped off Linlin and seemed to smell something delicious. Her eyes instantly lit up. Finally, it's time to eat. Milim dashed across the ship like a shooting star, leaving a trail of pink behind. Linlin quickly followed her inside. Even though Milim didn't have a food obsession, she loved tasting delicious food. Even when she wasn't hungry, she often had some food in her hand, taking a few bites when she craved it. Linglin's food obsession wasn't as severe as in the original story, as Milim would knock her out instantly whenever it flared up. Over time, even if Linlin was hungry for a long time, she could maintain her sanity. If she couldn't keep her cool, she would faint instantly. This was all due to her body having developed muscle memory. Going wild equated to fainting. In the cafeteria, Milim was the first to grab food made from land creatures like chicken, duck, and beef, completely ignoring the fish. Milim didn't like eating things with a fishy taste, and fish had a particularly difficult-to-handle fishy smell, which led her to dislike all fish. Sea kings were an exception. Their meat was incredibly fresh and delicious, without a heavy fishy taste. Milim was extremely serious about everything she did. Even when eating, she was very focused. Meanwhile, Linlin was discussing with Al about which non-affiliated country to establish their multinational nation. Al looked at the markings on the map and finally focused on a relatively remote island. Linlin, this spring island looks interesting. It can actually allow people to fly in the air. Al pointed excitedly at an island on the map with a smile on his face. Linlin chewed on the meat in her mouth while leaning over to look at the map. This island looks pretty good. Milim might really like such an interesting island. And there are actually no countries on it, so we won't have to kill anyone to build our nation. Al smiled happily. He initially thought that establishing a multinational nation would definitely involve killing people. But now it seemed that building it on this island would be better, avoiding the blood of innocent people. It wasn't that Al was afraid to kill. He just didn't want to harm ordinary people. He had become an orphan because his father was killed and naturally didn't want other children to become orphans because of him. However, we currently don't have enough personnel. Establishing a country requires a lot of manpower, which is beyond what we can do with just us. Linlin analyzed calmly, suddenly thinking of pirates. But we could capture some pirates to use as labor. If that's the case, the multinational nation should be built quickly. That's a good idea. Al nodded in agreement. He just didn't want to kill innocent civilians, but that didn't mean he felt sympathy for cruel pirates. Boom, boom. 2 cannon shots suddenly rang out on the Demon King, shaking the entire ship. The chicken leg Milim was about to shove into her mouth fell to the ground. Chapter 7. The Destructive Tyrant. Oh no. Just as Al was about to speak up to stop her, he noticed that Milim had already vanished from her seat. There was no way anyone would survive this. Al slapped his forehead. He knew all too well the consequences of disturbing Milim while she was eating. Linlin patted Al on the back. Her expression still relaxed. It's hard to find 6-legged frogs in this era, but 2-legged pirates are everywhere. Let's go see what's out there. Linlin walked out towards the deck, and Al sighed and followed closely behind. A full 15 pirate ships surrounded the Demon King's ship, completely encircling it. On the largest pirate ship, a pirate wearing a captain's hat greedily stared at the enormous Demon King's ship. He had never seen a flag before, and since he was this close, the people on board still hadn't noticed. It was clear they were newbies just setting sail. As a senior, it was only right to teach the newcomers a good lesson. The sea was treacherous, and not everyone could make a name for themselves out there. The pirate captain directed his subordinates to reload the cannons, preparing for the next attack. But one of his men, staring blankly, looked up at the sky. Didn't you hear me telling you to reload the cannons? The pirate captain kicked the subordinate to the ground. The subordinate snapped back to reality, hurriedly pointing at the sky. Captain, someone is flying up there? Huh? The pirate captain slowly raised his head, and in the sunlight, he saw a dark figure standing in the sky. From this distance, he could only see 2 bright red ponytails swaying in the air. Under the captain's gaze, the dark figure slowly raised a hand, and a visible red energy wave began to gather in that figure's hand. That's a devil fruit user. The pirate captain exclaimed in disbelief, aimed the cannons at that guy in the sky, and bring him down. Milim stood in midair, her twin ponytails swaying in the wind, her cape flapping fiercely behind her. Her usually dazed expression turned sharp. How dare they interrupt me while I'm eating? The magical energy in her hand coalesced into a crimson sphere. She then swung her arm towards the direction of the pirate ship. Dragonstar Expansion Burst, a powerful technique that Milim uses to suppress her strength, show mercy, and attack on a large scale. It can destroy a Demon King-level storm vortex with a single strike. The red sphere flew into the air and instantly transformed into countless blazing rays of light, accurately hitting all the pirate ships surrounding the Demon King's ship. Continuous explosions erupted on the sea, with fireballs expanding above the water before slowly collapsing and disappearing. Along with them, the 15 pirate ships vanished, leaving only dust drifting in the sky. Al watched the terrifying scene unfold, and he couldn't help but feel that no matter how many times he saw it, he felt that the big sister was so powerful she was almost not human. Even a giant would probably not be a match for her. Well. Linlin laughed lightly, her gaze fixed on Milim. Al, your perspective still isn't high enough. This isn't even Milim's full strength. She hasn't even used half of her power. Al's eyes widened in shock. He had considered that this might not be Milim's full strength, but to think she hadn't even used half? Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? The world is still vast, and there are many strong people we haven't even encountered yet. So, Al, you need to train harder, Linlin said before turning and walking into the dining hall. Al reached out to catch a piece of burning ash, murmuring to himself, just how big is the real world? After this battle, the Demon King's ship encountered several pirate crews, but they were all dealt with by Linlin and Al, capturing nearly 20 pirate crews. It had to be said that pirates were indeed abundant in this era, with nearly every step taken leading to another encounter with pirates. However, this might also be related to Rox. Milim opened the newspaper in her hand and saw the headline. Rox recruits another notorious pirate, the great pirate Shiki, through the pirate game, as well as a report about the pirate star, the 9 snake pirates, appearing on Noel Island, where the residents willingly offered all their treasures. At the bottom, there was a photo of Milim destroying 15 pirate ships, along with her bounty announcement. Destructive Tyrant Milim. Bounty, 500 million berries. Milim casually tossed the newspaper aside, a dissatisfied expression on her face. Why is it only 500 million berries? It doesn't match my status at all. Besides, I was fighting pirates. Why is the Navy issuing a bounty on me? Who doesn't know that the Navy issues bounties whenever they see a powerful figure sailing the seas? And the flag on the ship looks too much like a pirate flag. Stop complaining, Milim. At least your title sounds cool. Unlike me, the Navy gave me the nickname Iron Skin. The next time I run into them, I'll have to beat them up, Charlotte Linlin said, throwing away the newspaper in her hand. Her own bounty being only 200 million berries. And standing in the corner, Elle was even worse off, with a nickname Big Mouth Fishman and a bounty of only 50 million berries. Although Elle wanted to pretend he didn't exist, he ultimately couldn't escape Milim's ridicule. Ha ha, Big Mouth Fishman. Elle, your name is so funny. Milim, with her dragon eyes that could see anything she wanted, glanced at Elle's bounty notice and burst into relentless laughter. Damn it, I have a vendetta against the Navy, Ael cried, holding his head and running outside. Milim stared blankly at Ael's retreating figure. Ael is so fragile. Just a nickname made him cry like that. He really doesn't look like a man at all. Milim, I just received news that all your little cakes fell into the water. Linglin's voice floated from behind Milim. Huh? Are you kidding? Upon hearing this, Milim's smile gradually faded, and tears started to well up in her eyes. She hurriedly ran after El. No, my little cakes. You're just as weak as he is, so why act tough? Linlin scoffed, easily taking control of the situation. Days passed quickly, and the number of pirate ships gathering behind them increased. The Demon King's ship finally reached its destination, Spring Island. The Demon King's ship docked at the shore, and Milim eagerly jumped off the ship, greeted by a continuous expanse of forest. Linlin and El followed closely behind, while the other crew members escorted the captured pirate crews into the Spring Island ahead. Milim looked around the island, then jumped high into the sky. When she was supposed to fall back down, she found herself floating in the air. Although her body was slowly descending, she could fly higher with just a little effort. Wow, I can really fly. Milim glided through the sky in a swimming posture, looking incredibly cheerful. Chapter 8. The nations is this land going to belong to us from now on? AI Air stretched out his hand to feel the wind brushing against his fingers. Although it's not recognized by the world government, as long as we establish the nations here, this land will be our territory. Linglin's eyes held hope and a vision for the future. Soon, a meeting solely for the nations began aboard the Demon King ship, with just 3 people, Milim, Charlotte Linlin, and AI Air sitting around a large table. Linlin stood up first to start the meeting's agenda. Now that we have reached our final destination, we should build resting houses as quickly as possible. AI Air nodded. The pirates we captured can be useful. Each of them is relatively strong, so building the houses should go quickly. I think so too, Milim agreed from the side. Now that we've resolved the housing issue, we need enough people for the nations. There are some villagers on Spring Island, but their numbers are too few to support the establishment of a country. Charlotte Linlin raised another question. This can be easily solved. We can look for kingdoms that have been plundered by pirates. There should be many refugees willing to follow us. AI Air proposed again. That's exactly what I was thinking, Milim chimed in. Third, while we can survive on the fish from the sea for now, that's not a long-term solution. We need a stable food source. Charlotte Linlin pondered for a moment before presenting another issue. This question caught AI Air off guard. Obtaining food is simple, but securing a stable food supply isn't easy. Although Spring Island have a lot of wasteland, transforming all that wasteland into arable land can't be accomplished quickly with just the pirates they brought. However, AI Air quietly turned his gaze to Milim. Seeing AI Air's expression, Charlotte Linlin seemed to understand something and also turned her gaze toward Milim. I think that too. Milim wanted to repeat herself, but suddenly felt that something was off. She looked up to find both of them staring directly at her. Startled, Milim raised the juice in her hand to shield herself. "What are you staring at me for?" Linlin gradually moved behind Milim, grabbing her twin ponytails, leaning down to whisper in Milim's ear, "Sister Milim, you wouldn't want everyone to go hungry, right? What language is that?" "Linlin, you've gone bad." Milim stared at Charlotte Linlin in disbelief. Seeing Milim's expression of Linlin, "You've changed," Linlin finally smiled. "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore." Linlin released Milim's ponytails, looking at her with excitement. "Milim, come help us clear the wasteland. With your abilities, you can definitely do it. None of us can do this. Only you can." The last sentence instantly touched Milim's proud heart. "Since you asked me like that, I won't let you down." Milim gave a thumbs up, showing a confident smile. "Indeed, only you can handle clearing the wasteland," AI air added from behind. This statement made the already proud Milim's nose almost rise to the sky. Taking advantage of Milim's self-indulgence, Linlin and AI air left the meeting room. At the door, the two bumped fists together. Great teamwork. They exchanged glances and quickly got to work on the first two issues. Under Linlin's arrangement, the captured pirates could only bitterly chop down trees, working 10 hours a day, including meal times, to get a break. Although they were provided meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, it still made these pirates, who were used to freedom on the sea, feel quite uncomfortable. However, there was no choice. They couldn't defeat that monster-like woman, so they had to obediently work here. These pirates had great strength, and while they didn't know how to build houses, there were people among Milim's group who did. Over time, as one house after another rose, the pirates inexplicably felt a sense of accomplishment. Although it hadn't been long, during this time, their bodies seemed to have adapted to this lifestyle, even inheriting the habit of taking afternoon naps. Isn't the human body amazing? On AI Air's side, he began to gather the villagers from the surrounding area and announced that the nations would soon be established, asking if they wanted to become citizens. Although the villagers were initially reluctant, witnessing the tremors and even the collapse of a small hill in the distance made them realize that joining the nations would allow them to gain more fertile land. Thus, these villagers couldn't resist the temptation and chose to join the nations. With the captured pirates included, the total population of the nations exceeded 1,000. While more than 1,000 people might only count as a village in the past life, it was considered normal for a small country here. In contrast to the smooth progress of Linlin and AI Air, Milim's actions caused quite a stir. Milim dashed across the land like a red meteor, each step shattering the wasteland. The winds generated by her run stirred up the dirt, which she deliberately controlled to cover the ground behind her. Whether it was trees, boulders, or small hills, Milim charged through, running for 3 days before she had traversed all the wasteland several times, turning the once hard-to-farm land into soft soil. If an ordinary person were to handle this wasteland, it would take at least a year or two to manage. But who could have imagined that Milim could maintain such speed, running for 3 or 4 days without changing? In this world where power is paramount, it's not surprising when a strong person accomplishes something. Soon, the nations were officially established. Although it was only a country of over 1,000 people, the establishment of the nations excited many. Some were captured pirates who had decided not to return to being pirates after having their fill, while others were villagers who saw hope. The most excited were the orphans from the Lamb's house who witnessed the founding of the nations behind Milim. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin officially became the first king and queen of the nations, responsible for setting the overall direction. Milim also became the guardian deity of the nations, her likeness even becoming the national flag. Her sole responsibility was to protect the nations, but she could also voice her opinions in various meetings. Naturally, AI Air became the chancellor, responsible for managing various affairs of the nations. In the nations, there were pirates who wanted to stay forever, and there were those who still longed for the sea and freedom. However, under Milim's overwhelming power, these pirates were temporarily subdued, not daring to make any moves. In summary, under Charlotte Linlin's management, the nations were developing in a positive direction. Chapter 9. Bell Island. However, the establishment of a nation is not that simple. The lack of population has always been a big problem. Although Elle had mentioned a solution, The remote location of the myriad nations meant they did not have enough information to quickly understand which areas were being invaded by pirates and where the victims needed rescuing. Thus, Charlotte Linlin made a decision to release those pirates who still longed for the sea back into the ocean, with the condition that they would contact her via Din Mushi once they discovered an island that had been invaded by pirates. The departing pirates also solemnly promised that they would never violate this agreement, but Milim was not optimistic about the matter. Milim always felt that as long as the word pirate was involved, it was someone not to be easily trusted. However, the final outcome surprised Milim greatly. Although most people would not keep their promises, there would always be some who would. Ding ding, ding ding. A ringing sound came from the Din Mushi next to the office. This sound not only attracted Charlotte Linlin's attention, but also caught the interest of Milim, who was boredly reading comics on the sofa. Linlin glanced at the Din Mushi and knew that it was a call from the pirates she had released. After connecting the Din Mushi, a deep voice came through. King Linlin, how have you been lately? That depends on whether you can bring me good news. Linlin replied with a gentle smile, her tone very mild. During her time as king, Charlotte Linlin's temperament had become increasingly gentle and approachable. Perhaps this was the responsibility of being a king, a role that had allowed Charlotte Linlin to become a qualified ruler at an unimaginable speed. No longer the ferocious female pirate from the original story. I'm not sure if this counts as good news. The voice on the other end of the Din Mushi was somewhat difficult to interpret. Linlin paused. Hearing you say that, I really am curious now. I am currently on Bell Island, where the residents have recently been robbed of all their possessions. But what's strange is that they don't seem sad at all. Instead, they seem quite cheerful. The pirate captain said, unable to understand. If what you say is true, that's indeed unbelievable. Could it be because of the devil fruit powers? Hearing the pirate captain's strange words, even Linlin was filled with question marks. The fact that all their stolen treasures did not make them sad, but rather happy. Other than being influenced by the devil fruit powers, Linlin could think of no other reason. King Linlin, you should have the eternal pointer for Bell Island, right? Of course. I have it. Then this island is yours. Understood. After hanging up the Din Mushi, Linlin returned to her seat, resting her chin on her hand and pondering continuously. At this moment, Milim could no longer hold back, tossing aside her comic and walking over to Linlin. Linlin, that island looks really interesting. Let me go bring the residents over. Looking at Milim's curious face, Linlin was silent for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. That island is very strange. I'm not too comfortable with you going alone. I feel like you might mess things up, so you should take Elle with you. Milim, with her hands on her hips and puffing her cheeks in defiance, responded somewhat indignantly. Hey, what is there to be worried about? With my strength, how could I mess up something so small? Linlin, you underestimate me too much. I misspoke. Milim, you're so strong. How could you possibly mess up these small matters? I just called Elle over to help you with some minor things. Linlin skillfully began to flatter her. Since you said so, then there's no helping it. Milim responded with a hint of pride after being flattered. Easily handled. Linlin secretly laughed in her heart. Soon, Milim and Elle set off together to Bell Island. Behind them, 5 or 6 large ships followed for transporting purposes. On the ship, Milim picked up some delicious food and began to savor it, while Elle stood nearby, feeling that things were quite dire. At this moment, Elle was filled with bitterness, thinking, King Linlin, are you joking by asking me to manage the captain? If she gets willful, I can't guarantee I can persuade her. The distance from Spring Island to Bell Island is not very far. Normally, it would take 2 to 3 days to reach by regular ships. However, the ship Milim was on was in a hurry, so it sped up. Just over a day later, they had arrived at Bell Island. Milim, with bright eyes, bounced onto Bell Island, running while pointing at the town. The people on this island want to be sad, even if they've been robbed. It looks super interesting. Let us go. The captain is coming right now. Elle hurriedly directed the ship to dock while chasing after Milim. The two quickly arrived in the town, only to find it completely different from what the pirate captain had described. The villagers all had grim faces, some even gaunt and starving, looking as if they would die at any moment. There was no sign of happiness at all. How could this be? Didn't they say they were all very happy? Milim looked puzzled at the weak villagers. Captain, how can anyone be happy after being robbed? There must be another reason. We'll know once we ask around, El said, recalling the times of his childhood when he often went hungry. Oh, then let us ask. Milim had completely thrown her brain out the window and couldn't be bothered to think too much. In Milim's view, everything other than strength was unimportant, so she generally wouldn't bother to turn her already rusty mind. El approached an elderly villager and asked, "Old man, what happened here?" Sigh. The old man sighed, looked up at El, and clearly didn't want to explain. El took out 1,000 berries from his pocket and handed it to the old man, asking again. This time, the old man glanced at the money in his hand before saying, "What else could it be? Of course, we were robbed by pirates. But I heard you were willing." El questioned again. The old man pursed his lips, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "At that time, we were indeed willing, but now we regret it a bit." This statement made El even more puzzled. If you regret it now, then why were you willing back then? Sigh, it was the 9 snake pirates that raided us. And the 9 snake pirates are undoubtedly stars of the sea, treasures of the ocean, the old man slowly recounted with a look of obsession in his eyes. At that time, when I saw the captain of the 9 snake pirates, Gloriosa, just seeing her for the first time, I was deeply in love with her. I was willing to give her everything, including all my treasures, but soon after they left, I regretted it. Chapter 10 Newspaper. It looks like it's completely self-inflicted. Milim commented sarcastically, thinking that the other party had given away all their treasures simply because of their beauty. So even if they were hungry now, it was just self-inflicted. Huh, how could you, a little short girl, understand the charm of mature older sisters? Sorry, my mistake. You probably haven't even reached adulthood, so you don't understand that a generous older sister is the type that both men and women like. And you clearly are a lowly. Hearing what Milim said, the old man was very dissatisfied and immediately started to mock her. Shut up, shut up. El, who was beside them, was sweating profusely, constantly shouting in his heart. It's over, this old man is definitely going to die. These few words completely stepped on Milim's landmine. Huh, what are you old man talking about? Milim's expression darkened, and her eyes seemed to reveal a hint of red light. She then swung her fist and smashed it into a nearby house, which instantly collapsed. Seeing this scene, the old man was also sweating profusely and quickly knelt on the ground. I'm sorry, I was just talking nonsense earlier. A beauty like you is the type everyone likes. Weren't you just very arrogant? Who are you calling a lowly? Milim kicked the old man a few times, but it was obvious she didn't use much force. She was just venting her anger. I'm really sorry, I meant to say you were too cute. At this moment, El finally played his role and came in front of Milim. Big sister, they will all be subjects of the United Nations in the future. As a guardian deity, there's no need to get angry with them over such trivial matters. After venting her anger, Milim heard El's words and reluctantly nodded. Then hurry up and take them to the United Nations. This place is so boring. I don't want to stay on this island at all. Milim angrily turned around and ran back to the ship to sulk, leaving El with no choice but to look on helplessly and finally pull up the kneeling old man. Did Milim scare you? She's just a bit childish and willful. But Milim is actually a really good person. The old man sat back down, his previous fear long gone. And now there was even a hint of a smile in his eyes. I can see it. If it were some pirates I said that to, they would definitely kill me. But that lady just kicked me a few times, and she didn't even use much force. What a kind-hearted child. Kind-hearted? El suddenly recalled the pirate crew that Milim sank with a single cannon shot. Shaking his head, El pushed those thoughts out of his mind. It was time to get down to business. Because of the earlier incident, the relationship between El and the old man clearly took a step closer. And El naturally informed the old man about the United Nations. After learning about the various policies of the United Nations, the old man undoubtedly chose to join and brought a large group of people to the pirate ship. After all, it doesn't matter where you live. If there's a better place to live, why not go? The old man had lived on Roar Island for most of his life, and there were basically no people on the island that he didn't know. With the old man's help, nearly half the people in the city chose to go to the United Nations. The few ships that Milim brought were completely insufficient to accommodate so many people, but fortunately, El had already notified Charlotte Linlin in advance. Support ships arrived quickly and soon took all the willing people from Roar Island to Spring Island. This action naturally could not be hidden from the kingdom on Roar Island, but since the kingdom was just a small country, They didn't have the courage or strength to attack the United Nations. In the end, they could only harshly criticize the United Nations for not adhering to the rules between countries in the next day's newspaper. The United Nations' behavior of poaching people also raised the vigilance of other countries, and naturally, the name of the United Nations spread across the seas. However, since the United Nations was still just a small country, it did not attract the attention of major pirates or the world government. Even if they saw it, they would only treat it as a topic for afternoon tea. With a large population arriving at the United Nations, the development trend of the United Nations became even more rapid, and almost everyone had a job. In this era, having a job is a good thing. Having a job means having a salary, and with a salary, one can buy food and eat their fill. Having a job every day with a salary is something unimaginable in other places. At this time, the United Nations was at its peak of development, and there were shortages of workers everywhere. Even with the addition of people from Roar Island, it was still impossible to fill all job positions. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin was constantly pacing back and forth in her office, as she really couldn't think of a good way. Originally, she thought they could continue to bring people in like on Roar Island, but after the newspaper incident, the small countries around the United Nations were aware that there was a country that liked to poach people. Naturally, they were on guard against the United Nations, which also left the United Nations with no opportunity to attract more people. What a hassle. Why do we have to find people? Can't they come to us? Milim complained a little. This sentence was like suddenly opening Linlin's meridians. Yes, instead of us looking for people, why not let people come to us? Linlin excitedly rushed in front of Milim and suddenly hugged her, lifting her high. You are amazing, Milim. Oof. Of course, I'm very impressive, but since you have such good taste, then buy me more little cakes, or else I won tea, let you hug me next time. Although she didn't know why she was praising herself, Milim unhesitatingly accepted Linlin's compliment. No problem. Linlin put Milim down and turned towards the telephone bug. Hello, is this Elle? Elle's voice came from the other side. King Linlin, I'm here. Is there anything you need me to do? Help me find a news agency and promote the idea that the United Nations welcomes any race that wants to live. Here, we will never let people feel hunger. Elle's voice became serious. If we do this, we will attract a lot of attention, even from those major pirates. Charlotte Linlin smiled and looked down. We have Milim, don't we? She is the guardian deity of the United Nations. This sentence instantly reassured Elle. Milim's invincible image had already taken root in everyone's hearts. Even a monster like Charlotte Linlin couldn't be compared to Milim. Understood. I will immediately go look for a news agency. As the telephone bug was hung up, Linlin looked at Milim, who was quietly lying on the sofa reading comics, and couldn't help but smile. Milim, you really are reassuring. Chapter 11. Roger, with the announcement of this news, the entire ocean was captivated. Is this a joke? A country where everyone can eat well as long as they work? It looks like a scam. How could such a country exist? But rather than waiting to die here, it might be better to take a look. What if it's true? After all, it's not that far away. There is some truth to that. Such conversations kept appearing among various common folk, although most couldn't believe it. A small portion decided to head to Spring Island to check it out. This small portion was already countless times more than the people who came from Bell Island. Linlin had been extremely busy these days, as more people arrived at the Universal Nation every day. She arranged jobs for everyone, provided identification, assigned rooms, and handled numerous other tasks, which had left her with dark circles under her eyes. However, despite this, Linlin felt very happy. She was fighting for her dream, and even if she worked herself to exhaustion, she had no complaints. At this moment, it wasn't just Linlin and AI who were busy. Even Milim, who had been lounging around, was pulled into work. Milim was sitting on a sun chair, gazing at the vast sea in the distance. Her task was to guard the port and prevent pirate invasions. These pirates were also drawn by the name and achievements of the Universal Nation they saw in the newspapers, harboring greed to come and loot. Therefore, pirates had been arriving continuously in recent days, and since Milim had little to do, she was assigned to protect the port. At this moment, Milim was wearing sunglasses, sipping juice, and relaxing with her legs crossed. In the distance, a pirate ship was rapidly approaching the Universal Nation's port. Strangely, the people at the port were calm, moving cargo without any regard for the pirates' arrival. How many waves of pirates have there been? One worker asked while hauling cargo. Who knows? Every day lately, there have been pirates trying to attack the universal nation. Another worker, resting on some cargo, started chatting with the worker next to him. In the end, didn't they all get easily defeated by Lord Milim? I heard that Lord Milim has a technique called Dragon-Star Diffusion Blast that can unleash powerful light cannons. That's right, under this technique, all those pirates will be reduced to ashes. Huh. Another pirate who doesn't know their own limits. Milim took off her sunglasses and glanced at the pirate ship. But suddenly, Milim looked surprised at the pirate ship. She didn't sense any malice. And I isn't that young Roger. Plus, he seemed to be saying something, but whatever, I didn't catch it. Dragon ears automatically filter out things I don't want to hear. Milim showed an excited smile. She had never fought with all her strength since she was born. Perhaps this time, she could experience the thrill of a full-power battle. Dragon-Star Diffusion Blast. The magic light instantly flickered in Milim's hands, forming a powerful aggregate of magic that split into countless rays attacking the pirate ship. Roger, standing on the pirate ship with a straw hat around his neck, looked at the incoming attack with excitement in his eyes. She really is a reckless girl. Roger's observation hockey told him that the other party held no intent to kill. Rayleigh, protect the ship. After saying this, Roger jumped into the air, and his famous sword ace was instantly enveloped in Conqueror's hockey. Divine avoidance. The shockwave composed of Conqueror's hockey collided with the magic aggregate. The fierce shockwaves overturned the clouds in the sky, and the sea shook violently under this attack. The port was attacked, and everyone immediately evacuated. AI had appeared at the port at some point, quickly directing all workers to leave. Big sister, that guy is strong. Can we handle this? Just leave it to me. It doesn't matter what kind of enemy it is, because I am the strongest. Milim's eyes revealed excitement. Her wings spread behind her, and she transformed into a crimson meteor, creating sonic booms as she rapidly approached Roger. Roger had a hard time blocking the magic aggregate, and in the next moment, his observation hockey activated, showing him a fragment of the future. Roger immediately adjusted his stance and swung his sword ferociously to the side. Although Roger's famous sword was enveloped in Conqueror's hockey, Milim's fist, wrapped in armament hockey, broke through the Conqueror's hockey and collided violently with Roger's blade. Milim's tremendous force made Roger clench his teeth. Are you kidding? Such strength could rival even a giant. Roger's blade and Milim's fist separated simultaneously, but the next moment, Milim showed no mercy, delivering a whip kick to Roger's waist. Roger extended his arm to block, and his body shot down like an arrow from the sky, crashing into the water and creating a massive wave that swallowed the Universal Nations port. Milim wore a joyful smile, but her hands didn't stop. She raised both hands in the air, forming a magic aggregate that was countless times stronger than before, rapidly creating Dragon-Star Explosive Flame Dominance. This explosion, caused by the ultra-high-density magic proliferation, was more powerful than the force of 3,000 nuclear bombs in the original work at Milim's peak moment. However, the current Milim was far from the Milim in the original work, so the power of this move could not compare. Still, this move was enough to turn a small island into ruins. A powerful beam of light composed of magic followed Roger's falling figure and crashed into the sea, instantly piercing through the entire ocean. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, disregarding everything else, immediately jumped into the sea to rescue their captain. But in the next moment, Roger's figure leaped out of the water and returned to his pirate ship. He touched a large bloodstain on his arm, smiled, and immediately collapsed onto the deck, waving at Milim in the sky. Miss Milim, I surrender. I don't want to fight anymore. Oh, Milim had just gotten excited, and Roger's aura had not weakened. She could sense that if Roger tried his best, he could still fight her for a long time, though the outcome would surely be Roger's defeat. But hearing Roger surrender, Milim stopped her attack, feeling somewhat uninterested. She then transformed into a crimson meteor and landed on the deck of the pirate ship. You can't just say you want to fight and then say you don't want to fight. It's not that easy. Roger chuckled down at her. We just wanted to visit the so-called Universal Nation, and we never intended to fight with Miss Milim. Plus, I already said we were just here to visit when I first saw you. Is that so? Milim thought for a moment and realized she hadn't heard that at all. Forget it. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't cause trouble in the universal nation, I won't attack you anymore. Saying this, Milim soared into the air, transforming into a crimson meteor and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 12. Inferior Pirate Sigh. This little girl really is unreasonable. Roger wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and noticed blood dripping from his palm. Looking down, he realized that his hand was injured from the impact. Rayleigh, who was nearby, also saw this but didn't rush to bandage the captain. Instead, he teased Roger. Hey, Captain, you've taken a hit. Weren't you quite proud when you swung your sword just now? Be careful, or those kids will laugh at you later. A little injury like this is nothing. Just make sure you don't drink up all the alcohol we buy on Spring Island later. Roger casually picked up a piece of cloth, wrapped it around his hand, and considered it as treatment done. The Al Jackson soon approached the edge of Spring Island's harbor without encountering any attacks. Just before disembarking, Roger specifically said, "You all heard the little girl's warning just now. Let us not cause any trouble this time." Rayleigh took a swig from the flask. Don't joke around. You are the one who always causes trouble. That's true. Wherever this idiot captain goes, trouble follows. Jabba patted Rayleigh on the shoulder, looking at Roger with a smirk. Idiot, you shouldn't say such things out loud. Roger smiled down, put on his straw hat, and jumped off the ship. On the shore, two figures had been waiting for a long time. Well. It's true that seeing is believing. Captain Joe L.D. Roger, Linlin was the first to greet him. El stood silently beside Linlin, his gaze unfriendly as he stared at Roger and the others. Ha. So I'm already this famous? Roger scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Compared to being able to accept all races and ensure everyone is well-fed, you, Charlotte Linlin, still have a long way to go. Your wish has shocked the entire sea. Linlin bowed her head and fell silent for a few seconds. Most people probably think I'm just a naive fool, right? Roger grinned widely, showing a crazy and arrogant smile. No, everyone has the right to dream, even if they get hurt in the process. At least that's better than lying on the bed regretting it when you're old. Linlin looked deeply at Roger, although his fame in the newspapers wasn't significant. That was only because the entire paper was dominated by rocks. Now was the era of rocks, and no one could rise above him. But with Roger's current aura, Linlin was sure he was someone worth befriending. After all, she was about to establish a country, and it wouldn't be like pirates who could do as they pleased. Just like something Milim had once accidentally said, make friends more and enemies less. Linlin found this saying quite reasonable and smiled at the thought. Then I wish you all a good time in the world of nations. By the way, Milim is lying on that beach chair over there. If you have time, you can go keep her company. She's quite bored right now. After saying this, Linlin turned around without hesitation and left. There were still a lot of matters to handle in the country. Roger and Elle exchanged glances, not knowing what to say, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. Suddenly, Roger broke the silence. Brothers, what are we all standing around for? If you want to go shopping, then go. Don't just stand here. You're right, Roger. I'm going to buy some alcohol now. Rayleigh, the first mate, said before turning and leaving. The other crew members quickly dispersed, and in the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared. Elle looked at Roger and simply said, "Have fun," before getting busy with his own tasks, calling back the dock workers to retrieve the cargo that had fallen into the sea. Roger watched Elle leave, his gaze suddenly fixating on Milim, who was lying on a beach chair drinking juice. Milim, who was leisurely sipping her juice, suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching her. She sat up, displeased. Hey, can't you see I'm working right now? If you disturb me again, I'll beat you up. Roger moved a sun chair next to Milim and sat down. Don't be so angry. We can say this is how we got to know each other. And besides, you're not really busy right now, are you? Who says I'm not? I'm here to protect the safety of the entire world of nations. It's very tiring. Milim retorted, clearly feeling she was working hard. Ha. Roger laughed heartily at Milim's cute demeanor. Milim glared at Roger. Do you have a problem with me? Roger quickly waved his hand. I just think you're very cute. If my daughter could be as cute as you, that would be great. I'll take that as a compliment. Since you praise me like that, we can forget about the earlier incident. Milim's personality was childlike, easily pleased and easily angered. By the way, are you and Charlotte Linlin really twin sisters? Roger asked. looking at Milim in disbelief. Milim proudly lifted her head, of course. Just look at our hair color. It's the same. That's truly incredible. I heard you're the older sister. How could you have two twins with such a big size difference? Roger exclaimed. It's always like this. Every time people find out Linlin and I are sisters, they have this question. There's no way around it. Even in this magical sea, twins like you are quite surprising. Roger chuckled softly. By the way, Milim, is there anything fun to do around here? Roger asked Milim. I can't just sit here the whole time. Fun things. Milim pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Roger, on this island, if you jump a little, you can float in the air. Want to give it a try? Roger smiled. Although he already knew the island's characteristics, seeing Milim's sparkling eyes made it hard for him to refuse. He decided to play along with Milim. Milim led Roger to the highest cliff on Spring Island, where the height was so great that it could almost touch the clouds. Roger glanced down. The bottom was out of sight, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Hey, Milim, isn't this a bit too high? Roger hesitated. At such a height, even if he fell, he would surely be seriously injured. Milim shot him a disdainful smile. So now you're scared? Huh? You really are an inferior pirate. Chapter 13. Hot Springs Jump, Jump. I am definitely not a lowly pirate. Roger's expression grew serious as he looked at the towering cliff before him, showing no hesitation. He took a few steps back, then accelerated and leaped toward the cliff. A miraculous thing happened. As Roger continued to move through the air, his body not only did not fall, but kept rising toward the sky. Seeing that he wasn't falling, Roger joyfully floated in the air, sometimes gliding like he was swimming, and sometimes spinning around like a top. This is indeed interesting, he exclaimed, waving at Milim in excitement. But in the next moment, Roger saw the magic gathering in Milim's hands. Milim, what are you planning to do? Roger felt an ominous premonition, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stuttered his question. Hee. Milim wore an incredibly bright smile, like an innocent little girl. If one overlooked the magic in her hands. Let's play a bullet hell game. What is that? Roger's eyes widened in shock. No, Milim. Hey, no matter what, these drinks are too expensive. Rayleigh was arguing with the owner about the price of the alcohol. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something in the sky, and when he looked up, he saw streaks of red meteors passing through the sky. It seemed like a meteor shower. He also thought he heard Roger's voice. But it must be an illusion. Yes, it had to be an illusion. Ignoring Roger's cries for help, Rayleigh looked up at the meteors and began to make a wish. The sun quickly set, and the moon followed closely behind. Inside a tavern, all the members of the Roger Pirates were gathered, drinking and boasting, until the tavern's door was kicked open. Everyone turned their gaze to the entrance, where a man with a dark face and an explosive hairstyle walked in. Damn it, it's Sengoku. When did you catch up to here? And why did you turn into a black man? Jabba immediately jumped out, raising his double axes and without saying a word, swung them at the explosive hair. The other crew members were stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted with wicked smiles. So, it's Sengoku. In that case, we have no choice but to launch a powerful attack as members of the Roger Pirates. You bastard, stop it. Roger raised his ace to block Jabba's attack. Are you trying to murder the captain and take over as captain yourselves? Jabba immediately dropped his axes and hurriedly reached out to fix Roger's hairstyle. Oh, it's you? Captain, why didn't you say so earlier? But it's also your fault if you hadn't dressed like this. How could we confuse you for Sengoku? Jabba had a cheeky smile on his face. Get lost. Roger slapped Jabba's hand away, sat down on a stool, and gulped down a drink. I will never play with that kid again. Kids these days are getting harder to deal with. Haha, it seems like you had a great time today, Captain. Rayleigh handed Roger a towel. Roger took it and wiped his dark face. That little girl Milim took me up into the sky and then said she wanted to play some kind of bullet hell game. What is a bullet hell game? I've never heard of such a game in my life. Rayleigh, the only one in the Roger Pirates who could read, admitted he didn't know what this game was. The other crew members looked at Roger with curious eyes, eager to know what had happened to make him look like this. The so-called bullet hell game is where that little girl attacked me with glowing bullets, and I couldn't fight back. Roger took another sip of his drink, his tone filled with bitterness. Captain, you are too foolish. That little girl told you not to dodge, and you didn't dodge? Jabba said, disdainfully hugging Roger's shoulder. surprised that his captain could be so naive. But she said if I dodged, it would mean I was a lowly pirate. Roger's face was serious, as if being called a lowly pirate was the most disgraceful title. Jabba immediately supported Roger. Captain, well done. You can't dodge. Let her see that our Roger pirates are definitely not lowly pirates. The other pirate members also agreed with Roger's choice, except for Rayleigh, who always felt out of place among the crew. Are all my companions idiots? Rayleigh fell into thought, and many years later, a green-haired man would also find himself in deep contemplation. Milim hummed a cheerful tune as she walked to the Palace of the Nations, which was nothing more than a large villa at the moment. The nations did not have enough money to build a grand palace yet. Upon returning home, the palace was brightly lit, but aside from the cleaning maids, there were no other people around. Milim skillfully returned to her room, grabbed a bathrobe, and headed toward the hot springs. When building the palace, Milim specifically chose a location with hot springs to start construction. At first, Rary was a bit unaccustomed to the hot springs, always being dragged by Milim to soak. But after enjoying it for a while, she got used to coming to the hot springs after work every day. Milim took off her clothes, grabbed a towel, and jumped directly into the hot spring, splashing water everywhere. She submerged completely, and it took a long time before a few bubbles popped up from the spring. Although the hot spring water contained sea stone elements, it didn't have much effect on Milim. The so-called weakness only made her feel a bit dizzy. However, this was exactly why Milim loved hot springs. That fuzzy feeling was the most comfortable. Afterward, Milim swam to the edge of the hot spring, leaned against the side, sipping juice brought by the maid, and enjoying the moment with her eyes half closed. Noble life is indeed luxurious, Milim thought to herself as a wave of drowsiness gradually enveloped her, her eyelids growing heavier until she fell into a hazy sleep. Before long, another tall figure approached the hot spring. Having just finished all her work for the day, Rary stretched and yawned, thinking about soaking in the hot spring for a bit before going to sleep. Upon reaching the hot spring, she noticed a familiar figure lying by the spring, asleep. Rary couldn't help but smile and gently stepped into the water. Like Milim, the sea stone elements in the hot spring could affect Rary, but they couldn't completely weaken someone with her extraordinary constitution. Chapter 14 Breakfast Food. Linlin gently stroked Milim's hair, as if petting a cat. The soft touch alleviated much of Linglin's fatigue from the day's work. Looking at Milim's adorable face, Linlin could no longer resist and gently tugged at it. She then softly shifted Milim, eventually cradling her in her arms. Feeling Milim's soft body against her, a suspicious blush appeared on Linglin's face. Sister is so cute. I want to hold her forever. Before long, 2 hours had passed. Linlin, looking refreshed, carried Milim out of the hot spring. After putting on her yukata, she gently helped Milim into hers as well. Finally, Linlin returned to her room, holding Milim and ready to rest. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight peeked through the corner of the window. Milim frowned as the sunlight hit her, instinctively wanting to rub her eyes, only to find her hands seemingly trapped, unable to move. Opening her eyes, she realized that Linlin had completely wrapped around her, making even the slightest movement difficult. Eventually, Milim mustered all her strength and managed to stretch out one hand, which pinched Linglin's nose. However, after a moment, she noticed that Linlin had no reaction, leaving her a bit disheartened. Suddenly, Milim felt the arms holding her loosen slightly, and seizing the opportunity, she quickly curled up and wriggled free from the embrace. Geez, sleeping so soundly. Milim climbed out of bed and stretched, suddenly feeling a chill beneath her. Looking down, she realized she was only wearing yukata, with no other underclothes. She scratched her backside, glaring with dead fish eyes, and turned towards her room. Every morning, Milim found it hard to muster any energy. Her usual vitality vanished by morning. Arriving at her room, she opened the wardrobe, where rows of identical clothes were neatly arranged. Milim randomly picked out a set and quickly dressed, then washed her face, brushed her teeth, and prepared for breakfast. However, she noticed that Linlin was already seated at the table, enjoying breakfast. Good morning, Linlin, Milim greeted lazily, plopping down on a chair and grabbing a few fried dough sticks and buns to munch on. These were the very breakfast items Milim had first made to share with Linlin, who was close to her. For some reason, these dishes gradually spread and appeared in various cafeterias around the world, naturally becoming unique foods of the nations. "Good morning, Milim," Linlin said, sipping tofu soup, casually asking, "Did you have fun yesterday?" "Yesterday?" Milim thought for a moment before finally rebooting her brain in the early morning light. "It was pretty interesting." Roger turned into an explosive-haired black guy. "Ha ha ha." After rebooting her brain, Milim instantly perked up, chatting with Linlin about what she did yesterday and unleashing her relentless teasing. "Is that so?" Linlin twitched her lips, initially hoping to become friends with Roger, since Milim's strong charisma made it easy for her to befriend proud, strong individuals. But now, things had turned out this way. I wonder if Roger will hold a grudge against Milim. It shouldn't be too bad, right? After all, Roger is also a strong person. Sighing, Linlin decided to find Roger later to apologize. After all, the nations were countries, not pirates, so things couldn't be that carefree. She then turned her gaze back to Milim, who was happily eating breakfast. Looking at her carefree demeanor, Linlin couldn't help but smile. These fulfilling days are really nice. Just after finishing breakfast, Linlin easily found Roger and his crew, who were also having breakfast, as it was quite lively there. At that moment, Roger was gripping Rayleigh's hand, angrily shouting, "Damn you, Rayleigh! Who told you to put so much chili powder? How am I supposed to eat hot, dry noodles now?" Rayleigh, with a sausage-like mouth, angrily retorted, "You have the nerve to say that? The nice spicy soup has turned into chili soup." Roger replied somewhat weakly, "I thought you liked spicy food, and I didn't do it on purpose. I'm just caring for the crew." "Go to hell, you damn captain. I said it wasn't intentional. Fight! Fight!" The surrounding crew members were cheering, while the citizens of the nations gathered around, watching the commotion with amusement. Suddenly, the chatter of the citizens quieted down, an obvious anomaly that made both Roger and Rayleigh look up, realizing Linlin had somehow appeared in front of them. Roger and Rayleigh instantly separated, starting to fix their disheveled clothes and hair. Linlin smiled. "Don't mind me. You can continue." This statement made the two already awkward individuals even more embarrassed. Roger was the first to speak up. "Rayleigh, stop embarrassing the Roger Pirates." Rayleigh scoffed. "The Roger Pirates' reputation has already been ruined by you, you damn captain. Do you want to fight? Come on, who is afraid of who?" Seeing that the two were about to get entangled again, Linlin, despite her good temper, couldn't hold back any longer and let out a loud shout. "Everyone stop!" Her voice startled everyone, causing them to cover their ears. Even Roger felt a buzzing in his head. Subsequently, everyone fell silent, sitting obediently in their seats, waiting for the next round of food to be served. "I'm very sorry. I spoke a bit too loudly just now." Linlin maintained a formal smile on her face. "It's okay. We were too noisy." Rayleigh and Roger embraced, appearing like good brothers. However, their eyes revealed caution. They knew that Charlotte Linlin, as Milim's sister, couldn't be too weak. But the aura she had just shown was not ordinary. It definitely contained a hint of conqueror's hockey. Linlin's smile became more sincere. "I'm very sorry. My sister may have done some not-so-good things to you yesterday. On behalf of Milim, I apologize." Roger was taken aback. He clearly hadn't paid much attention to what happened yesterday, but Linlin's apology made him feel relieved. "It's fine. Kids love to play." However, Roger looked at Linlin's tall figure and mature demeanor, recalling Milim's short stature and childish personality. He couldn't help but ask, by the way, "Are you really Milim's sister? You seem more like an older sister." Chapter 15, Crisis Approaches, haha. Linlin smiled happily. "Many people have asked questions like yours. Although I really want to be an older sister, the fact is that Milim is the one who is the older sister." So it was true. Indeed, as long as one is above the sea, one can see all sorts of strange things. Roger chuckled softly, but soon his expression became serious. "The world is truly a wonderful place. There are so many novel foods, and everyone's eyes are filled with hope for the future. I really hope the world can continue to exist. So Linlin, my king." Roger gazed directly at Linlin, his eyes revealing a complex expression. "I hope that when we come next time, the world will still be standing here. You don't need to worry about that. And the world will still welcome you next time." Linlin's expression remained calm. Roger paused, then suddenly spoke. "Perhaps my words are unnecessary, but I must remind you, King Linlin, that the world's reputation is too great now. As time goes on, more and more people from other kingdoms are heading towards the world. and a war between nations is bound to break out. What you face will not be just one country, but all the nobles who want to shatter this utopia called the world. Linlin's eyes showed no sign of wavering. Then let them fight. From the moment the world was established, I knew that war was inevitable. If we do not fight this battle, the world cannot truly establish itself in this world. And we will let everyone know that the world does not fear war. With each word Linlin spoke, her aura grew increasingly imposing, and the pressure became immense. A flash of red lightning danced around her, and then the Conqueror's haki enveloped the entire world. One punch opens the way to avoid 100 punches coming. Roger's Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted as well, and the two haki clashed violently, dispersing the clouds that had just formed in the sky. Roger laughed heartily. If this great battle between Linlin and Milim breaks out, it will be very difficult for the world to win. After all, those mad dogs from the world government won't want a true utopia to exist in this world, especially one that is not a member state. Linlin's smile grew wider. Then what do you think we should do? Kneel and surrender? Of course not. The establishment of the world was too fast, and its development speed is also too fast. As long as we slow down a bit, the world can safely get through this phase. I genuinely want the world to continue to exist. No. Linlin suddenly calmed down, her Conqueror's haki instantly vanishing. We will not slow down. We're going to give this terrible world a hard slap. And you underestimate Milim too much. Do you think the Milim you fought against was using all her power? What? Roger's eyes widened. Could it be that the overwhelming power was not even Milim's full strength? Not to mention that Milim had not used a weapon. And the true form of Milim, after going berserk, could really be considered a true destruction tyrant. At this moment, Linlin had truly regarded Roger as a friend. Roger's earlier words had clearly revealed that many countries were preparing to unite and wage war against the world. And there was also the interference of the world government. Roger's visit to the world was obviously to remind them to prepare for war. His earlier words were also heartfelt advice to Linlin. Berserk. What does that mean? Roger looked at Linlin in confusion. His information did not include that Milim would go berserk. Milim and I have a talent that surpasses most people on the sea since birth, but at the same time, both of us have a condition. Linlin sat back down, and everyone around except Roger's pirate crew had passed out. I suffer from a condition called food craving syndrome. Once I get hungry, I can't control my body and start destroying everything. When I was 6 years old, I went berserk and killed an adult giant with my bare hands. 6 years old? How is that possible? Everyone in Roger's crew widened their eyes, recalling Linlin's earlier words in disbelief. Your talent is not surpassing most people on the sea. It's simply a unique existence on the sea. Seeing the expressions of Roger's crew, Linlin knew what they were thinking and smiled. My food craving syndrome only makes me lose my rationality. It does not increase my combat power. My sister is different. Instead of calling it a disease, it would be better to say it's another form. Milim calls it the Anger King. Once this skill is activated, Milim's personality becomes more prone to anger. And at the same time, all her physical attributes increase, as if she never tires. Linlin looked directly at Roger, just like the attack Milim launched when you first met. In Anger King mode, she can unleash that attack thousands of times in an instant. Moreover, after launching the attack, Milim does not feel any fatigue, and her combat power does not decrease at all. As Linlin spoke, everyone in Roger's crew dropped their jaws in shock. Roger recalled the attack from their first meeting, imagining it multiplied into hundreds or thousands, and he shuddered, snapping back to reality. Swallowing hard, Roger spoke with difficulty. You're not lying to me, are you? Does this ability really exist? Linlin shot a sidelong glance at Roger. Do you think I would lie to you about something like this? So, that means Milim is not invincible. Roger still found it hard to believe. After all, if Milim was really that strong, she could directly take on the world government. It's not as terrifying as you think. If we're talking about destructive power, 100 of you wouldn't compare to Milim. And Milim has also said that if she doesn't use her weapon and fights you with all her strength, it would still take at least 2 days to take you down. At this point, Roger's previously chaotic thoughts due to shock gradually calmed down. That's true. There are many things to consider in battle. Milim's destructive power is indeed great, but great destructive power does not mean she can hit people. Roger still had some confidence in his speed of escape. So that means numbers mean nothing to Milim. With Milim's destructive power, she could annihilate all of the opponent's armies at the start of the battle. In the end, only the highest level combat forces would remain, and those top forces would be blocked outside the world, unable to cause much destruction. Thinking of this, Roger awkwardly scratched his head. It seems I was worrying too much before. Chapter 16. Pet's Linlin smiled and said, "As long as you know, that's good. But still, thank you for your concern." She then pulled out a small bottle of white liquor from behind her and threw it to Roger. "This is a gift for compensation." Roger reached out to catch it, then opened the bottle and took a gentle whiff. "Hey, this is quite strong. Is there more of this kind of liquor?" Standing beside him, Rayleigh sniffed hard, his body unconsciously leaning towards Roger, and his hand started to become restless. But the next moment, Roger directly tucked the bottle into his pocket, looking at Rayleigh with a vigilant gaze. Realizing he couldn't steal the liquor, Rayleigh could only smile awkwardly. Looking at the two lively characters, Linlin shook her head. "This is called mythical, which is newly developed by our country. You have the second bottle in your hands. Then it looks like I'll have to buy some more next time," Roger said, shaking the mythical in his hand, eyeing the liquor that smelled strong yet looked as clear as water and couldn't help but swallow. "If you could stay here for another month or two, you might be able to get some," Linlin said casually, taking a sip of her tea. "Let's skip that. I can't stay that long. And what you told me earlier was to spread the word about Milim, right?" Roger carefully put the mythical into his pocket and looked up at Linlin. Linlin nodded. "That's right. I do want you to spread the word about Milim's deeds. This can effectively deter various forces at sea. After all, while Milim may not be able to kill everyone in a country, she can certainly leave only a few people alive." Her calm tone revealed a chilling intent. "I understand. I'll help with this matter. But shouldn't I get some benefits as compensation?" Roger said with a smile, sounding very relaxed. "What benefits?" "Just so you know, mythical is hard to come by right now," Linlin said, looking at Roger warily. "The current mythical is still in experimental stages, and Milim has only provided a general direction. The purification technology is still not mature." "Ha ha, that's not necessary. I see there's just opened a hot spring nearby, so let's let the crew enjoy a few days there." Roger laughed heartily, winking at the crew behind him. "Long live the captain." The crew of the Roger pirates erupted in cheers. "All right," Linlin stood up and said as she left, "no matter how many days you spend in our country, the hot spring will be open for you for free. Let's go soak in hot springs, boys." Hearing Linlin's response, Roger couldn't wait to rush towards the hot spring. "Captain, how can we go soak in hot springs so early in the morning?" "Damn, Rayleigh, I've never soaked before. How would I know?" The Roger pirates were still noisy, while Linlin wore a smile on her face. "King Linlin, it seems you really like the Roger pirates?" Al walked over from the crowd to Linlin's side and asked, noticing the smile on her face. Linlin smiled and replied, "The Roger pirates are truly different from ordinary pirate crews. I don't see it that way. It's hard to establish authority when the captain is beaten by the crew. Al clearly didn't like such a team without hierarchy." Linlin didn't argue. She knew Al's personality. He was strict and had low standards at times, but held himself to high standards at others. For example, since Linlin became king, Al has never called her by name, but always referred to her as King Linlin. In the end, Linlin left with just one sentence before heading to her office to start working. "I can feel that all the crew members of the Roger ship trust their captain immensely. They would even willingly become stepping stones for Roger. The momentum they create together is undeniable." Al stayed put, quietly pondering the meaning of this statement. At this moment, Milim had arrived at an animal shop that had just opened today. The owner didn't expect that the first customer to visit his shop would be Milim. With a big smile, the owner approached Milim. "Congratulations, Lady Milim. You are the first customer of our shop, so you can choose any animal here to take home." "Really?" Milim's eyes sparkled with excitement. The owner nodded with a smile. "You're such a good person, boss." Milim excitedly patted the owner's back, laughing joyfully. Milim was happy, but the owner turned red from the pat and nearly lost his breath. Milim then walked over to the little rabbit she had already chosen. When the rabbit was taken out of the cage, it struggled and was lifted high. "Boss, I want this one." "All right, Lady Milim." As the owner escorted Milim out of the pet shop, he looked at her departing figure with a kind expression. To meet Lady Milim, right after opening is indeed good luck. As Milim left, people around began to enter the pet shop. During the time since the establishment of the country, all the people in the nation had come to know Milim, as the country's emblem was based on her likeness. At first, the people were a bit afraid, worried that Milim might be as tyrannical as nobles in the past. However, as time went on, everyone realized that Milim was just a bit childish and very easy to get along with. Over time, most of the people in the nation grew fond of Milim, who could protect the country and also interact pleasantly with commoners. Milim became a brand. Any store she visited was often prioritized by other citizens of the nation. Holding the rabbit in one hand and a roasted rabbit leg in the other, Milim walked while the rabbit trembled in fear, staring at the terrifying human in front of it. The powerful aura and the roasted rabbit leg in Milim's hand both filled the rabbit with dread. As she walked, Milim suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Her eyes lit up, and she walked towards the familiar figure. Roger, just coming out of the hot spring, was stretching and repeatedly exclaiming, "So this is a hot spring. There's even a massage. So nice." Rayleigh, rubbing his waist, also sighed in comfort. "The masseuse's strength is incredible. My bones feel so relaxed." At that moment, a voice unexpectedly called out, "Hey, Roger." Chapter 17, Vegapunk Ah. Roger instinctively responded, but suddenly remembered the owner of that voice. His body immediately stiffened, and he looked back in disbelief. Milim grinned widely, excitedly waving her arms. "You got the wrong person. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving." Roger instantly quickened his pace, his entire figure turning into a blur, disappearing in an instant. "Captain, wait for us." The rest of Roger's crew quickly followed behind him. With a puff of smoke, all traces of Roger's pirate crew vanished from the street. Running so fast." Milim pouted in dissatisfaction, but then saw the rabbit in her hands, and a smile returned to her face. She couldn't wait to introduce her pet to Linlin. After running to the port, Roger turned around in sheer terror, only to find that Milim wasn't following him. He slowly let out a sigh of relief. "Captain, why are you running so fast?" Rayleigh asked, panting and filled with confusion. "If I don't run faster, do you expect me to play bullet hell games with that little girl Milim?" Roger retorted irritably. "Ha ha." Jabba pulled out a transponder snail from his pocket, wearing an extremely lewd smile. "It's okay, Captain. We've already taken photos of your embarrassing moment that day. We can send the photos to Sengoku. And if he shows mercy because you're brothers, that would be great." "You're too much, Jabba." Ha. The surrounding crew members continued to mock the captain. You guys will eventually be kicked off the ship by me." Roger didn't mind the crew's teasing and instead pulled out a flyer. He saw it was advertising a grand barbecue welcoming event, featuring the first ever Big Eater Challenge, with the winner receiving a reward of 10 free meals at the barbecue restaurant. "Hey guys, should we give it a try?" Roger waved the flyer in his hand, smiling. "Forget it, Roger. We just finished breakfast. We should at least wait until noon." Rayleigh commented while taking a sip of alcohol. "Then let us wait until noon to eat. The next game is Sky Disco." In Linlin's office, Linlin looked at the mountain of documents, sighed, and silently began to review and approve them one by one. Not long after bang, the door to Linlin's office was kicked open, and unsurprisingly, Milim bounced in. "Linlin, look at my new pet battle car." Milim placed the rabbit on the desk, formally introducing her new pet to Linlin. Linlin looked up and saw a small rabbit lying on the desk. "Battle car? This little rabbit?" A big question mark appeared over Linlin's head. "Don't be fooled by its small size now. Once I find Vegapunk, the rabbit can transform into a big rabbit," Milim said proudly. "Oh." Linlin instantly perked up. "Did your observation hockey see something about the future?" There are many types of observation hockey in this world, each possessing unique abilities. The Red Count's observation hockey allows him to read minds, and some individuals with strong observation hockey can briefly predict the future. Milim described her observation hockey as being able to occasionally see certain fragments of the future, making it convenient for her to mention things she should know. "That's right, Linlin. I saw a super inventor who will even be called a scientist 500 years ahead of his time." Linlin pondered for a few seconds and then said, "If what you say is true, we must secure this scientist named Vegapunk." Exactly. Milim nodded vigorously in agreement. "Milim, you should know where Vegapunk is right now, right?" Linlin cautiously asked Milim, as given Milim's unreliable nature, she might only know Vegapunk's name without knowing his current whereabouts. Humph, do you think I'm that foolish? Milim, quite displeased, playfully punched Linlin's belly. How could I come to find you without knowing his location? Well, that's great then, Linlin, completely unconcerned about Milim's antics, said cheerfully. So this time, I'll have to trouble you to go with El. Milim was a bit stunned. Linlin, aren't you going? The world needs someone to guard it. If something happens, I can hold the fort until you return, Linlin said after a pause. Milim felt anxious. But since the establishment of the world government, you haven't gone out at all. You've been cooped up in the office handling affairs. You used to love going out. Linlin's eyes reflected nostalgia, but soon turned resolute again. I did love going out, but now, aside from you, nothing is more important than the world government. After all, this is our shared dream. To build a country where everyone has enough to eat. That doesn't mean you have to be so rigid. Occasionally resting is good. Work-life balance is important too. Milim, with her wildly spinning brain, even mentioned work-life balance. Seeing Milim's anxious expression warmed Linlin's heart, and she hurriedly reassured her, I understand. And I'm just busy for now. Once we have more people in the world government, I can take it easier. Since you like being busy, then be busy. It's good to be busy. Everyone should be busy. Milim walked out of the office in a dejected manner. Linlin looked at the pitiful little rabbit that Milim had forgotten on the office desk and sighed at Milim's forgetful habit. She then hugged the little rabbit, stroking its fur while handling her duties. Milim headed to L's office, but found it empty upon opening the door, realizing L must be at the construction site. Unfolding her dragon wings, Milim flew into the sky above Spring Island, and with a glance, she spotted L's location. Not long after, Milim arrived next to L. She then shared what she and Linlin had discussed with L. After hearing the whole story, L didn't hesitate at all and immediately arranged for a ship. He quickly located the position of Mechanism Island, Balcamore, on the map. In an absurdly efficient manner, just as Milim finished a bottle of juice, everything was ready, just waiting to set sail. Chapter 18. Giant Village. Milim had just finished a glass of juice when she realized that Ale had already prepared everything and was now standing in front of her. Milim twitched her lips. Ale, you really are impressive. Ale smiled widely. Thank you for your compliment, big sister. We should head to Mechanism Island quickly to avoid any accidents along the way. So, the Demon Lord's ship set sail. Milim tossed away her juice, jumped onto the Demon Lord's ship, and waved her hand towards the front. Full of spirit, this plan will be called Rescue the Soldier. Following Milim's command, the Demon Lord's ship sailed towards Mechanism Island. After spending several days at sea, the Demon Lord's ship did not reach Mechanism Island. Instead, it returned near the lamb's house because Milim suddenly remembered her promise to a bald giant uncle. After the establishment of the United Nations, she had promised to bring him to become the chief blacksmith. During the previous rapid development of the United Nations, Milim had forgotten about this matter. It was only when she became bored at sea that she suddenly recalled her promise. So she specifically returned to the lamb's house to pick up the bald uncle. Humming a little tune, Milim joyfully walked towards the giant uncle's workshop from her memory. Ale went to replenish supplies and did not stay with Milim, heading alone to the giant village. Soon, Milim arrived at a familiar room, skillfully kicked the door open, and walked inside. Milim scanned the room curiously and noticed that the fireplace was still on, clearly indicating someone was there, but she did not see the giant uncle. Just as Milim sensed movement beneath her feet, she hurriedly jumped down from the door. The bald giant uncle, with a gloomy face, pushed the door open. He intended to scold someone, but looked up and found it was Milim. The curse he was about to utter was slowly swallowed back. Milim, every time I see you, I have to fix the door. The giant uncle shook his head and sighed, propping the door back up and setting it aside before slowly sitting down and looking at Milim. What are you here to do this time? Uncle, don't you know the United Nations has been established? Milim asked, puzzled, furrowing her brow. Oh, you still remember? When I saw the United Nations being established, I waited by the sea for a whole week, and I didn't see a single person. The giant uncle looked at Milim sideways. Ha ha ha. Milim let out an awkward laugh. Wasn't there a traffic jam at sea? It's understandable that I was a bit late. Hee hee. A traffic jam at sea. I can't believe you thought of that. The giant uncle was also amused by Milim's words. He had never blamed her. After all, they had been together for so many years, and he understood Milim's character very well. The only reason Milim hadn't come to pick him up immediately was that she had completely forgotten about it. This time, she just suddenly remembered and came right over. Since you've waited for us, you decided to come with us, right? Milim said, happily patting the giant uncle's calf. The giant uncle snorted proudly. We giants are very trustworthy. Since the United Nations has been established, of course, I will keep my promise. Then let us hurry up. Milim grabbed the giant uncle's clothes and pulled him outside. Wait a minute. The giant uncle quickly stopped her. What's the rush? I haven't even brought my tools. Then hurry up. I'll go find ale in the village first, and we can meet at the seaside. Milim waved her hand and turned to run towards the village. Still as energetic as ever, that little girl Milim. The giant uncle quickly packed up all the things he needed to take with him. After leaving the room, he took one last look at the house he had lived in for half his life, gritted his teeth, and threw out a lit match, instantly setting the whole place ablaze. The giant uncle stared at everything before him and finally let out a deep sigh. Looks like there will be a lot to do in the future. Can the United Nations accommodate all races? Is it true? Milim, you really established a country. One by one, tall giants surrounded a short figure with pink hair, constantly talking. Milim proudly placed her hands on her hips. Can I fool you? Lady Milim has established a big country, and now there are almost 20 or 30,000 people in it. That's incredible. I never expected you, little Milim, to really do it. A giant with an axe on his shoulder reached out to pat Milim's head. Milim immediately waved her hand to push the finger away. Hey, you jerk. Don't touch my head or I won't grow taller. The giant wasn't angry. He just chuckled. Milim, you're already not going to grow taller. You jerk. Milim immediately jumped up and threw a few punches at the giant's face, stopping only when the giant was left with a bruised face. Ha ha ha. Vino, you should know better than to make Milim angry. You've been beaten up so many times, yet you still haven't learned your lesson. A nearby giant pointed and laughed at the bruised giant. Seriously, Milim, you hit hard as always. The giant got up from the ground, rubbed his cheeks, and his originally swollen face quickly returned to normal. This was a unique technique called life restoration, which perfectly controlled all the cells of the body for rapid healing. At that moment, Milim's clever little head suddenly sparked with inspiration. She immediately brightened her eyes and ran to the highest point in the giant village, onto the podium. Then she excitedly shouted, Does anyone want to join the United Nations? Let us build a big giant palace together. As soon as she said this, the originally chaotic giants quieted down. One leading giant spoke up, Milim, stop joking. How could we possibly leave our home? Hey, you must be joking. A home is not something so easily abandoned. With family, anywhere can be home. Rather than live this monotonous life here day after day, wouldn't it be better to come with me to build our own country? Milim's voice was no less than that of the giant village chief. We are giants. Our giant king is Harold, and we will not betray him to join another country. The giant chief still spoke firmly. Milim took a breath, her voice becoming louder. That doesn't matter at all. I've never asked you to betray your king. I just feel that if you're not in the United Nations, my dream cannot be fulfilled. After all, you are already my recognized family. All the giants were stunned, their eyes wide open at those words. Chapter 19 arriving at Mechanism Island. So that's how you think, Milim. The giant leader lowered his head and chuckled a few times. Milim, we will not betray the giant king. We will report everything that happens here truthfully, and then we will head to the United Nations. After all, this is unavoidable. The giant leader looked at his brothers beside him and found all the giants were deeply moved. Who asked us to have you as our headstrong sister? Milim wore a satisfied smile. That's enough. Remember, when we get to the United Nations, we must build a huge palace. You don't need to say that. The giant leader smiled as he watched Milim's departing figure, murmuring to himself. Al followed behind Milim, already dizzy from the scene. He never expected that a return trip to the lamb's home would allow Milim to bring an entire village of giants to the United Nations. Sometimes Al really had to marvel at Milim's top-notch charm. Sometimes she was simply like a succubus. She could get along well with anyone, regardless of whether that person was strong or weak, and could communicate equally. Her childish personality could inspire a bit of motherhood in everyone's hearts. Milim was not perfect. There was no doubt she was a strong person, yet she always acted like a pure and straightforward child, loving sweets and throwing little tantrums. This contrast between the strength of a powerful individual and the innocence of a child created no sense of distance between Milim and everyone else. Moreover, her optimism and vitality were highly infectious. No matter what happened, she could quickly regain her spirits, bringing a light and pleasant atmosphere to those around her, making people unconsciously influenced by her emotions. Milim and Al were the first to arrive at the Demon King's ship, where they found the bald giant had already sat down inside the ship at some point. Milim beamed with a bright smile and greeted him. "Hey, you got here pretty fast, Uncle Giant." The bald giant sighed helplessly. "Every time you say my name, you always pretend not to hear." "Really?" Milim widened her eyes, feigning ignorance. The bald giant rolled his eyes. "What do you think? Is my name really Uncle Giant? If I truly didn't hear it, that would be completely beyond my control. My ears automatically filter out things I don't want to hear. Uncle Giant, the reason I didn't hear your name must be that it's too complicated." Milim nodded confidently. "You're not the only one who has said that. My giant friends only call me the blacksmith, say my name is too complicated for them to remember." The bald giant sighed helplessly, wishing it weren't so, but he couldn't change the name his parents gave him. Forget about these little things. Seeing the bald giant in a bad mood, Milim immediately brought a large pile of cakes from the warehouse. "Let's see who can eat the most cake." The bald giant raised an eyebrow. "Competing with giants for food intake? Little girl, you're not joking, are you? A mere giant can't possibly match Lord Milim's appetite." Milim laughed proudly as she said this. Then let us see." The bald giant also laughed, and they both grabbed cakes and stuffed them into their mouths. While they were enjoying their eating contest, Al transported food onto the ship and left a few people in the giant village as guides, fearing that the simple-minded giants might not find the United Nations. Once everything was ready, watching Milim compete with the giants in food intake, he decided not to disturb them and simply restarted the Demon King's ship. This time, the Demon King's ship set sail from Mechanism Island. Time flowed like water, and soon more than half a month had passed. During these days on the ship, Milim spent her time eating and sleeping. After sleeping well, she would observe what new things the bald giant was forging. Occasionally, she would chat with Linlin, and life was quite comfortable. She also learned from Linlin that Roger had already left, and she heard their next destination was the legendary Elbaf, which is also known as the strongest giant country in the world. Linlin had always wanted to form an alliance with Elbaf, but due to the distance, they couldn't bring effective benefits to each other, so they had to give up. Milim believed that the giants from the village would make Linlin very happy for a long time, so she specially instructed Al not to tell Linlin about this. Milim was preparing to give Linlin a surprise. Bang! With the sound of the ship's anchor dropping into the water, Milim finally arrived at her destination. Mechanism Island, Bakamoya, is located in the Paradise phase of the Grand Line and is the future home of the country Bakamoya, as well as the birthplace of the future naval scientist Vegapunk. Mechanism Island is a winter island covered in snow all year round. Milim, still dressed in her regular clothes, jumped down from the Demon King's ship without feeling the cold at all. However, Al couldn't take it. He had already changed into winter clothes, and his thick-down jacket wrapped him up like a ball. The bald giant was even more reluctant to leave the Demon King's ship, still staying in his room. Snow! Milim was very excited and jumped straight into the snow pile, rolling around. Over the years, she had only seen snow when she was a child, and she hadn't seen it since. The climate in the Grand Line of One Piece does not conform to natural laws. Some islands do not even adhere to the 4 seasons. Spring Island is always spring, Summer Island is always summer, Autumn Island is always autumn, and Winter Island is always winter. But what's even more unnatural is that food on Spring Island can bear fruit. Al did not rush to stop Milim from playing. Since they had already arrived at Mechanism Island, there was no need to hurry with the remaining matters. Besides, how long could Milim play anyway? Soon, Milim began rolling snowballs in the snow, and a small snowball quickly grew larger, even several times taller than Milim. Milim was preparing to build her first snowman in her pirate life, but just then, a small robot popped up from somewhere. An electronic voice came from the small robot. Dangerous individual detected. Destroyer Tyrant Milim, connecting to Dr. Vegapunk's phone. The robot then fell silent, and Milim gave up on building the snowman and curiously approached the small robot, poking it with her finger. Oh, so this is a robot? Milim heard everything the robot had just said, and Al soon came to Milim's side to look at the robot. Soon, the previously motionless robot lit up on its screen. A young man who looked very young, but had an unexpectedly large head appeared on the screen. Chapter 20. The Peace-Seeking Scientist Doctor. Vegapunk appeared on the screen with his large head, his entire face quickly magnified. Hello, I'm Dr. Vegapunk, a humble genius scientist. Greetings. The destructive tyrant Milim and the big-mouthed fishman Al, who had initially maintained a calm expression, could no longer hold back upon hearing the nickname. His face twisted in anger. Damn it, don't just give others nicknames. Is that so? Vegapunk said with a puzzled look, then picked up a bounty notice beside him and glanced at it. But I didn't say anything wrong. The bounty notice indeed says big-mouthed fishman Al. Just call me by my name. Don't use that shameful nickname anymore. AEL finally lowered his head helplessly. Then let's go with the EL. I wonder what brings you to Mechanism Island this time. If it's for a vacation, then I welcome you. Although Vegapunk had a smile on his face. A hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Milim pushed AL aside and leaned closer to the robot screen. Hey, Vegapunk, we came here for you because we found out that you are a genius scientist who can create many inventions that improve people's lives. That's why we specifically came to invite you to join our nation. So you think I can create many inventions to make people happier? And that's why you came to find me? Vegapunk became excited, eagerly asking. Exactly. Milim gave Vegapunk a thumbs up. Our nation has just been established not long ago, and we're in need of talents like you. Besides, don't you want to invent technology for world peace? Ha ha. There are actually people who know what kind of technology one want to invent. Vegapunk danced with excitement. Finally, someone is willing to understand what kind of technology one want to create. Suddenly, Vegapunk thought of something, slapped his large head, and said apologetically, Sorry. I got a bit too excited and forgot that you're still in this icy cold place. I really lack hospitality. I'll open the door to the laboratory right now. With a few presses on the control panel, a hidden passage leading underground opened abruptly in the previously flat snow. The little robot led the way into the underground passage while introducing, This robot is my invention, the snow robot, generally used to guide people lost in the snow. Sometimes it can also help me explore various harsh environments. And this is just one of my insignificant inventions. As he spoke, the little robot quickly arrived at an iron door, which opened, revealing Vegapunk's figure behind it. Wow, he really has such a big head. Milim flashed and appeared beside Vegapunk, staring at the enormous head on top of him with eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Milim asked curiously, Can I touch it? Of course, no problem. Vegapunk waved his hand nonchalantly. Milim reached out and gently poked the massive head, discovering that it felt just like a normal head, only larger. I am a brain fruit user, a brain person. I can completely remember any knowledge I see. The more I remember, the bigger my head becomes, and over time, it has turned into what it is now. Vegapunk explained with a smile while watching Milim's actions. This fruit really suits you scientists. Milim quickly lost interest in Vegapunk's big head and turned her attention to various laboratory equipment, wandering around while speaking. What you said is not wrong, but it has indeed caused me some trouble, although the current trouble is not too significant. Vegapunk nodded at his large head, letting out a helpless laugh. When it gets bigger and bigger in the future, I might have to consider whether to remove it. Remove it? AL stared at Vegapunk in disbelief with his fish eyes. Vegapunk smiled. Don't make that expression. It's not like you imagine, where I directly cut it off. It's just about separating it using technological means. AEL nodded. Okay. I see for the first time that technology is so amazing. Of course, technology is the foundation of everything. Only technology can rapidly advance civilization, Vegapunk said proudly. So we want to invite you to our nation, and we won't interfere with any of your experiments, as long as they can make our nation better. Milim picked up a bottle of potion and shook it, speaking in a calm tone. No matter how much funding your experiments require, we will supply it unconditionally. Vegapunk lowered his head in thought and finally made up his mind. It seems I have no reason to refuse. But I must clarify in advance that I do not like to create dangerous weapons. As he spoke, Vegapunk picked up some gunpowder, lit it, and threw it to the ground. Compared to those dangerous weapons, I prefer to create things that can bring peace, like this. As the fuse ignited the gunpowder, beautiful flowers bloomed one after another along with the flames. We don't want any destructive weapons. The only reason we came to find you is that you can make our nation better. AEL looked at the gunpowder on the ground with some emotion, realizing that the scientist truly yearned for peace, a rare quality in this terrible world. Milim's figure appeared beside Vegapunk. Do you have more of that gunpowder? Can you give me some? Vegapunk turned his head and saw Milim's sparkling eyes. He smiled and pointed to a nearby warehouse. There's plenty of it in that warehouse. Feel free to take as much as you want. Thank you, Milim said with gratitude, and then turned to run towards the warehouse. AL took a deep breath. So, Doctor, what's your answer? Vegapunk closed his eyes, and a few seconds later, he suddenly opened them, the determination in his eyes evident. Without a doubt, I will pledge my loyalty to your nation. Welcome to our nation. AEL extended his hand and shook hands with Vegapunk. The genius Vegapunk, who surpassed the world by 500 years, officially joined their nation. AEL surveyed the surrounding environment. Dr. Vegapunk, do you have anything you need to take with you? I don't need to take anything. All my experimental data is in my brain. Vegapunk confidently nodded his head. In that case, let's leave as soon as possible. I have no problem with that. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. AL, I have a question. Milim's figure appeared between the two, raising her hand to indicate that she still had a question. Big sister, do you have any other questions? Chapter 21 Departure. Milim proudly raised the gunpowder in her hand, showing off her little tiger teeth. Let's stay for one more night. I want to see the fireworks tonight. But we've been out for a long time. I still felt a bit troubled. He had been away from the United Nations for quite a while and had a lot of things to handle. The United Nations was currently short-staffed, and delaying for another day would just mean more work piled up when he returned. Ow! Milim looked up at him with her big watery eyes, staring at him pitifully. All right, let's stay for one more night. Unable to withstand Milim's coaxing, Al finally compromised. Yay! Milim jumped up excitedly, then quickly grabbed Vegapunk's hand. Vegapunk, come help me. Let's make a giant firework with this gunpowder. Vegapunk looked at Milim's excited expression and chuckled. Milim really has a lot of energy, but this does seem like a fun project. So Vegapunk came in front of the gunpowder and seriously taught Milim how to make fireworks. Meanwhile, I was not idle either. Seeing his older sister working hard on the fireworks, how could he just stand by and watch? As the sky gradually darkened, Milim, Vegapunk, and Al returned to the snowy ground, neatly arranging the fireworks they had prepared earlier on the snow. The sky had not yet turned completely dark, and it wasn't the best time to release the fireworks. Taking advantage of this time, Milim found the snowball she had rolled when she first arrived and prepared to remake the snowman. Vegapunk was also busy and happily added arms and clothes to the snowman while Al fiddled with the fireworks, ensuring they had not been dampened by the snow and could still be ignited. Finally, a rather peculiar-looking snowman was created. Its eyes were made of clothing buttons. Its nose was a carrot, and it wore a Santa Claus outfit that Vegapunk had dug out from the wardrobe. The snowman was 3 times the size of Milim and looked adorably funny. The sky was probably dark enough now, making it a great time to set off the fireworks. Milim turned to Al and shouted, Al, light the fireworks. Hearing Milim's call, Al did not hesitate, took out a lighter, and lit the fuse of the fireworks, then hurried to Milim's side. Milim excitedly shouted, Vegapunk, come over, let's take a group photo together. Hee, I'm coming. Vegapunk made a strange laugh, his face beaming with a childlike smile. He handed the camera to a nearby robot and rushed to Milim's side. Milim stood in the middle, flanked by Al and Vegapunk, with the giant snowman behind them, just as the fireworks suddenly burst forth. Brilliant fireworks shot into the dark sky, transforming the previously pitch-black world into a colorful spectacle, with countless bursts of light exploding in the air. This light also attracted some of the people from the technological kingdom who were awake in the middle of the night. The crew of the Demon King's ship sat beside the tavern, looking up at the fireworks while drinking. But in the next moment, everyone was amazed by the beautiful flowers descending from the sky. Those who had been sleeping were all awakened by the noise, initially annoyed. They couldn't help but smile at the beautiful flowers falling from the sky and the joyous laughter of children. The 3 of them, Milim, Vegapunk, and Al, were also captured in the photo. The fireworks illuminated everyone's smiling faces, so bright and so real. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, and everyone tacitly walked out of the rooms to enjoy this beautiful scene. Vegapunk looked at the scene with teary eyes. This is the effect I want technology to achieve. I hate things that can destroy peace. What I want to create is something that can make everyone smile. Hee hee, as long as I'm here, Milim. No one will force you to create those dangerous things. On this firework-lit night, Milim made a promise to the peace-seeking scientist. Vegapunk looked at the dazzling scene, momentarily dazed, then burst into hearty laughter. Hee hee, that was amazing. A night of revelry, and no one slept that night. As the night passed, the sky quickly brightened. Milim and Vegapunk, having played enough, returned to the Demon King's ship to sleep. Vegapunk went to rest in Al's room, while poor Al and the crew of the Demon King's ship had to endure their fatigue and drowsiness to navigate the ship. Milim had originally wanted to rest for one more day, but Al refused to agree. He would rather endure his fatigue than delay their return to the United Nations. Al could no longer imagine how much paperwork had piled up on his desk. If he delayed any longer, he would definitely be overwhelmed when he got back. When Milim woke up again, it was just afternoon and the sun was already quite low in the sky, about to set in the west. The light of dusk reflected golden rays over the sea, and Vegapunk was sitting at the edge of the ship, staring blankly at the ocean. Milim tiptoed up behind Vegapunk and suddenly jumped out. Wow. Vegapunk immediately raised his hand to block, clearly startled. Ha ha ha. Seeing her prank succeed, Milim laughed heartily, holding her belly. Seeing that it was Milim who had scared him, Vegapunk finally breathed a sigh of relief. Milim, really, didn't you see I was thinking? Disturbing a scientist's thoughts is a big no-no. What were you thinking about? Milim jumped to the edge of the ship and sat down, tilting her head to look at Vegapunk. Sigh. Vegapunk sighed, his eyes filled with emotion as he looked at the golden sea illuminated by the sunset. It's nothing much, just a bit sentimental about leaving home for the first time. I knew it. Your eyes look just like when Linlin left the lamb house. Milim sat on the edge, shaking her head while still wearing a happy smile. Charlotte Linlin is the king of the United Nations, and she is also your sister, right? Vegapunk looked at Milim, curious. Unexpectedly, he suddenly saw Milim's face filled with emotion. Finally, someone sees me as an older sister the first time they meet me in Linlin. Vegapunk, you really make me so touched. Vegapunk tilted his head in confusion. You're the older sister. Isn't that what the newspaper says? Don't you know the size difference between me and Linlin? Hee, I'm a scientist. I believe only in science and not in those superficial things. Chapter 22. Food Street. More than half a month had passed, and the Demon Lord ship finally arrived back at the United Nations. Milim jumped off the ship holding a machine that continuously sprayed snowflakes. It was a toy specially made for her by B. Milim had been unable to put it down these past few days. B, hurry up and jump off the ship. Let me introduce you to the United Nations. Milim stood at the port, waving her hand excitedly at B. B, who was standing on the Demon Lord ship, saw the distance between the deck and the ground, and a black line appeared on his forehead. Milim, stop joking around. Do you think everyone can jump down like you? Saying that, he slowly walked down the stairs beside him. The workers at the port quickly noticed the arrival of the Demon Lord ship, and at the same time saw the symbol of the United Nations, Milim. Milim is back. Where is she? Where is she? One port worker said, wiping tears with a handkerchief, looking quite delicate. It's only been a few months, but it feels like years. I can vaguely remember Milim sitting on a sun chair protecting us. The surrounding workers looked at each other with disdainful eyes. Why do you have a handkerchief? I knew something was off with you. I didn't expect to have a ghost at home. If we don't beat him up, I want to be able to sleep peacefully. The worker who was wiping his tears was then pinned to the ground and beaten up by a group of port workers. Milim naturally noticed the commotion and paused for a moment, but still happily waved and greeted, everyone, I'm back. The workers who were just beating up their colleague immediately helped him up, acting like good buddies, waving at Milim. Welcome back, Milim. It was clear to be that Milim was truly popular with the people here. He carefully observed all the workers at the port and realized that their eyes were filled with hope for the future. Moreover, each worker seemed to be quite healthy, showing no signs of malnutrition. Milim proudly put her hands on her hips, Of course, I am the guardian deity of the United Nations, so it's only natural that everyone likes me. By the way, B, would you like me to show you around the United Nations? Milim asked. B smiled. If I could have a tour, that would be even better. Great. Milim shooted tuwar behind her. Take the big uncle to rest for a while. I really don't know why he suddenly feels unwell these past few days. AI Air nodded. Leave it to me, Milim. Then Milim pointed in a direction and shouted energetically. Our first stop is definitely the food street of the United Nations. Scene change. Milim and B arrived at a bustling food street. There were all kinds of barbecues, hot pots, spicy skewers, and even drinks and ice cream. Everything one could imagine, many of which B had never even heard of before. Under Milim's lead, the food in B's hands gradually increased, and various barbecues and drinks made his belly grow larger. Eventually, B stopped and sat down on a step. He waved his hand and let out a satisfied burp. I really can't anymore. I can't fit anything else. Milim sat down beside him, still holding a large chicken leg. Giggling as she said, How is it here? It's simply like a dream. It's so wonderful here. B could easily feel the bustling atmosphere and the genuine happiness radiating from the people. Milim was very proud. Of course, this is the country I take pride in. Seeing you like this, you probably can't walk anymore. Let us wait for the food to digest before we go to other places, Milim said, looking at B's large belly. She glanced at her own belly, which had eaten 10 times more than B's, yet showed no signs of bulging. She nodded in satisfaction. B looked at the countless lights and shook his head. No need. Let us go meet King Linlin right away. So sudden, B chuckled. When I saw the scenery here, I already knew that my heart would no longer be confused. I can now shine and burn brightly on the path I love without reservation. I understand now. Milim nodded in agreement. Just like me, when I know what I'm fighting for, my heart won't be hesitant. Exactly. Meanwhile, Linlin had already been informed of the arrival of the Demon Lord ship, but she chose not to interrupt. She had heard from Milim that B was a peace-loving scientist. Since he loved peace, she wanted B to see the lights of the United Nations, the peace that belongs to the United Nations. This is more persuasive than any promise or guarantee. Soon, AI Air arranged for the bald giant uncle to the dormitory prepared for giants and came to report everything that had happened along the way to Linlin. After listening to all of AI Air's accounts, Linlin nodded, stroking the rabbit that was lazily sleeping on her lap, and slowly spoke. I know. In the next few days, all the giants from the giant village will come over. I have already drawn a large area on the other side of the island, which is just right for the giants to live in. Since you, King Linlin, have understood all the matters, I will go handle some work now. AI Air nodded and turned to leave. Linlin stroked the rabbit and couldn't help but sigh. Just came back and already wants to work without resting. AI Air is such a workaholic. After saying that, the workaholic Linlin continued to handle various documents on her desk. Not long after, there was a loud bang. The door to Linlin's office was kicked open, and Milim's familiar figure appeared, followed by a man with a notably large head. Linlin immediately left her desk, walked up to B, and extended her hand. B also reached out, and they shook hands. You must be Mr. B. I've long heard of your great name. Linlin said first. Not at all. The reputation of King Linlin is what truly spreads across the entire sea, B replied modestly. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to discuss the matters at hand. Seeing that the two had entered work mode, Milim felt she was a bit unnecessary here. So she turned around and left the office, casually taking the rabbit that was sleeping on the desk. The rabbit, feeling itself being moved, opened its red eyes and found a long-lost figure appearing before it. Its expression instantly turned to panic, and it struggled desperately with its rabbit legs. Chapter 23. The giant Milim completely ignored the rabbit's struggles and left the office holding it. However, not long after stepping outside, Milim spotted a familiar figure. The bald giant had woken up at some point, sitting on the beach and watching a group of children playing in the distance. Big guy, weren't you feeling unwell? Why are you sitting here instead of resting properly? Milim asked as she approached the bald giant, looking up at him. Oh, it's nothing. The bald giant seemed to come to his senses and slowly replied, I rested a bit after getting off the ship, and I'm feeling much better now. Then why are you just sitting here? There's nothing fun around. Milim looked around and noticed that aside from the children playing on the beach, There was nothing else interesting. Al already told me that everyone from the giant village would come to the United Nations. The bald giant's gaze fixed on the empty sea in the distance. I want to be here to greet them as soon as they arrive. Milim scratched her chin in confusion. You just separated from them not long ago, so you don't need to miss them that much, right? Ha ha. The bald giant burst into laughter, almost to the point of tears. Little girl, you don't think I miss them, do you? Isn't that so? Milim couldn't think of any other reason for the bald giant to sit there waiting. Of course not. I just want to tell them that I am the first giant to arrive at the United Nations and also the chief craftsman. They will definitely be envious of me. The giant grinned proudly. Milim was taken aback and then widened her eyes. Is that really the reason? Little girl, you don't understand. Being first has extraordinary significance for us giants. The bald giant said, his eyes showing pride. It's like all giants are competing to be the world's #1 warrior. And what I want to boast about is being the first giant to arrive at the United Nations and the first chief craftsman. So you plan to just sit here and wait for that? Milim looked at the giant in disbelief. That's so boring for just this reason. Milim's clever mind turned, and seeing the children in the distance, she suddenly came up with an idea. Ignoring the bald giant's surprised look, Milim quickly went to the children playing by the river. It was unclear what Milim said, but the group of children looked at the bald giant with astonished eyes, and then, in the giant's incredulous gaze, they came over, each reaching out their hands wanting to climb onto the giant. Feeling the fragile lives on him, the bald giant dared not move. He shouted loudly to Milim, "What did you tell them?" Milim walked up to the giant. "I just told them that there's a giant who is lonely and hopes you can stand on his shoulders to make him feel less lonely. But they are actually standing on the giant's shoulders. I never agreed to that." The giant moved a bit, and one child fell down. The bald giant hurriedly reached out to catch the child. The boy who landed in the giant's palm looked up excitedly at the giant. "Thank you, big giant. I will definitely climb onto your shoulders and won't let you feel lonely." The giant carefully set the boy down, and the boy continued to climb onto the giant. The giant looked at Milim with a complicated expression. "I didn't expect you to care for me in this way." "That's not caring. It's just that you sitting here all alone seemed too pitiful." Milim shook her finger. The giant smiled and said softly, "Thank you, Milim. Then you should stay here and play with these children. Remember to keep them safe." Milim waved goodbye with a smile and left. Hearing the children's laughter behind her and the giant's complaints about the child who fell off, Milim wore a radiant smile. She had known the bald giant for many years and understood that he couldn't stand loneliness. In the original giant village, everyone had their own tasks, and the time they could gather was only at night. But the bald giant, being a blacksmith, worked late into the night and rarely got to spend time with friends. Since Milim met the bald giant, he would always complain about her breaking his door, but he would fix it every time, looking forward to that lively voice appearing at the door again. Now that the bald giant had come to the United Nations, there was no reason to let him be lonely anymore. Leaving the beach, the sun was gradually setting in the west. Milim returned home, opened her room, and found it still clean and tidy. Clearly, someone had come to clean it every day. Milim repeated her usual routine, picking up a bathrobe, heading to the hot spring for a soak, and then falling asleep. Linlin was just like on previous days, coming to the hot spring to pick up Milim like a refreshed NPC. Such comfortable and mundane days quickly passed for 2 days, and Milim learned from Linlin that the giants from the giant village should arrive today. So, Milim got up early today, took 2 meat buns and a bottle of juice, and walked towards the beach at the port. When she arrived at the port, she saw a huge tent set up next to it. Milim curiously peeked inside and found the bald giant sleeping soundly. He actually slept here for 2 days. The giant really was persistent. Although she felt a bit emotional, Milim had no intention of waking him up. At the beach, Milim dipped her small hand into the sea, and a strong sense of powerlessness instantly spread through her body. Then, Milim took her hand out of the seawater. Though she still felt weak, she could use a bit of strength now. The sea stone particles in the ocean had some restraint on Milim, but it wasn't a big deal. In a battle situation, even if Milim fell into the sea, it wouldn't be a problem at all. That surging magical power could block the seawater, and when the seawater approached her magic, it would likely evaporate instantly, making it impossible for the seawater to touch Milim unless she deliberately made contact. Chapter 24. The banquet Milim didn't have to wait long before the bald giant came out of the tent, staring blankly at Milim sitting on the beach. He then slowly walked over and sat down beside her. The bald giant tilted his head slightly to look at Milim and said, "What a surprise. Milim, you actually came this early. It seems like you've been waiting for a long time." "It hasn't been long, but I suddenly remembered, where have you been eating these days?" Milim seemed to recall something and asked. "Don't worry. King Linlin has arranged everything long ago. Someone brings me food every day," the bald giant said with a smile, looking at Milim with a hint of sarcasm. "If it were left to you, I would really starve to death. No matter when I look at it, I feel like Linlin is the older sister." Milim could only scratch her face and laugh foolishly, try to brush it off. Suddenly, a flag appeared in the distance by the sea, and the bald giant immediately stood up, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognized the flag. "That flag, does it have any special significance?" Milim asked in confusion. The bald giant's expression turned serious. "That flag represents not just the giant village, but the entire giant kingdom of Elbaf. If this flag appears here, it can only mean that the giant king agrees to our plan to join the United Nations. It also signifies the goodwill of the giant king." "I see." Milim nodded, seemingly understanding. "It seems that this time you really did something right, Milim." A woman's voice suddenly came from behind them. Linlin had appeared without them noticing. She placed a hand on Milim's head while greeting the bald giant. "Good morning. Good morning, King Linlin," the bald giant immediately responded. Milim struggled to shake off Linglin's large hand from her head. "Don't randomly touch my head anymore. It won't help me grow taller." Linlin smiled and said nothing, her gaze fixed on the large sailboat in the distance. Having grown up in a village of giants, Linlin naturally understood how powerful giants were. Possessing innate strength, they could easily handle 80 of the world's population without needing to train. The combined combat power of all the giants in a nation was something even the world government wouldn't dare confront directly. However, she had heard that the current giant King Harold was striving to join the world government, aiming to be recognized as a legitimate nation. But in Linglin's view, the world government had already responded well. Just looking at how they continuously slandered the giant kingdom of Elbaf in the newspapers showed their attitude. Yet, Harold still had no intention of giving up, which Linlin found hard to understand. How could a constant compromise and pleading lead to respect and peace? Despite not understanding the giant king's thoughts, Linlin still highly regarded the giant's immense power, believing that forming a friendship with the giant kingdom would be beneficial for the United Nations. Not to mention that several neighboring countries had already begun to gather military forces, indicating that a war between nations might occur soon. Before long, the massive ship had docked, and over 30 giants jumped down from it. These are the giants from the giant village. The moment the giant leader stepped off the ship, he spotted the bald giant and immediately broke into a joyful smile. "Ironworker, it's been a long time. What nonsense. We only parted a month ago." The bald giant walked up to the giant leader, and the two embraced each other. "It seems you're the first this time," the giant leader remarked. "Of course. Not only am I the first giant to arrive at the United Nations, but I'm also the first to become the chief craftsman," the bald giant said proudly. "Geez, I didn't expect you to take so many firsts," the giant leader said, scratching his head, a bit unwilling. After chatting for a while, they approached Linlin, and all the giants knelt on one knee, shouting loudly, "From today onward, we will officially join the United Nations." "It seems you all haven't had breakfast yet?" Linlin asked with a gentle smile. The giant leader scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "I was too excited this morning and didn't have time to eat." "In that case, let's eat together and then discuss your future arrangements," Linlin quickly decided. Watching the three of them chat happily while walking towards the banquet venue, Milim followed behind, her face filled with resentment. "Damn it, I didn't expect this evil drinking culture to come here as well." Upon arriving at the banquet venue, due to the giant's enormous size, various materials for the banquet were placed outside. Linlin sat at the head of the table, Milim beside her, while the other giants sat at different tables, their mouths watering at the sight of the delicious food laid out. Everyone began to eat, and while enjoying her meal, Linlin arranged matters for the giants, designating a specific area for them. The atmosphere of the banquet was very pleasant, and the outcome satisfied everyone. The giants could find suitable jobs here, whether as soldiers or craftsmen, as there were numerous positions available. Milim didn't pay much attention to their conversation. Instead, she focused on the food in front of her. Although she had already eaten buns in the morning, for Milim, eating was purely for enjoyment, and she didn't care how much she consumed. With delicious food before her, how could she not eat? The banquet soon came to an end, and Elbaf himself led all the giants to the territory designated for them. Now, only Milim and Linlin remained at the banquet. Once everyone had left, Linlin stopped pretending and let out a big yawn, her eyes filled with fatigue. Seeing Linlin like this, Milim's eyes revealed a hint of concern. Linlin, why are you still so busy? Didn't I tell you? Get some people to help you handle those documents. Some things don't need to be done entirely by yourself. Linlin smiled gently. I am training someone. I just took on a little secretary named Luca, and she is quite capable of handling these matters. I plan to train her well. Chapter 25. The Country of Endless Battle, that's good. Milim nodded and looked around. Where is that Ryuka you mentioned? Why isn't she here? Linlin took a bite of cake and said flatly, it seems something is happening outside the 10,000 nations, so Ryuka went to gather some intelligence. She should be back soon. Just as Linlin finished speaking, a beautiful girl with golden hair and a maid outfit rushed in. Ryuka was panting, her face filled with urgency as she looked at Linlin. Linlin the king, several countries located along the Grand Line have declared war on the 10,000 nations. Oh, has it started so soon? Although Linlin had anticipated that war between countries was inevitable, she still didn't expect it to break out so quickly. According to the information from spies, it wouldn't have started this fast, but a country called the Endless War Country took the lead in issuing a declaration of war. Ryuka quickly explained the reasons for the war. The Endless War Country. Linlin nodded. She had heard of this country, which was one that was always shrouded in war. It was even said that anyone over the age of 6 had to participate in the war. After pondering for a moment, Linlin suddenly spoke. Notify all the guards of the 10,000 nations to prohibit any ships from entering or leaving the 10,000 nations. From now on, the 10,000 nations officially enters a state of war. Also, I asked those newly joined giants to help guard the 10,000 nations during the time that Milim and I are away. Linlin's expression was more serious than ever. Although she didn't think they had a chance to attack the 10,000 nations, it was still prudent to be cautious. Ryuka was also surprised and gasped. Linlin the king, are you going to join in as well? Linlin took a deep breath. This is the first war of the 10,000 nations. It must be fought cleanly and beautifully. Only then can the world know of the strength of the 10,000 nations and that it can protect all the people who come to the 10,000 nations. After speaking, Linlin turned to Milim. Milim, I entrust the strongest endless war to you. Be careful. I've heard that agents from the world government often appear there. Leave the endless war country to me. Milim confidently patted her chest. Then Linlin turned her gaze back to Ryuka. Inform AL that his fisherman friends can be put to use. During our time away from the 10,000 nations, no ships are allowed to approach our waters. Understood. Ryuka nodded, but then hesitated to speak. Linlin the king, don't you need anyone to accompany you and Milim? Not necessary. Linlin shook her head. The current 10,000 nations cannot afford any losses, and those 3 countries do not have any strong fighters. Even if there are strong ones hidden among those 3 countries, with my steel skin and the Phoenix's recovery ability, it's absolutely impossible for me to die there. Although she felt that this declaration of war was somewhat strange, Linlin did not hesitate at all, as her immense strength gave her unparalleled confidence. And with the most warlike endless war country, Milim is there. Linlin believed that no matter how many strong fighters there are, they cannot resist Milim's power. As a series of matters were discussed and settled, Milim was already feeling impatient. Unlike Charlotte, who needed to conserve her strength before the war, Milim had no such worries. Her stamina was endless. So instead of taking a ship to the endless war country, Milim asked EL for an eternal pointer and transformed into a red meteor with dragon wings, streaking across the sky. Watching the meteor fade into the distance, Linlin silently sighed. It seems this time, Milim, your fame is about to spread throughout the world. Milim, a shout suddenly came from afar, and Vegapunk rushed breathlessly to Linlin's side. Huff! Linlin the king, where is Milim? Vegapunk asked anxiously. Linlin looked at the distant red trail. You might be a bit late. Vegapunk followed Linglin's gaze and saw the red trail as well. Sigh. I still arrived a step late. Dr. Vegapunk, what do you need Milim for? Linlin asked curiously. Oh. Realizing, Vegapunk hurriedly pulled out 2 discs from his pocket. I heard that both you and Milim are Devil Fruit users. So, I specially developed 2 shielding devices. Vegapunk raised the 2 discs in his hands and introduced. This is a device I developed to shield against seawater. If you carry this with you and it comes into contact with seawater, it will emit a thin film to filter out the sea stone particles from the seawater close to your body. I originally intended to give it to you and Milim, but since Milim has already left, I'll leave this device with you, hoping it can help you. Dr. Vegapunk handed the discs to Charlotte Linlin. Linglin's eyes widened as she stared at the discs in her hands, almost speechless in surprise. Vegapunk had only been in the 10,000 nations for a few days, yet he had already invented something so useful. With this, she wouldn't have to be apprehensive about fighting at sea anymore. Linlin solemnly put away the discs. Dr. Vegapunk, you truly are an incredibly brilliant scientist. Vegapunk smiled. I hope you and Milim can achieve victory in this war. Even though I long for peace, I know that peace cannot be sought after. I sincerely hope that the 10,000 nations, such a wonderful country, can exist forever. Of course, we will not fail. Linlin confidently boarded the ship, which quickly sailed in one direction. Milim was swiftly heading towards the Endless War country, guided by the Eternal Pointer. At this moment, the Endless War country was mobilizing its soldiers. Among the soldiers, there was a mix of ages, with some already over 60 years old and others as young as 7 or 8. The officer was excitedly speaking. As long as we win this war, you will all be heroes of our country. However, his words could only fool the younger children. The older soldiers had dull eyes with no spark of hope. Sitting in the command room, the king gazed at the map showing the location of the 10,000 nations, his eyes filled with hatred and greed. The hatred stemmed from many civilians secretly sailing away from the Endless War country due to the legends of the 10,000 nations, causing the king to lose a lot of wealth. The greed was because the 10,000 nations could indeed support so many people, and the treasures contained within must be considerable. The king was filled with immense confidence that he could conquer the 10,000 nations. And this confidence came from the CP0 members in black suits seated beside him. Rubbing his hands with a beaming smile, the king said, Gentlemen, look, my army has already gathered completely. We're just waiting for your command to march towards the 10,000 nations. Chapter 26, CP0. The CP0 scoffed disdainfully. Not even a member state, yet they dare to be so ostentatious, thinking that having a bit of strength makes them invincible. They even have the audacity to claim they can accommodate all races and feed everyone. They truly don't know what it means to die. CP0 looked at the king before him with contempt, his tone filled with arrogance. Hurry up and get them on board to destroy that disgusting country. What are you waiting for? Notify them to board immediately and prepare to head to the world nation. Facing the submissive king of CP0, he angrily yelled at his subordinates. Before they could relay the message, suddenly the ground shook violently, causing the king and his subordinates to fall. CP0 immediately sensed something was wrong. Turning to look in the direction of the army, he saw that the soldiers' original position had turned into a giant pit. CP0 clearly saw the petite figure standing in the giant pit. The destruction tyrant, Milim. The soldiers of the army quickly covered their eyes to shield against the thick dust. And when the dust settled, they found that the officer who had been standing there had disappeared, replaced by a girl with pink hair. Nice to meet you. I am Milim, the guardian of the world nation, known as the Destruction Tyrant. As her words echoed, Milim's true appearance came into view of everyone. It was indeed Milim from the world nation. Panic spread across the faces of all the soldiers as they raised their guns, aiming at Milim. As soldiers involved in the war, they naturally understood the advanced combat power of the world nation. I heard you declared war on the world nation, so I came here, Milim said with a radiant smile, completely unlike a strong individual. As long as you surrender now, I won't kill you. Hearing this, the soldiers exchanged glances, and just then, a voice suddenly came through. What are you idiots doing standing there? Hurry up and kill her. The voice of the king of the Endless War Nation, came from a snail phone. The king himself had already begun to evacuate. He didn't want to stay in such a dangerous place with those lowly people. Upon receiving the king's orders, the soldiers did not hesitate, charging towards Milim like war machines. It seems you have chosen war. Then there's no other way. Milim's smile turned increasingly sinister. In the name of Milim, I hereby officially declare the destruction of the endless war nation. With her left foot raised high, she slammed it down, causing the entire island to shake violently. Countless cracks expanded from Milim's center, and the charging soldiers were all buried under the earth with this strike. The gap between Milim and the ordinary soldiers was like that between a human and an ant. Milim killing them required no effort at all. With just a gentle stomp, those soldiers were as fragile as ants crushed by a human. Suddenly, Milim noticed that among these people, there was a child who had survived. Surprised, Milim instantly appeared in front of the child, who was buried in dirt, and pulled him out. Looking at his face, Milim felt a sense of familiarity and suddenly seemed to remember something. She asked, "What is your name?" The 6-year-old boy opened his swollen eyes, devoid of fear, instead filled with admiration for the powerful. "My name is Douglas Barrett." It was indeed him. Milim didn't expect to find a surprise this time. Douglas Barrett was abandoned by his mother at birth, became an orphan, and was adopted by the army. He stepped onto the battlefield, showcasing powerful combat abilities at a young age, and was hailed as a hero. However, he later destroyed his own country and army due to a certain incident and was subsequently pursued by the world government, leading him to the sea. He then encountered Pirate King Roger and joined his crew. Milim smiled faintly. "Since you managed to survive my attack, let us see if you can survive in the sea. If you're still alive after I destroy this country, then follow me. I will teach you how to become stronger." After saying this, without hesitation, Milim casually tossed Barrett into the sea. She had no mood to take care of a little brat. Noticing that no other soldiers were attacking her, Milim clearly saw the king hiding deep within the castle, as well as the CP0 members quietly approaching from behind her. "How dare you be so careless?" One CP0 member wielding a katana suddenly slashed down from behind Milim. "Finally out, you rat." Milim caught the katana with one hand, and the ground cracked again under the immense force. How is this possible? The CP0 agent's eyes widened. This move could usually withstand an ordinary vice admiral's attack. Yet Milim managed to catch it with one hand. "Since you're out, let's have some fun." Milim laughed, yanking the CP0 agent into the air. With a mighty slam, as the CP0 agent made contact with the ground, the powerful force instantly shattered some of his internal organs. The CP0 agent coughed up blood. His eyes immediately filled with bloodshot veins. He no longer dared to grip the katana, immediately letting go and jumping away, try to recover while warily watching Milim. What? Milim's figure suddenly vanished from the CP0 agent's sight. Using observation hockey, he sensed a presence behind him. However, even though he felt it, his body couldn't react in time. The CP0 agent could only distinctly feel a hand getting closer to his head. Milim grabbed the CP0 agent's head and slammed it down hard, causing the already shattered ground to shake again. As Milim continued her actions, the entire island trembled repeatedly. It wasn't until Milim sensed the life force of the CP0 agent in her hand had dissipated that she stopped her attack. From a distance, the CP0 commander, who had been observing, saw the ease and disdain on his face vanish, replaced by seriousness. He had witnessed the entire process of Milim toying with his subordinate. His CP0 agent was capable of holding off an ordinary vice admiral for some time without being defeated, yet unexpectedly died so easily at Milim's hands. "We need to leave immediately and report the information back. This is no longer a battle we can handle. The destruction tyrant Milim absolutely possesses vice admiral level combat power." After saying this, the CP0 commander turned to leave. But in the next moment, a hand suddenly landed on the CP0 commander's shoulder. "The game isn't over yet. How can you just leave?" Sensing he was caught, the CP0 commander instinctively tried to break free from Milim's grasp, but despite exerting all his strength, he couldn't escape her control. Chapter 27. Destroying the island. The two CP0 members surrounding their commander, seeing him being controlled, immediately rushed towards Milim without any hesitation. They pointed a finger at Milim and charged at her fiercely. Finger gun concentrated all their strength into the index finger, releasing a strike with hardened fingers that had the power of a bullet, easily capable of penetrating the human body. Milim remained unfazed, grabbing the CP0 commander's shoulder with her left hand, applying slight force to easily toss him towards the CP0 members attacking her. Seeing their commander thrown towards them, the two CP0 members quickly retracted their attacks and used all their strength to catch him. However, the moment they made contact with their commander, the immense force transmitted through all three of them, sending them flying and crashing into the distant wall. Their strength was lacking, but the abilities they used earlier were quite impressive. Milim slowly approached CP0. Although she didn't look fierce and was rather cute and petite in the eyes of CP0, this little girl was no longer considered human. The overwhelming pressure and aura made them feel as if they were facing a giant dragon. Wait, Milim. The one who is going to war with the Endless War Nation is us. The world government is only here to gather intelligence. We really have no reason to continue fighting. This won't end well for anyone, the CP0 commander said, pressing on his bleeding head, his tone sounding sincere. TCH, who would believe you? Wasn't it your CP0 members who ambushed me just now? Milim replied with a smile, her figure suddenly becoming blurry. Oh no! The CP0 commander thought of leaving, but the next moment his vision went black and he lost all consciousness. The two CP0 members looked in disbelief as Milim's hand transformed into a dragon claw and crushed their commander's head. As they turned to run, their heads were severed from their bodies before they could take a few steps. All CP0 members perished. Milim wiped the blood off her dragon claw and sighed with dissatisfaction. I thought I would encounter some strong opponents, but it turned out to be just a few insignificant bugs. This is so boring. She decided it was time to handle the situation here quickly. With dragon wings unfurling from her back, she flew above the Endless War Nation. Linlin said that when showcasing the strength of the nations for the first time, it should be done in a way that shocks the world, making everyone understand that the nations are not to be trifled with. Milim pondered for a moment. In that case, I guess I can only use this. With a flash of red light in her eyes, Milim raised her hands, gathering a powerful magical energy. It's infuriating that they want to attack the nations for no reason. A surge of inexplicable anger ignited within her, and the more she looked at the island beneath her, the more furious she became. The clouds above swirled chaotically due to this event, and a crimson light shone in the sky. This grand spectacle naturally drew the attention of all the people in the Endless War Nation. It also captivated Barrett, who had just climbed onto a small boat. As he gazed at the scene and the petite figure in the sky, this is true power. This is the kind of strong person I should aspire to be. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, amidst their terror, a voice that was not very loud strangely reached everyone's ears. Dragon Star Explosion. This attack works by Milim gathering star particles with her manipulation ability, causing a supernova explosion through the proliferation of ultra-high-density magical energy. This is an extremely powerful technique. Milim had once easily blown away the nation of Kalyan with it. It could also release a massive beam of annihilating energy during battle, indiscriminately erasing everything in its path. The attack was launched, and a gigantic beam of light instantly pierced through the entire island beneath her. Under this towering crimson pillar, the island of the so-called Endless War Nation was instantly penetrated. A birdman in the sky showed a crazed and twisted expression as he frantically filmed the scene with a camera, repeatedly muttering, "Big news, big news." He might not be famous now, but later his World Economic News Agency would become the largest newspaper in the world. He was Morgan's, a user of the bird fruit, albatross form. At present, his studio was still just an ordinary one. Ever since he saw the nation's newspaper, Morgan's understood that the nations were a gathering of trouble and would surely bring him explosive news that would catch the world's attention. Now, as expected, the destructive tyrant Milim had indeed brought him news that was enough to shock the world. The level of destruction, capable of obliterating an island in a single strike, was comparable only to the legendary rocks. Morgan's wore a fervent expression, continuously pressing the shutter button on his camera without pause. He could already imagine the headlines for tomorrow's newspaper, which would drive everyone in the world crazy. As the crimson light gradually shrank, The center of the entire island was hollowed out, and endless seawater rushed in. The original land seemed to draw a circle on the surface of the sea, completely filled with water in the center. Milim felt no fatigue. Even after unleashing such a powerful move, she was still brimming with energy. Milim was able to use the Dragon Star explosion without feeling exhausted because of her unique skill, King of Wrath, which allows her magical energy to increase with her anger, granting her infinite magical energy, enabling her to use powerful techniques repeatedly without depleting her MP. Morgans wanted to take more pictures of Milim, but suddenly his target disappeared. He quickly looked around, only to see Milim smiling and standing behind him. Cold sweat broke out on Morgan's face, and he immediately raised his hands to show he meant no harm. "Oh, you must be the reporter," Milim said, her bright blue eyes curiously staring at Morgan's. Morgans quickly nodded and responded nervously, fearing Milim might crush him if she wasn't careful. "I'm just the president of a small newspaper. Although I'm not famous yet, I will definitely become the president of the largest newspaper in the world. My name is Morgans." "Ha, Morgans, you seem quite confident. You look so energetic. How about becoming my subordinate?" Milim said cheerfully, patting Morgans on the back. Morgans awkwardly shifted to the side a bit. I'm in the news business, and if I join a certain faction, the authenticity of my news might be questioned by others. So I'm sorry, but I can't join the nations." Morgans closed his eyes and bowed his head apologetically, already imagining the kind of fate that awaited him. However, he could never betray his love for journalism. The current Morgans was still young and not as slick as the future Morgans. Chapter 28. Linlin's Battle Currently. Morgans is filled with a passion for journalism and naively believes that journalists must maintain the truth of the news. Milim nodded and, contrary to Morgan's expectation of being slapped to death, she instead nodded in agreement. "Those who do news should indeed tell the truth. Little dove, you're quite good. I'll remember you." Milim smiled appreciatively and then flew downwards. "Come visit me in the nations when you have time, and make sure to take good photos of me." All right. Morgans wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath, not expecting to have survived. He didn't even know where he found the courage to refuse Milim's invitation. Looking down at the island below, which was now unrecognizable, Morgans shuddered and immediately flapped his wings to leave. At this moment, Milim had arrived next to Barrett, who was clinging tightly to a broken wooden plank, nearing his limit. Only his slightly blinking eyes proved that Barrett was still alive. Seeing Milim truly appear before him, Barrett struggled to open his mouth. "I want to get stronger." After saying this, Barrett could no longer hold on, closed his eyes, and fainted. "It seems I've found another talented person this time. Linlin will definitely praise me." Milim picked up Barrett with one hand, enveloping his entire body in magic, and finally transformed into a shooting star as she left the now ruined island. Arriving first back at the nations, Milim found that Linlin had not returned, so she tossed Barrett to Al and flew toward Linglin's direction. On the other side, Linlin had also arrived at the location where 3 countries had gathered their forces. Speaking of which, the combined forces of these 3 countries were still fewer than that of the Endless War Nation, and their soldiers were all useless. Charlotte Linlin, with just her conqueror's haki, wiped out 90 of them, and the remaining ones were powerless against her. Moreover, no attack could inflict any harm on Charlotte Linlin. However, at that moment, an elderly figure appeared behind Charlotte Linlin without her noticing. Sensing him with her observation haki, Charlotte Linlin immediately swung her hand in a chaotic slash, colliding with the sword wielded by the old figure. The clash of the 2 weapons generated a powerful shockwave that spread out, and Linglin's previously serious expression became even more focused. "This guy is not like those weaklings I defeated before. His strength is definitely not much weaker than mine." Thinking this in her heart, but her movements did not stop for a moment. The chaotic strike wrapped in armament haki collided repeatedly with the old man's sword. Just then, the old man suddenly withdrew from the battlefield, moving to a distance to stop his attack, though his aged hands trembled slightly. "Charlotte Linlin, the king of the nations." The old man introduces himself. "I am the swordsmanship instructor of Aloxo Kingdom and also hold the title of a great swordsman. Since you are here, it means the destruction tyrant, Milim, has already gone to the Endless War Nation." Linlin looked calmly at the old man. What do you want to say? The old man shook his head. Nothing, just a bit regretful that such a young and excellent king like you will die here with this old man. Are you saying you can kill me? Linlin revealed a disdainful smile, thinking that wanting to kill her, who possessed the phoenix fruit and steel skin, was simply a foolish dream. The old man looked at Linlin calmly. Of course, I don't have that ability, but I'm not the only one here. The nations have attracted the attention of many, and those hostile to the nations are not just us. Everyone, stop hiding and come out. As the old man's words fell, the ground beneath them suddenly split open, and a burly middle-aged man emerged from the ground. Several explosions rang out in the sky, and a man with an explosive hairstyle flew through the air, propelled by explosions occurring beneath his feet, eventually landing between the two. King Linlin, it would be better for you to surrender early. I'm the explosive man who has eaten the explosion fruit. If I blow up your beautiful face later, it would be a shame, the explosive man said with a frivolous tone. The burly middle-aged man spoke calmly. Explosive man, don't waste time on these useless things. We need to take her down quickly. The Endless War Nation doesn't have high-end combat power. They won't last long under Milim. The explosive man scoffed. You're as boring as ever. It seems you all think you have me cornered. Linlin tightened her grip on her chaotic weapon. Although she hadn't expected 3 powerful enemies to suddenly appear among these 3 weak countries. Perhaps these 3 weren't from those countries after all. After all, there were more than just 3 nations wanting the nations to disappear. Can we take them down? Let's see. The explosive man produced an iron ball in his hand and suddenly threw it. Linlin did not dodge or evade. She slashed at the iron ball. At the moment of contact between the iron ball and her blade, a violent explosion erupted. The explosive man chuckled disdainfully. I told you I'm the explosive man who has eaten the explosion fruit. You actually took my attack head-on without using armament hockey to defend. Watch out. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and a thick earthen wall suddenly rose up. Linlin's blade instantly cleaved through the earthen wall, almost reaching the explosive man. The explosive man was equally shocked. What kind of monster is this? She faced my explosion head-on without using armament hockey and remained unscathed. Everyone, it seems we need to fight hard. The old man's gaze sharpened as he lowered his head. The 3 figures instantly moved, with the middle-aged man becoming covered in earth, eventually transforming into a gigantic earthen giant. The explosive man wore a crazed grin, flying into the air on the shockwave of the explosions, frantically tossing various items at Charlotte Linlin, while the old swordsman continued to swing his blade. Under the siege, attack after attack struck Charlotte Linlin. However, these attacks caused minimal damage to her, but it was also difficult for Linlin to pose a serious threat to the 3. Linlin observed the 3 while contemplating her strategy. Given the current situation, the easiest target to take down would be the explosive man in the sky. He was incredibly arrogant and the easiest to catch off guard. Moreover, they all still did not know that she was also a devil fruit user. Seeing that Charlotte Linlin remained in a defensive state, the 3 subconsciously relaxed their mindset, while Linlin kept her observation hockey locked onto the explosive man. Just as the explosive man was about to throw another bomb, Linlin moved. Her hands instantly transformed into wings covered in azure feathers. She soared into the air in an instant, and just as the explosive man attempted to evade, he found his body unable to react before being caught by Charlotte Linlin. Damn it! The explosive man immediately attempted to self-detonate to escape Linlin's grasp. But in the next moment, Linlin plunged straight into the sea. And at the instant they fell into the water, the explosive man felt powerless, unable to resist at all. The explosive man looked at Charlotte Linlin in disbelief as she dared to enter the sea with him. Did she not care about her own life just to kill him? Charlotte Linlin felt no weakness in her body and immediately pierced her claw through the explosive man's chest. Chapter 29. Battle as Charlotte Linlin and the bomb man sank into the water. The 2 people on the shore stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. Although they were shocked to find out Charlotte Linlin was a devil fruit user, what baffled them even more was how she, a devil fruit user, dared to charge into the sea. Wasn't that seeking her own death? At that moment, the originally calm sea suddenly began to shake, and an immortal bird wrapped in blue flames burst out of the water, soaring into the sky. How could this be possible? How could a devil fruit user not fear the sea? Their eyes widened in shock, but their bodies reacted quickly. Armament hockey enveloped the giant hand as the rock giant swung its massive hand toward Charlotte Linlin without hesitation. The fully beastified Charlotte Linlin did not dodge or evade. Instead, she raised her bird claw and pressed down fiercely. Immortal Seal. The moment their attacks made contact, cracks spread across the rock giant's hand, and the next moment, the rock-made palm was directly crushed. The rock giant, towering over 50 meters like a colossus, found its stone legs unable to withstand such immense power and broke apart. As expected of the King of Nations, he truly had some skill, but if you can't find my true body, then you will never achieve victory. A heavy rumbling sound emanated from the giant. Soon, dirt began to surge toward the rock giant, and its previously broken legs and arms gradually began to recover. Although the old man didn't understand why Charlotte Linlin wasn't afraid of the sea, he assumed it had something to do with the disc on her body. The old man stared intently at the extremely conspicuous disc on Linlin's body, now in her immortal bird form. It was a widely accepted fact that devil fruit users would become weak upon contact with seawater, and the old man did not believe Charlotte Linlin would be an exception. Since she was an exception, the only special thing about Charlotte Linlin at that moment was the disc on her body. And he clearly sensed with his observation hockey that a strange energy covered Charlotte Linlin when she burst out of the sea. Mama. Both of you talk big, but your strength doesn't seem that impressive. The immortal bird that Linlin transformed into revealed obvious disdain in its eyes. Their numerous attacks had caused her no harm at all, and any internal injuries caused by their armament hockey were instantaneously healed by the immortal bird fruit's healing ability. Linlin remained in prime condition throughout the battle. With no words exchanged, the three collided once more. The battlefield lasted for 3 days and nights, and the once pristine island had become pockmarked and dilapidated, with soldiers fleeing in all directions. The three continued to fight, but compared to Charlotte Linlin, who was completely unharmed, the old man's famous sword showed cracks, as if it would break with the next swing. The middle-aged man could no longer maintain the rock giant form and was breathing heavily, feeling some fatigue. The old man's breathing was even more labored. He was already old, and after enduring 3 days and nights of fierce battle, it was remarkable that he could still hold onto his sword. However, by now, neither of them was thinking about defeating Charlotte Linlin. Instead, they were filled with despair. This guy before them was a complete monster, no matter how powerful their attacks were. They could not inflict significant damage. After 3 days of fighting and using all kinds of techniques, even if they managed to injure the monster at times. In the next instant, a blue flame ignited at the wound, and it healed instantly, the skin smooth and unblemished, showing no signs of injury. You both look like you're done for. Charlotte Linlin had reverted to her human form, dragging her massive sword across the ground, creating sparks. Huff huff. The old man gasped for air, his previously resolute eyes now losing their focus. Rock Kid, it seems we can't win this time. I don't intend to leave my life here, so I'm going to leave now. With that, the old man's figure suddenly retreated, fleeing rapidly. The middle-aged man watched the old man leave, his expression revealing no hint of emotion. The next battle is meaningless. The middle-aged man had also recognized the fact that he had no way to deal with Charlotte Linlin. Gradually, he sank into the ground, but just then, a red light suddenly shone in the sky. Sensing this familiar aura, Linlin smiled. Finally, you've come, Milim. The radiance of the glorious era, like a shooting star, barreled toward the fleeing old man without pause. Feeling the dangerous aura, the old man instinctively raised his sword, enveloped in armament hockey, to block. Ultimate flying kick, Milim shouted, transforming into a red meteor. And with the force of her momentum, she delivered a powerful kick to the sword-wielding old man. The moment this kick collided with the famous sword, the ground shattered in an instant, and with a crisp crack, the old man's legs broke as the force intensified. The cracks on the famous sword expanded, and finally, with a loud snap, the sword of the great swordsman shattered. In the old man's dazed eyes, Milim's kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him down into the ground for over 10 meters. Ha ha! Linlin, you actually spent so much time here. Milim leaped out of the massive pit, her tone filled with amusement. Charlotte Linlin supported herself with her sword, letting out a sigh of relief. Even she felt a bit weary after 3 days and nights of battle. After all, Charlotte Linlin was not yet at her peak state. Don't forget that Linlin was only 19 years old, and her body was still rapidly growing, with much potential yet to be tapped in terms of stamina and physical quality. Now that Milim had finally arrived, things would be easier for her. Milim, that guy hiding underground, is slippery like an eel. He's hard to catch. Hee hee. Milim smiled with delight. No problem, leave it to me. With that, Milim raised her fist and slammed it down into the ground with tremendous force, shattering the earth. The entire island shook violently, as if it were sinking. Milim did not stop. Again and again, she struck the ground, faster and faster, crazily pounding the surface. The ground of the island trembled and quaked continuously. The middle-aged man, who had originally burrowed underground, suddenly realized the entire island was shaking and that it was sinking, with vast amounts of seawater seeping into the island. This forced him to move back toward the surface. If this island truly sank into the sea, the middle-aged man would definitely be trapped in the ocean. The closer he got to the surface, the more intense the tremors he felt. Though he was a stone fruit user, which seemed similar to a Logia type, he was not a Logia type. He could assimilate the rocks he touched, but he could not turn himself into rock. Chapter 30. The end. It was precisely because of this that the middle-aged man felt that the closer he got to the ground, the more intense the vibrations his body endured became. It was as if his internal organs were being damaged by these vibrations. Enduring the discomfort in his body, he tried to rush towards the ground at a faster speed, but just as his head emerged from the ground, a fist entwined with crimson magic suddenly slammed down. The island could no longer withstand such immense force, beginning to split continuously and sink downwards until the entire island, along with the middle-aged man who was killed by the fist, sank into the sea. Milim and Charlotte Linlin stood quietly in the air, watching the scene unfold with great calmness. Linlin couldn't help but exclaim, "Every time I see your strength, I am surprised. They say my talent is 1 in a million at sea. But Milim, I believe your talent is the strongest in this world. Those two opponents I fought for 3 days, you were able to kill them both in just a moment." Charlotte Linlin looked at Milim. Although she knew that Milim was able to kill the two so easily, partly because they were extremely fatigued from 3 days of fighting, and also because Milim had ambushed the old man, as well as the damage to the old man's weapon, which allowed Milim to achieve a one-hit kill. The middle-aged man also lost his advantage of hiding in the rocks due to Milim's dragon eyes, allowing her to easily see all the places where he was hiding. Even so, Milim's power was undeniable. According to Milim, with infinite energy and stamina, as long as the opponents weren't on her level, those beneath her were no different from ants. Linlin believed that her current strength could be considered as reaching the level of a general, and that an ordinary general wouldn't be able to deal with her, especially since she was Charlotte Linlin, whose steel skin and phoenix fruit were too overpowered. Hee hee. Milim showed a proud expression, her eyes constantly signaling Linlin to praise her more. Linlin smiled helplessly. "Let's go, we should head back now." Huh? Milim, who was waiting for compliments, was momentarily stunned, pouting in anger, but still followed behind Linlin. The two quickly left the sea area and returned to the land of nations. Now, everyone at sea looked at the newspapers in their hands, their eyes wide in disbelief. The newspaper read, "The destructive tyrant Milim, a power capable of destroying the world." The paper featured a photo of the island at the beginning, a photo of Milim during her attack, and finally a photo of the island after being attacked. The next news item was about Charlotte Linlin battling 3 powerful foes and counter-killing one of them. Gulalala. Edward Newgate let out a hearty laugh, but his gaze was serious as he looked at the newspaper. "Rocks. A stronger being has been born who can surpass you." "Ha ha, indeed a strong one. It seems our plan will have another edition." Rox let out a manic laugh, his eyes filled with confidence, but also acknowledging Milim's strength. "I never expected that such immense power would come from this little girl." Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, wore a comical smile. "By the way, Rox, are we going to find that giant king again?" The very young Kaido looked at Rox with confusion. "Hasn't he already refused to join your plan?" "Harold must join my plan. He is the one who can perfectly utilize that fruit." Rox's eyes were filled with ambition. "With his addition, we can definitely take over the entire world." "Really? The captain is daydreaming again. Shiki nonchalantly mocked, with no trace of respect in his tone for the captain. Rox didn't care about Shiki's tone. They were all gathered together due to ambition. So naturally, there couldn't be any camaraderie. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Steelbone Kong looked grimly at the newspaper in his hand. Meanwhile, present were Carp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr. Steelbone Kong rubbed his head. Ever since Rox caused a ruckus at Mary Geos and even killed a Navy admiral in the process, the Navy's high-level combat power had been interrupted. Although Carp and the others had improved somewhat, they were still not competent enough to be admirals. And now suddenly, a powerful nation, the Land of Nations, had emerged, which could easily destroy islands with the destructive tyrant Milim. Everything seems to be happening at once. After a few seconds of silence, Steelbone Kong suddenly spoke. Sengoku, what do you think we should do next? Increase the bounty or ignore it? The young Sengoku seriously pondered, lowering his head for a moment before raising it again. I think we can hold off on taking action for now, or even cancel the bounty on the people of the Land of Nations. Oh, and why is that? Steelbone Kong's tone was very calm, as if he already knew the answer. According to the information, Charlotte, Linlin, and Milim did not engage in indiscriminate killing since setting sail to establish the Land of Nations. As for the destroyed islands, that was a battle between nations, and the Navy had no authority to intervene. Sengoku calmly stated his reasoning. Moreover, our primary enemy now is Rox, who has gathered many pirates and is clearly planning something significant. If we were to increase the bounty on the king of the Land of Nations and Milim now, it would only drive them towards Rox. Neither the Navy nor the world government can accept such consequences. After hearing Sengoku's words, Steelbone Kong nodded. What you said aligns with my thoughts. The current Navy does not have the capability to simultaneously suppress Rox and the Land of Nations. Instead of pushing the Land of Nations towards Rox, it would be better to try to befriend them. So, let us revoke the bounties on Milim and Charlotte Linlin. Understood. Sengoku nodded in response. Then Steelbone Kong's gaze turned to Carp, who was quietly stuffing donuts into his mouth, with black lines appearing on his forehead. Carp, this is a meeting room, not a place for you to eat donuts. What's the big deal about such a small matter? Carp was unconcerned, stuffing another donut into his mouth. As a Navy officer, Carp was competent enough in combat and achievements to be promoted to admiral, but he had always refused the position, and his capricious demeanor was quite exasperating. Sigh. Admiral Kong sighed helplessly, his tone softening. Carp, you are a Navy officer, not Roger's shadow. Don't follow him everywhere he goes. I know. Carp waved his hand, but his indifferent expression proved that he hadn't really listened to what Admiral Kong was saying. Compared to the shock of others at sea, the Roger pirates were having a feast. This power is truly absurd. It destroyed a nation just like that. I had already warned them, yet they thought I was a liar. Roger downed a drink with a fierce gulp. Chapter 31 Hot Springs. All right now. Everyone is dead and gone. Captain, stop talking nonsense. It's all your fault. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and shot a sideways glance at Roger. Is that what you call a notification? You just randomly asked a few people about Milim's information and then completely ignored it. You're a downright bastard. If anyone believes that, they must be seeing ghosts. Roger showed no signs of embarrassment and laughed heartily. Well, you could say I didn't promote it then. The crew looked at Roger with disdain. Milim and Charlotte Linlin had also returned to the World Alliance, where everyone welcomed them and the banquet began. The long table was filled with delicacies, exquisite tableware adorned with flowers, and every detail exuded careful planning and elegance. The scene was grand and lively, making it hard to take it all in. Everyone was dining together, regardless of their races. Even giants and long-armed people were chatting joyfully. Awoo. Since arriving at the banquet, Milim had not stopped eating. Various delicacies kept coming, and she was constantly clearing empty plates. As for Charlotte Linlin, having not eaten for 3 days, she was like a glutton. No food could stay on the table for even 1 second, and like Milim, her favorite was also sweets. Therefore, their table was filled with desserts, which they would taste after getting full. Bijapink and Elle held hands and danced around the bonfire, their flushed faces clearly indicating that they were drunk. The recently brought Barrett and a group of children sat together, wildly devouring food. Today marked the first victory of the World Alliance, an unprecedented great victory, and everyone, whether at sea or within the Alliance, understood the power of the World Alliance. Those who worried that such a beautiful world wouldn't last long had also put their minds at ease. The greedy enemies on the sea, fearing the power of the World Alliance, dare not approach. From now on, the World Alliance would enter a period of rapid development. Perhaps more people would come to this island, and Spring Island might not be able to accommodate more. However, these matters were not what Milim and the others should consider right now. They should be focused on enjoying delicious food and their well-deserved glory. At this moment, Milim was staring at the white wine in front of her, making a difficult decision. Although she was already an adult, she had never drunk alcohol in either her past life or this one. Linlin, while continuously eating, never took her eyes off Milim for even half a second, naturally noticing Milim's hesitant desire to drink. "Milim, if you don't want to drink, then don't," Linlin said with a hint of amusement. Milim glanced at Linlin and then at the white wine in her hand, swallowed hard, and decided to give it a try. "It's fine. I'll just consider it a reward for supporting our victorious return. I want to challenge this thing I've never tasted before." As soon as the white wine entered her mouth, Milim felt a very distinct spiciness, like a warm current passing through her throat, even carrying a bit of a burning sensation. After entering her throat, the spiciness gradually faded, leaving a warm feeling where the liquid flowed, moving down her esophagus. And a warmth began to rise in her abdomen. Milim felt her entire body gradually heating up. After finishing a sip, Milim's eyes lit up. The white wine was not as terrible as she had imagined, and she felt that occasionally drinking it wasn't so bad after all. So, Milim picked up a glass bottle filled with white wine, took a big bite of chicken leg, and then gulped down some white wine, feeling a bit lightheaded. As the banquet continued, many people had already collapsed on the ground, completely drunk. Milim had dozens of bottles of white wine scattered around her. A normal person would have already suffered from alcohol poisoning after drinking so much, but Milim only had a slight flush on her face, her head feeling a bit floaty, and she felt completely relaxed. Milim staggered over to Charlotte Linlin and bumped her head against Linlin's back. "Damn, Linlin, how can you be so tall? It's simply unforgivable." Amid Linlin's amused expression, Milim began to let loose. Perhaps due to the alcohol, she was surprisingly talkative. "Why aren't you moving?" Milim, with bleary eyes, tugged at Linlin's cheek and leaned against Linlin's back, mumbling, "Hey Linlin, hurry up and play with me." Linlin smiled lightly. "I can play with you, but don't cheat if you lose, okay?" Milim excitedly raised her left hand. "Then let's do it. Milim, the adult, 1 lose to you." Charlotte Linlin carried Milim on her back, and the two left the banquet, one arguing and the other coaxing, on their way home. Not long after returning home, Milim's powerful body had digested most of the alcohol, and her head cleared up again. The first moment she regained her clarity, Milim caught a whiff of the strong smell of alcohol on her body. "Ugh, how unpleasant." Milim complained as she walked to her room, took out a bathrobe, and pulled out the rabbit, sleeping in her blanket with the other hand. Humming an unknown tune. Milim stripped off all her clothes and jumped into the hot spring. The splashed water hit Ryuka, who was massaging Linlin. The splashed water drenched Ryuka completely, and Linlin opened one-eyed to glance at the hot spring before closing it again. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Milim's head popped up, blowing bubbles in the water. Her gaze fixed on Ryuka, who was massaging Linlin. The little rabbit finally escaped from its evil master's grasp and skillfully swam to the swimming ring that Linlin had prepared for her. Lying on the swimming ring, her short legs paddled constantly, and the whole rabbit was swimming around in the hot spring. Milim crawled up onto the shore, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she stared at Linlin. "Linlin, let me help you with the massage." Linlin glanced at Milim, somewhat incredulous. "Milim, you don't really think massage is fun, do you?" "Hee." Milim scratched her head, revealing a cute smile. "Then let us give it a try." Linlin could tell what Milim was thinking just by looking at her, but it wasn't a big deal, so she didn't mind. Ryuka immediately stepped aside, quietly standing by, and handed over a bathrobe. Milim took the robe and draped it over her smooth body. Then one foot stepped on Linlin's back, the other foot followed, and she continued to walk on top. Linlin felt the pressure from behind and let out a comfortable hum. Compared to Ryuka's earlier strength, Milim's pressure was clearly much more pleasant. Ryuka stood to the side, wide-eyed, watching the comfortable expression on Linlin's face, and suddenly recalled something unpleasant, her entire face turning instantly red. Chapter 32 Hot Spring Chat. Milim curiously walked back and forth on Linlin's back, experiencing a sensation under her feet that she had never felt before. She couldn't say she had never experienced it. After all, she had felt something similar when she was younger. With this thought, a hint of nostalgia unexpectedly appeared in Milim's eyes. However, the novelty didn't last long, and Milim soon lost interest in the matter. Feeling bored, she simply leapt off Linlin's back. Back in the hot spring, Milim redirected her attention to the rabbit that was swimming on a float. Linlin, who was enjoying herself, suddenly felt a lightness on her back. Just as she was about to open her eyes, a familiar pressure returned to her back, and the comfortable sensation spread once more. She lazily ignored it and continued to immerse herself in the feeling. Now standing on Linlin's back was no longer Milim, but a flushed Ryuka. She cautiously moved around, her eyes glued to Linlin's expression, her heart racing. When she saw the relaxed look on Linlin's face, Ryuka felt as though she had suddenly opened the door to a new world, her gaze filled with both tension and a hint of inexplicable excitement. At this moment, Milim was throwing a float like a war vehicle vigorously into the distance. Seeing this, the rabbit war vehicle quickly paddled over with its four short, stout legs, bumping its head against the float to return it. Milim was having a great time tossing it, while the rabbit war vehicle eagerly retrieved it. The two were playing joyfully, with laughter echoing far and wide. Just then, Linlin, who had been enjoying herself, suddenly spoke up. "Milim, there's something I want to ask you." "Huh?" Milim raised her head from her playful antics, looking at Linlin with confusion, not understanding what she suddenly wanted to say. Linlin kept her eyes closed, enjoying the comfort on her back, and slowly said, "Our country is very close to the calm belt, and there are often many sea kings appearing in the waters. Because of this, many of our merchant ships have suffered heavy losses from sea king attacks. The guard of our country often find themselves unable to combat those huge sea kings due to lack of strength." So, Milim still didn't understand what Linlin meant. She couldn't handle these matters herself, could she? It wasn't like she could just go out and eliminate all the sea kings in the ocean. "Huh." Linlin chuckled lightly. "Not long after I returned, I received a notification from Ryuka that the Kuja Pirates Amazon Lily is willing to reach a commercial cooperation with our country. To express our sincerity, I decided to send you, Milim, to Amazon Lily to meet their queen," Linlin said casually, "to leave right after returning. Moreover, this matter didn't seem related to what you just said." Milim puffed bubbles in the spring, feeling a bit frustrated. Linlin chuckled softly. "It's not that urgent. When you go depends on when you have time. Anyway, there's nothing for you to do in our country, so whenever you get bored, you can go see Amazon Lily. So, I'm just going there to discuss a commercial alliance?" Milim frowned. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be handled by L, as he was more mature than Milim in these matters. Of course not. Amazon Lily is a country where everyone possesses hockey. Even weak women can have it. Linlin's voice was soft, but everyone could hear her clearly. "So I believe that Amazon Lily must have simpler methods for people to learn hockey, which is very important for our country." "Oh, I see. But why make it so complicated? I could just go over and take whatever I want, right?" Milim could sense with her toes that this matter would definitely be troublesome. Linlin laughed. "We've just established our reputation out there. If we were to forcefully take things from Amazon Lily, how would the world view us then? A bunch of robbers or a group of land pirates? Our reputation would take a huge hit. The previous conflict happened because the other side provoked us first, allowing us to retaliate. If we attack Amazon Lily without any reason, it would look like our country is the one causing trouble." "I see, I understand." Milim nodded, indicating that she got it. "And what about that kid named Barrett you brought back?" Linlin asked softly. "Barrett?" Milim hugged the struggling rabbit war vehicle. "He has the potential to become a great general." "Oh." Linlin was somewhat surprised, but did not doubt Milim's words. "That sounds like quite a talent. It seems we should pay more attention to him." "No need. Barrett will be my apprentice from now on," Milim quickly said, fearing that her newly acquired toy would slip away. "Oh, so you're planning to teach an apprentice now? And what's wrong with that?" "I want to." "Fine, do whatever you want." Linlin sighed inwardly. Although she said this, she still needed to prepare someone to keep an eye on Barrett. Milim's talent was too high, and because of that, her growth path involved continuous training, making her stronger and stronger. If Barrett were trained like Milim, he might not last a few months without being exhausted. After all, Milim was someone who could smash mountains with her fists, putting all her strength into throwing stones and then dashing to catch them with lightning speed. She could even run around the island at full speed for 3 days and nights. Such a training regimen was something even she couldn't endure. Linlin couldn't even imagine how harsh Barrett's future life would be. After playing in the hot spring for a while, Milim quickly put on her bathrobe and left the spring, while Linlin enjoyed the water for a bit longer before leaving with Ryuka. Back in her room, Milim used her magic to dry her wet hair and also dried the rabbit war vehicle's damp fur. Finally, Milim hugged the rabbit war vehicle and fell into a deep sleep, while the rabbit war vehicle, after struggling for a bit in despair, also fell asleep when it realized it couldn't break free. The morning light seeped through the gaps in the clouds, shining through the window onto the sleeping Milim's face. Milim slowly climbed out of bed, blindly feeling for her toothbrush and face-washing tools with her eyes closed. After completing her morning routine, she finally opened her eyes. Dressed in clothes identical to her usual ones, she lifted the blanket and pulled the sleeping rabbit war vehicle out, holding it in her arms as she headed out. After stepping outside to buy some breakfast, Milim nibbled on a bun while wandering around, and before she knew it, she found herself in front of Vegapunk's laboratory. Thinking that she'd come all this way, Milim pushed open the large door to the laboratory and discovered another iron door made of steel behind it. Next to the iron door was a scanning machine. Milim stood in front of the scanning machine, and soon the machine scanned her face. Ding! Highest level authority. Milim has been verified. Welcome to Vegapunk's laboratory. Chapter 33. The snow and ice machine. The laboratory door opened, and Milim poked her little head in to look around. The first impression was that it was clean, with various experimental tools and workbenches neatly arranged, making the overall atmosphere quite comfortable. Then she saw Vegapunk sitting at a giant computer, continuously typing away at the keyboard, with streams of data that Milim couldn't understand flashing across the screen. Milim chose not to disturb Vegapunk, and instead walked into the lab towards the area where Vegapunk kept his experimental samples. She opened the door to the storage area for experimental samples, and, compared to the neatness outside, it felt much messier inside, filled with items that Vegapunk had already completed. According to Vegapunk, these were finished experiments that no longer needed attention. However, ever since Milim discovered this place, she had been coming here frequently to rummage through the samples, as Vegapunk always managed to create things that he thought were useless, but Milim found fun. Milim kept going through box after box of experimental samples until her gaze finally landed on a toy that had a screen like a game console. After some exploration, she quickly found the switch, and, as she turned it on, colorful game graphics appeared. She was unexpectedly thrilled to find a game console here. In her previous life, she had been a fan of various games and anime, a true otaku. She initially thought she would never play video games again in this life, but unexpectedly, she found a glimmer of hope. Vegapunk, you truly are a genius among geniuses. Lost in her thoughts, Milim continued her actions. With her experience from playing game consoles in her previous life, she quickly figured out how to play the game. To her surprise, it turned out to be a game similar to Gold Miner, and in that moment, Milim was completely immersed in the virtual world. She didn't know how much time had passed when Vegapunk suddenly appeared beside her. Milim, so you like playing this? Milim, who was lost in the virtual world, finally snapped back to reality and looked up at Vegapunk. You finished your work. That's right, the current experimental progress has hit a bottleneck, and the rest can only rely on continuous experimentation. Vegapunk said calmly, not bothered by the experimental impasse. Hitting a bottleneck was the most normal thing. Many things, no matter how talented one was, ultimately required vast amounts of data to find the correct answer. Since that's the case, Vegapunk, do you have any more of these game consoles? Milim smiled, shaking the toy game console in front of Vegapunk. This was something I invented out of boredom, and I didn't delve too much into other games, Vegapunk said, shaking his head as he looked at the game console. With his intelligence, he could quickly clear any game. Even if he initially found it fun, he would grow bored within a few hours, which is why he hadn't made many games. Milim looked a bit dejected, but suddenly she remembered that the person who could create games was right beside her, and her eyes lit up. Milim looked at Vegapunk with sparkling eyes filled with hope. Feeling uneasy under her bright gaze, Vegapunk turned his head a bit shyly. All right. What kind of game do you want? I'll make it for you later. Vegapunk, you're amazing. Milim grinned widely, giving a thumbs up. Vegapunk smiled indulgently, speaking gently, as if he were talking to his little sister. So, what kind of game do you want to play? If you don't understand, I'll draw it for you. Milim casually grabbed a notebook and took a pencil to doodle. This game will definitely be playable for a lifetime. In no time, with Milim's quick hands, she finished her drawing. She handed the notebook to Vegapunk, who reached out, only to look up and see a world made of blocks. You can constantly assemble and synthesize tools, and there are all sorts of strange properties. It looks pretty good. After looking at the drawings in the notebook, Vegapunk smiled at Milim. I'm surprised. You have such imagination. Hee. So what is this game called? Milim proudly placed her hands on her hips. This game is called My World. Since that's the case, I understand everything now. When I have some free time, I'll make the game. Vegapunk nodded, putting the notebook away in a drawer and locking it. Then he walked to the workbench and took out something that looked like a rubber ball. Now it's time to test my new invention. Vegapunk solemnly lifted the rubber ball. This is my new invention, the snow and ice machine. It can turn rainy days into snowy days. Wow, that's amazing. Milim applauded enthusiastically. Vegapunk nodded with satisfaction. All the experimental data has reached the best state. Now, it's just the final practice. It's going to rain tonight, so I'll need you to send this snow and ice machine up into the sky. Vegapunk handed the snow and ice machine to Milim. Milim received it seriously. I never expected you could really change the weather, Vegapunk. Shaking his head, Vegapunk chuckled. Haha, that can't be considered changing the weather. It's merely converting the existing moisture into snow. Just like the snow spraying machine I originally gave you. It also creates snow by absorbing moisture from the surroundings. I see. That's great. I'm going to tell Linlin right now, and then we can have a snowball fight together, Milim exclaimed, excitedly holding the snow and ice machine as she ran towards Charlotte Linlin's office. Vegapunk didn't stop her. He quietly stayed behind to tidy up the experimental samples that Milim had left scattered around. Charlotte Linlin stretched, feeling relaxed since her work was finished early with Ryuka's help, allowing her to take a break. She wondered what Milim was up to, probably wandering around again. Just as she was thinking about Milim, the office door swung open as Milim burst in. Milim held a rubber ball and rushed towards Charlotte Linlin. Linlin, this is Vegapunk's new invention, the snow and ice machine. With this, it will even snow on Spring Island. Let's have a snowball fight when it snows. Oh, Linlin took the rubber ball in her hands, examining it closely. She didn't see anything particularly special about it. Perhaps this was just technology. Linlin returned the snow and ice machine to Milim. Just in time. I've finished my work too. If we can really see snow, we should go check it out. Great. Chapter 34. Snowy day on Spring Island. Linlin called Luca and Milim to go out together. The weather outside gradually became gloomy, and the sun in the sky was covered by dark clouds. The people of the myriad nations looked at this scene and hurriedly brought their drying clothes back inside. Vegapunk had long been waiting at the door, looking up at the sky. Hearing Milim's footsteps, Vegapunk turned his head and said softly, "The weather is just right now. Milim, go ahead and deliver the things. I believe we will see this island welcome its first snowy day. Leave it to me." With dragon wings unfurled behind her, Milim transformed into an afterimage and soared into the sky. Soon she reached mid-low altitude in the clouds and then activated the switch of the snowmaking device. She threw the snowmaking device into the clouds and waited for a second or two, but nothing happened in the sky. Milim originally thought she was going to fail, but in the next moment, a strong flash of light suddenly appeared, followed by delicate, translucent snowflakes slowly falling. Watching the snowflakes descend from the sky, Linlin reached out her hand to catch them, the snowflakes gradually melting in her palm, yet that icy feeling was so clear. Charlotte Linlin sighed, her tone filled with emotion. Vegapunk, although I don't know how many times I've praised you, I still want to say, your wisdom definitely surpasses this era. You're too kind, King Linlin. Vegapunk replied respectfully, but did not show the same warmth and recognition as he did towards Milim. Linlin glanced at Vegapunk and then nonchalantly shifted her gaze away, well aware that, compared to herself, Vegapunk had always trusted Milim the most. But what did that matter? Not to mention that Milim was her sister, even if Vegapunk trusted someone else. As long as it posed no harm to the myriad nations and could make them better, Linlin would fully support them. It's snowing. Wow, it's really snowing. Isn't this Spring Island? How can it be snowing? The people of the myriad nations rushed out of their homes, looking at the swirling snowflakes. Their eyes filled not with the fear they usually associated with snow, but rather with appreciation for the beautiful scene. In the past, every household struggled to have enough food to eat, and the rooms were drafty, making it impossible to keep warm. During winter, thousands would freeze to death. Now, it was completely different. Every family had new houses, and there was so much food that they couldn't finish it all every day. And they could even buy some meat daily for a treat. Life was meant for eating, drinking, and having fun, with their needs for food and drink already satisfied. What remained was leisure, and the snow scene before them perfectly matched their mood. Hey, everyone, hurry over to the castle. The king and Lady Milim will be giving a speech there. A villager suddenly ran out and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the people of the myriad nations ran towards the castle without hesitation, some even carrying children. Arriving at the base of the castle, Linlin stood above, without preparing a microphone, as her voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone, please be quiet. As Linlin's voice rang out, the previously chaotic crowd instantly quieted down. Very good. I suppose you are all curious about what this sudden snowy day is all about? The eyes of the crowd below were filled with curiosity, but a few also showed a hint of inquiry, only to be suddenly covered by Milim's hand and whisked away without them realizing it. Charlotte Linlin stepped aside, revealing Vegapunk, who was previously blocked by her. Who is he? Why does he have such a big head? I saw him at the port. He was brought back by Lady Milim. So he's someone brought back by Lady Milim. He must be someone powerful like a giant. Kid, you have a nice way of speaking. A crouching giant extended a finger and shook hands with the man who complimented him. Everyone, this is Vegapunk, our chief scientist of the myriad nations. It is the technology developed by Vegapunk that allows it to snow on Spring Island, which always remains spring. As Linlin spoke, the crowd below looked at the frail figure with disbelief in their eyes. They had originally thought the snow was due to King Linlin and Lady Milim acquiring some new ability, but they never expected it to be accomplished through the scientist technology. It was no wonder they were surprised. They had never even considered the concept of technology before. However, living in the Grand Line, they were well aware of the powers of those strong figures, just like Milim, who could easily destroy an island. While they might be amazed, it was merely amazement at Milim's power. They had no doubts about Milim's abilities, but the term technology was unfamiliar to them. Yet even so, they recognized that this scientist capable of changing the weather was impressive. Thus, the crowd erupted in cheers. Vegapunk, Vegapunk, this big-headed guy is really amazing. The giants were also deeply impressed by this ability to change the weather. Vegapunk looked at all the people cheering his name, their eyes filled with admiration. Although Vegapunk believed he did not care for fame, he still felt a surge of excitement from the cheers of the crowd. Vegapunk slowly opened his mouth to address the crowd, and the cheers ceased immediately. I am Vegapunk, a scientist. You may not fully understand what a scientist is, and I find it hard to explain the concept of science. But I can promise you that, as a scientist, I can make food more abundant. As a scientist, I can improve the environment. As a scientist, I can make people happier and the world more peaceful. That's all. Vegapunk bowed to the crowd below and stepped aside. The people below now understood what Vegapunk could achieve, their eyes revealing disbelief. Their lives were already quite happy, and the thought that Vegapunk could make them even happier was almost unimaginable, yet they were still immensely excited. In their minds, if Vegapunk could make them better, then he was their benefactor. At that moment, Milim suddenly appeared on stage, her face still adorned with a pure and warm smile. Everyone, now it's my turn to speak. With Milim's appearance, the crowd below became even more excited, and some even pulled out a banner that read Milim, the cutest in the world. Among the myriad nations, the most authoritative was Charlotte Linlin, while the most familiar was Prime Minister I. However, when it came to popularity and affection, Milim was in a league of her own. She had already become a symbol of the myriad nations. Everyone, to celebrate Vegapunk's new invention, enjoy these next couple of days. All wages will be paid, as usual. My only request is that you use the snow to create sculptures. No matter what kind of sculpture it is, whether it's a person or an object, the person who wins in the end will receive a prize of 10 million berries. The crowd below became excited. Not only could they play freely, but they would also receive wages, and if they won the sculpture competition, they would get 10 million berries. There was simply no reason to refuse this. Chapter 35 Hot Pot. The snow fell quickly, and the temperature dropped just as fast. Before long, the entire world was transformed into a country covered in white snow. Snowy days should be quiet, but today the world was particularly lively, with humans, giants, fishmen, and various races all gathered together. Children were having snowball fights, young ladies were trying to build a snow woman, and strong men were competing to see whose snowball was the biggest. It was the first day of snowfall, and everyone was in no rush to finish any sculptures. Instead, they were enjoying a hearty playtime. Watch out! Milim suddenly launched a sneak attack, hitting Charlotte Linlin squarely on the forehead with a snowball. Milim! A snowflake-shaped mark appeared on Linlin's forehead, and she quickly grabbed a snowball from the ground and threw it at Milim. Milim tilted her head to dodge, and the snowball hit the fishman Al, who was bundled up in a down jacket, squarely. Al immediately huddled in a corner, shivering. "Is that all you've got, Linlin? You couldn't hit me from this close." Milim's smile was full of mockery. Linlin could no longer hold back and frantically grabbed snowballs from the ground to throw at Milim. As Linlin's assistant, Ryuka kept creating snowballs from the ground, replenishing Linlin's ammunition. In no time, Milim was bombarded and couldn't poke her head out. Milim hid behind a wall and shouted loudly to Vegapunk for help. "Vegapunk, think of a way with your brilliant mind." In that moment, Linlin set her sights on Vegapunk, and the next snowball struck him down. Vegapunk struggled to crawl to Milim's side. "What does this have to do with me? I'm a scientist. I never wanted to participate in this kind of activity," Vegapunk complained. Hee. Seeing Vegapunk like this makes Milim feel much happier. Vegapunk had no choice. They were now in cahoots. So he quickly pulled out a weapon that resembled a vacuum cleaner with a gun at the front. "Did you think I didn't consider this?" "You underestimate my brilliant mind," Vegapunk said, displaying a wise smile. "Long before I planned to create a snowmaking machine, I had already invented a snowball machine." As Vegapunk poked his head out and pressed the trigger, the vacuum cleaner behind him roared to life, sucking up a massive amount of snowflakes. And perfectly shaped snowballs sprayed out from the barrel. In an instant, a snowball hit Linlin. After being attacked, Linlin had no choice but to hide behind a wall, unwillingly saying, "Damn it, how dare you cheat with gadgets?" "Ha! This is the wisdom of science," Vegapunk laughed maniacally. As the snowball fight expanded, everyone in the world joined in. Even the recently healed Barrett joyfully ran out. Everyone had a joyous smile on their faces today. And so, this delightful day passed, while the snow continued to fall from the sky. However, the world had fallen into silence, with only a few lights here, and they're proving that some were still staying up late. Milim, Charlotte Linlin, Ryuka, Vegapunk, Al, and Milim's newly remembered apprentice Barrett were all gathered around the hot pot, enjoying their meal. Barrett was still a bit nervous, taking a bite and looking at Milim and the others' reactions. Only when he saw that no one was looking at him did he finally relax and start eating heartily. The group sat together eating hot pot, while Milim had already lounged on the sofa, holding a game console, giggling as she played. "What's wrong with her?" Linlin asked, having just eaten some grilled meat and poking Milim, who was engrossed in her game. Vegapunk picked up a small wine cup in front of him, took a sip of white wine, and replied calmly, "That's a game console, something I invented. Although I don't think it's that fun." Milim seems to really enjoy it. "I haven't seen the boss so interested in something for a long time. The last time was with cake." Al chimed in after taking a sip of wine. "Can this thing be mass-produced?" Looking at Milim having so much fun, an idea suddenly popped into Linlin's mind. "The production of game consoles doesn't consume much and isn't costly. It can be mass-produced easily," Vegapunk said after thinking for a moment. Seeing Milim so engrossed, "This should be a profitable project," Linlin nodded, confirming her thoughts. "And it can also create more job opportunities. I thought the job positions in the world were about to be filled, and we would have to reduce the acceptance of refugees. Indeed, as long as we work on an assembly line like Milim suggested, both the quality and efficiency will yield considerable profits, Al agreed from the side. While everyone was eating, they discussed the future development of the world. As they talked, Linlin's gaze suddenly fixed on Barrett, startling him as he was eating. He immediately put down his chopsticks and looked nervously at Charlotte Linlin. However, Linlin quickly shifted her gaze away, not saying anything to Barrett. Instead, she continued discussing other matters with everyone. Our world has now entered a stable period. The most important thing moving forward is talent, Charlotte Linlin said seriously. It's not enough to rely solely on us to discover talent. So we need to establish a school that can cultivate talent. Upon hearing Linlin's words, Vegapunk's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. I agree. The development of science needs to be passed down. If we can produce more people who love science, I believe the scientific level of the world will progress even faster. I also agree to establish a school. Al responded, but hesitated. But we don't have mature methods for nurturing talent. This kind of thing can take time. After all, we are still young, and we have plenty of time, Charlotte Linlin said, raising her wine glass and taking a sip, with the others following suit. That's right. They're all still very young. Charlotte Linlin is only approaching 20 years old, and her body is still rapidly developing and growing stronger. Vegapunk is also quite young, with much knowledge yet to learn and many technologies yet to develop. His thirst for knowledge is endless. I was already trying to contact the fishmen from Fishman Island and occasionally managed to rescue his companions from slave ships, bringing them back to the world. They, the young ones, need not feel lost about the future, for they are the ones who will soon create it. Chapter 36. The statue of the day passed quickly, and Milim got up early today. The day went by in a flash, and the next day, Milim intentionally woke up early again. She wanted to make some statues to participate in the competition. Although the competition was initiated by her, how could Milim miss out on such a fun event? As soon as she opened the door, she found that the outside was already covered in a thick layer of snow. Milim stepped into the snow, her foot sinking in halfway. So it had snowed this deep last night, she thought, and ran towards the sea. The road was not as quiet as she had imagined. In fact, many people were heading towards the sea. While a small number of people planned to make statues from the snow, more chose to retrieve some ice to carve. Obviously, Milim had the same intention. Before long, she arrived at the seaside. At this moment, the area was covered in ice and snow. But thanks to Milim's dragon eye vision, she could see far into the distance, where the sea remained calm. This was the strange weather and climate in the world of One Piece. One place snowing while another was under the blazing sun. And sometimes the two climates were right next to each other. Milim stepped onto the ice, using her bare hands to dig out a nearly 20-meter-high block of ice and carried it back to an empty space on the shore. She threw herself into the carving, her gaze intently focused on the ice block, completely unaware that Linlin and the others had approached. Seeing Milim's unexpectedly serious demeanor, Linlin exchanged glances with the others, reading an inexplicable fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Linlin took the lead, directly chiseling out a massive block of ice and began sculpting with her weapon in hand. Vegapunk manipulated his robot to select the smoothest and clearest ice, activating the laser to precisely carve the pattern from the computer. In no time, the sound of chiseling ice and the subtle hum of laser cutting filled the air. Luca also assisted Linlin, while Barrett came to Milim's side, not daring to disturb her carving, but quietly watching. As for Al, he curled up on a cleared patch of snow, shivering a bit, but still sitting there to watch them finish their sculptures. As the morning passed, everyone's works were nearly complete. Milim took a large curtain and covered her work. When she reached the places where the others had carved, she found they had also finished and covered their pieces. Once all the works were completed, Milim and the others began to observe. Of course, Milim's and Linlin's works were not counted in the competition. Everyone first approached the tallest sculpture created by the giant uncle. The giant uncle rubbed his nose and proudly unveiled the curtain. Underneath was a hammer sculpted from crystal clear ice. With ornate patterns, every fine line and node was carved with incredible precision, as if it could be swung to smash a target at any moment. Milim's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she raised a score of 90. Charlotte Linlin followed suit, also raising a score of 90. Vegapunk, however, scrutinized the details of the hammer with a hint of criticism, ultimately raising a score of 80. Subsequently, everyone moved on to other sculptures. There was a snow statue of a beautiful woman, her features exquisitely lifelike. Even the curve of her hair was vividly realistic. Someone had also sculpted an ice carriage, with intricate patterns on the wheels and detailed carvings on the carriage, as if it could be pushed forward with a gentle nudge. There was even a sculpture of Milim and Charlotte Linlin that was remarkably high in quality. The smile on the ice sculpture of Milim looked just like the real Milim. After viewing all the ice sculptures, the final victor was chosen collectively by everyone, and it was unanimously decided that the winner was the Snow Maiden. The two young girls who had created the Snow Woman celebrated their victory joyfully, hugging each other tightly, and Al handed 10 million berries to the two girls. Now that the ice sculptures were done, it was time to see the ice sculptures made by Milim and the others. The first to unveil was Charlotte Linlin's ice sculpture. As the curtain was lifted, a throne made of ice appeared before everyone. Although the throne was stunning, upon closer inspection, tiny scratches were visible, clearly indicating that the ice carving technique was lacking. Next was Vegapunk's ice sculpture. Vegapunk confidently pulled back the curtain to reveal a figure sitting on a stone, deep in thought with a book in hand. Milim nearly burst out laughing. Why did this statue look so familiar? It felt like she had seen it somewhere in past life. Vegapunk's sculpture was quite perfect, yet it inexplicably fell a bit off, as if something was missing. After some discussion among the crowd, they finally realized what the statue lacked: a distinct standout quality. At first glance, it was exquisite, but there was nothing that made it memorable. Finally, Milim unveiled her finished ice sculpture. With great confidence, she yanked the curtain down. The true form of the ice sculpture revealed itself before everyone's eyes, and Vegapunk's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sculpture with obsession. The men felt their heartbeats quicken inexplicably, while the women's reactions were comparatively subdued. "I call it Gundam," Milim exclaimed, waving her hands excitedly. Standing 20 meters tall, it was clearly made of ice but exuded a mechanical feel. With shoulder-mounted cannons, arm-held guns, and a shield, it was full of a sense of mechanical power. Vegapunk was completely entranced by this beautiful creation filled with mechanical charm, his desire for the Gundam evident in his eyes. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Vegapunk also built a Gundam. As the statue competition concluded, everyone began to enjoy the second day of their holiday. Vegapunk continued to take photos of the Gundam with his camera. Milim had created an ice slide and was having a great time sliding back and forth. Linlin, feeling hungry after a morning of ice sculpting, took a look back to eat. After playing on the slide for a while, Milim noticed Vegapunk still drooling over the Gundam. She quietly approached him from behind and gently said, "Vegapunk, do you want to make a Gundam?" Vegapunk nodded vigorously. This was every man's romance. He had fallen in love at first sight when he saw the Gundam. "Then let's do it," Milim encouraged, patting Vegapunk on the shoulder. "If you have a dream, you should chase it. One day, you'll pilot the Gundam to protect the world and maintain peace." Vegapunk became more and more excited, unable to contain his racing heart. He couldn't wait to rush back to the lab and start his research on the Gundam. Sigh, if Vegapunk really built a Gundam, perhaps the world's mode of warfare would change forever. But as long as I'm happy, Milim thought, and continued her fun on the ice. Chapter 37. Country of Daughters. The 2 pleasant days quickly passed, and Milim's daily life returned to being mundane. The development of the 10,000 nations continued, but the pace had slowed down. Now, the total population of 10,000 nations had reached over 600,000, but the number of newcomers from other countries had decreased significantly. Ever since the war with other nations, all countries along the Grand Line had adopted a respectful distance from 10,000 nations. Although they did not dare to provoke 10,000 nations, it was still easy for them to control their own citizens, resulting in fewer people escaping from other countries. At this moment, Milim was flying in the sky, looking down at the direction indicated by the eternal pointer in her hand. After confirming the direction, she sped up once again. This time, Milim's destination was the island known as the Country of Daughters, Nine Snake Island. Nine Snake Island, also known as Amazon Lily, is located in the calm belt next to the Grand Line. The Empress of Nine Snake Island is also the captain of the Nine Snake Pirates. The Nine Snake Pirates are a highly renowned pirate crew, consisting entirely of women and were considered an idol group by people around the world at that time. The captain is the beautiful and powerful Gold, Roger, later known as Granny, who is skilled in using crystal balls to predict the future. The first mate is Shaki, also known as Peony. She is stunning, has a bold personality, and is extremely popular. Later, she retired to Sabati Archipelago with Rayleigh and ran Shaki's ripoff bar. This includes Tori Toma, who was serving as a mailman at the time, and later became the third captain of the 9 Snake Pirates and the former empress during Hancock's era. Thinking about this information, Milim quickly arrived at 9 Snake Island, and as usual, she did not notify anyone on the island. Sensing a powerful presence, she transformed into a red meteor and dashed towards it. In a foggy bathroom, a beautiful figure shrouded in mist was present, her beauty enough to captivate all men in the world. She is Shaki, the first mate of the 9 Snake Pirates. Even a future pirate king, Roger, could not resist Shaki's charm. Everyone on the ship fell in love with her upon seeing her. Only Rayleigh could suppress his feelings and maintain a calm demeanor. However, even Rox, who later aimed to become the king of the world, could not resist Shaki's allure. After Shaki arrived at Honeycomb Island, she herself was referred to as the treasure of Honeycomb Island. Shaki felt a vague sense of something terrifying approaching. Without hesitation, she grabbed her clothes nearby and quickly dressed herself. At that moment, it seemed as if a meteor was plummeting from the sky, crashing into the bath with a splash. The steam in the bathroom enveloped the newcomer like a veil, making it hard to distinguish who it was. To just barge into a woman's bathroom like this, how rude. Shaki tugged at the corner of her mouth, her gaze as cold as ice as she stared at the figure shrouded in mist in the bathroom. Milim stood up, looked around her surroundings, and wore an awkward smile that was hard to hide. Sorry. I rushed in too fast and didn't notice at all. A clear female voice broke the air, and the steam in the bathroom gradually dissipated like a receding tide. Shaki focused her gaze and could now clearly see Milim standing in the bathroom. Shaki secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She initially thought it was another one of those men who had been bothering her, and at that moment, she had even considered killing the intruder. However, the person who came was not ordinary. As the first mate of the 9 Snake Pirates, Shaki naturally recognized this big figure renowned across the seas. Milim lifted her chin, proudly placing her hands on her hips, looking like a smug little cat. That's right. It's me, the Destruction Tyrant, Milim. As soon as she finished speaking, Milim's figure suddenly vanished without a trace. Shaki's heart tightened, and she hurriedly looked around for her. To her surprise, Milim had quietly appeared beside her, curiously examining her with wide eyes. You're Shaki, right? You look pretty good, but in my opinion, you're still not as good as Linlin. Shaki was initially shocked by Milim's displayed strength, but upon hearing her words, she couldn't help but think. This Linlin must be the king of 10,000 nations, Charlotte Linlin. Thinking of this, a charming smile appeared on Shaki's face. That's right, I am Shaki. I assume Milim is here to discuss a business partnership with Amazon Lily? Milim was currently deep in thought, contemplating how to express her purpose, and the scene fell into silence. But in Shaki's eyes, Milim's silence was deafening. Shaki's charming smile began to stiffen. You're here to negotiate a business collaboration, right? Milim nodded. That's correct. But we also want to know how the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom can utilize hockey. Milim tilted her head and thought for a while, unable to come up with any ideas, so she straightforwardly said, how about we have a fight? If I win, you'll teach me Amazon Lily's training methods. How about that? Milim exclaimed, as if she had suddenly come up with a brilliant idea, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shaki's mouth twitched, secretly cursing. Me fighting Milim? What a joke. Just as she was about to refuse, Gold, Roger's figure suddenly burst in from outside, kicking towards Milim without saying a word. Milim reacted extremely quickly, grabbing the leg that was coming toward her with one hand and casually tossing Gold, Roger out. At that moment, Milim's face suddenly broke into a smile as she called out, Since you attacked first, doesn't that mean you agree? Wait, Shaki hurriedly shouted, trying to stop the fight. But Milim ignored her, and even Gold, Roger, who had just gotten up, did not take her words seriously. Gold, Roger swiftly closed the distance and delivered a fierce kick. Milim, however, did not dodge and took the hit head-on. Her body did not budge at all, clearly unharmed. Then, she grabbed Zold, Roger's thigh, and pulled her into an embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around her, rendering Zold, Roger unable to move. Hee. Milim allowed Zold, Roger to struggle in her embrace, her face displaying a triumphant smile as she asked, "Looks like I won this time. So will you teach me the training methods as we discussed?" Chapter 38. The Empress sigh. I never agreed to this at all. Xiaoqi helplessly held his forehead. His eyes filled with a mix of laughter and tears as he looked at the still entangled Milim and Gloriosa. Is that really the case? I didn't hear anything about it. Milim wore an innocent look of confusion on her face, as if she had never heard such a thing. At this moment, her dragon ears had once again chosen to selectively malfunction. Gloriosa, who was being tightly held by her, continued to struggle and shouted angrily, "How long are you planning to hold on? Let me go right now." Milim still had a bright smile on her face, but her tone carried a stubbornness that left no room for argument. "Give me the training method for armament hockey, and I'll let you go." For such a trivial matter, Gloriosa glared at Milim, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had rushed over in a panic after seeing a meteor fall into Xiaoqi's bathroom, and she hadn't even recognized Milim at first. Although the armament hockey training method passed down from the Amazon Lily is indeed unique and allows even those with weaker physiques to master the basics, it ultimately has to match a person's strength and will. If one's foundation is insufficient, even if they learn this method, they won't be able to unleash its true power. I agree, just let me go. Gloriosa was feeling extremely uncomfortable being held by Milim. Gloriosa, you really are a generous person, Milim said as she released her embrace and suddenly slapped Gloriosa on the back. Don't touch me so casually. Gloriosa immediately stepped back a bit and moved closer to Xiaoqi. Milim looked at the two standing side by side, and a strange light suddenly flashed in her eyes. That gaze made both of them feel uneasy, and Gloriosa frowned and glared at her. What are you looking at? What's so interesting? Of course there's something interesting, Milim said with a grin. Everyone says that the most beautiful in the Kuja pirates isn't the captain, but the vice-captain Xiaoqi. Upon hearing this, Gloriosa's expression darkened slightly. Clearly, she was the captain of the Kuja pirates. Yet in terms of beauty and popularity, she was overshadowed by vice-captain Xiaoqi. The proud Gloriosa felt an indescribable bitterness arise in her heart. However, Milim's next words made Gloriosa freeze in shock. But to me, you, Gloriosa, are more to my liking. Just like Linlin, you're both top-notch beauties, Milim said with a big smile and even gave her a thumbs up. Milim's smile was like a small stone that fell into Gloriosa's heart with a thud. In her eyes, Milim's appearance suddenly changed, and tiny pink bubbles floated in the air, as if the atmosphere itself was tinged with sweetness. Xiaoqi stared at Gloriosa's flushed cheeks, his eyes wide in disbelief. This sign is clearly a precursor to the lovesickness that all the empresses of Amazon Lily have experienced. But Milim is a woman. I've never heard of such a precedent. Xiaoqi felt his mind was in chaos, as if countless thoughts were swirling around. Is Milim trying to show her affection? Gloriosa's heart raced, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. Even though they are both women, so what? If it's genuine affection, what does gender matter? As the captain of the Kuja pirates, she always appeared overshadowed by Xiaoqi's brilliance. No matter who saw the two of them, their gaze would always fall on Xiaoqi first. And this disparity quietly spread her inner insecurity like vines. But Milim was different. She was the first to unhesitatingly choose Gloriosa over Xiaoqi. Milim's smile was pure and sincere, without a hint of pretense, like a beam of light shining directly into her heart. Moreover, the Empress of Amazon Lily was just like this. Her emotions were fiery and direct, and once she was moved, she would fall completely without reservation. That affirming statement earlier had already caused her defenses to collapse. If things had followed the original trajectory, she might have developed feelings for Pirate King Roger in the future. But Roger's gaze had always followed Xiaoqi. Now, Milim's appearance was like a gust of wind, blowing away the past shadows and allowing her to completely indulge in this sudden affection, unable to look away. Milim, not knowing when she had moved in front of Gloriosa, gently poked her burning red cheek with her finger. "Gloriosa, are you all right?" Looking at Milim so close, Gloriosa's blush nearly spread to her ears, and her head felt like a boiling steam engine, puffing out hot air. Milim, are you concerned about me? Her voice was as soft as a whisper, carrying a tremor she didn't even notice. Of course. You look like you're in distress, Milim said, her tone lively yet like a gentle hammer, striking heavily on Gloriosa's heart. This fatal blow caused Gloriosa to no longer hold on. Her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. A blissful smile spreading across her face as she completely fainted. Xiaoqi stared at Milim in disbelief. This is not good. This is really not good, Milim. How can you be so good at flirting? Gloriosa was completely done for, turned into a fool, and the Amazon Lily Kingdom would probably have to elect a new king. Xiaoqi's mind was already picturing himself being forced to become the next king of the Daughter Kingdom. Milim looked at the fainted Gloriosa, her eyes widening, and hurriedly picked her up horizontally. Turning to Xiaoqi, who was already in a daze, she shouted, Xiaoqi, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see she's fainted? Xiaoqi finally came to his senses and immediately led Milim, who was carrying Gloriosa, towards the palace of the Daughter Kingdom. The kingdom's designated doctor quickly arrived beside Gloriosa. After just a glance at the unusual redness on her face, the doctor's expression instantly changed, and he exclaimed, Oh no, this is a precursor to lovesickness. Once afflicted with this disease, if one cannot see their beloved, they will weaken day by day, and in the end, it could be fatal. Moreover, there is no cure for this disease. Standing aside, Milim suddenly thought of something and reacted sharply. Could it be that Gloriosa has fallen for me? The more Milim thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was very high. This was because Milim knew that no matter in her past life or this life, her affections had always been for those unchanging paper figures. Even in the two-dimensional world, Milim's preferences still lay with those in the two-dimensional realm. This was getting a bit complicated. After thinking for a long time, Milim couldn't come up with a solution. Finally, she tilted her head and directly gave up on thinking, deciding to let things take their course. She resolutely chose to take it one step at a time. The sleeping Gloriosa finally slowly opened her eyes, and her first words were filled with urgency. Where is Lord Milim? Milim stepped out from behind the crowd, her face showing no particular expression, and cheerfully said, Gloriosa, you finally woke up? You scared me just now. I'm so sorry for worrying you. Gloriosa's cheeks flushed, and her voice became exceptionally gentle. It's fine, we're friends now. Milim waved her hand casually. Are we already friends? Gloriosa's mind was instantly filled with this sentence, and various thoughts uncontrollably surged forth. Becoming friends on the first day they met, then in a day or two. Wouldn't that mean? The more she thought, the more excited she became, and steam began to puff from her head again. Beside them, Xiaoqi quickly interrupted Gloriosa. We still have important matters to discuss with Milim. Right. Gloria suddenly came to her senses, sat up straight, and said to Xiaoqi, the commercial cooperation with the nations can take effect now. We can take responsibility for transporting goods across the doldrums. Xiaoqi, unable to bear the sight of Gloria's love-struck expression, covered her forehead in despair. Also, make a copy of the exclusive training method for hockey used by the Nine Snake and let Milim take it. As Gloria spoke, her gaze was fixed on Milim, her feelings for her impossible to hide. Even the carefree Milim felt a bit flustered now. She suddenly realized, so this is what it feels like to be liked by someone with a love-struck mind? Milim, do you think this arrangement is okay? Gloria asked with a hint of shyness, her eyes full of expectation. Milim grasped her hand tightly, nodded vigorously, and said sincerely, Thank you so much, Gloria. She looked into Gloria's eyes and said earnestly, No matter what trouble you encounter in the future, feel free to come to me. I will definitely help you solve it. It's okay. Gloria looked at their clasped hands, her cheeks red as if they could bleed, her voice as soft as a whisper. As long as I can stay by Milim's side, I will be very satisfied. But I have to return to the nations. I can't always stay in the Amazon Lily, Milim said with some difficulty. Gloria's face turned even redder. It's okay. I will accompany Milim back to the nations, just like a wife. As she spoke, Gloria's head lowered even more. Just as it seemed Gloria was about to run off with Milim, Xiaoqi could no longer hold back. Gloria, You are the empress of the Amazon lily. How can you just leave with someone else? Gloria saw Xiaqi's expression instantly turn cold. I've had enough of being the empress anyway. And can't you also be the empress? No way. I have no interest in being the empress, Xiaqi hurriedly replied. If she wanted to be the empress of the Amazon lily, she would have done it long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Chapter 39. The new empress, I can't be bothered with that much. Anyway, I've long been lovesick. If I can't stay by Lady Milim's side, I fear I won't live much longer. Guruliosa was completely unconcerned about her condition. Instead, she was filled with uncontainable joy at the thought of being close to Milim. How infuriating. This is utterly irresponsible. Xiaqi frowned anxiously, but had no way to counter Guruliosa's words, which struck at the heart of the matter. With this illness, she could never stay away from Milim. While the two were arguing about this, Milim could no longer tolerate the tense atmosphere. This usually indifferent master quietly slipped out of the palace, showing no intention of getting involved further. Just seconds after the argument had ceased, Guruliosa suddenly frowned, keenly sensing that Milim's presence was absent from the palace. She couldn't care less about continuing the debate with Xiaqi. She immediately sprang up from the bed, her expression shifting from anger to urgency and excitement. Without saying a word, she turned and rushed out of the palace, searching for Milim throughout the Daughter Kingdom. Milim walked down the streets of the Daughter Kingdom, realizing it really was just as described in legends. It was populated entirely by women, with not a single man in sight. As she strolled, she fully grasped the environment. Internally compared to the Daughter Kingdom, the world government could be considered a truly advanced nation. The people here seemed to live in a primitive society, with some women even wearing animal skins and furs. However, she thought again, the clothing of Guruliosa and the others was quite exquisite. Perhaps those in animal attire simply favored that style. As she wandered, the noise led her to a bustling arena, which was none other than the duel arena. At that moment, two women clashed fiercely in the center, wielding weapons wrapped in dark, armed hockey, creating sparks and releasing energy. Milim curiously took a seat in an empty spot to watch the battle below. Although to Milim, the fight seemed like a children's scuffle. She did observe the unique hockey from Amazon Lily. The aura was not strong, even appearing quite weak. Even a newly awakened armed hockey would be slightly stronger than theirs. This might be a flaw in Amazon Lily's training methods, she pondered. One must note that armed hockey is a power usually grasped only by naval officers from the rank of lieutenant to rear admiral. Yet most women from Amazon Lily could use it. If everyone had the strength of a rear admiral, the world government would hardly be able to rule the seas. Amazon Lily would have unified the seas long ago. Although she recognized the shortcomings of Amazon Lily's armed hockey, it didn't mean that this unique training method lacked value. At that moment, the battle below suddenly came to a halt, and the two women left, followed by two unexpected figures entering the arena. The current empress of the Daughter Kingdom, Guruliosa, and Xiaqi, the vice-captain of the Kuja pirates. Guruliosa looked up at Milim sitting in the audience, her eyes filled with a smile, while Xiaqi let out a long sigh, gazing at Guruliosa with a complex expression. As Guruliosa sought Milim, the two continued to argue, and in the end, Xiaqi truly understood that a woman in love is often unreasonable. In the end, Xiaqi finally lowered her head. In the Daughter Kingdom, beauty is measured by strength. The stronger a woman, the more beautiful she is, and this is a fact acknowledged by all. Thus, to become the next ruler of the Daughter Kingdom, one must defeat the previous empress in front of a crowd. Guruliosa was eager to relinquish the position of empress today, not only because love had blinded her, but also because she knew her position as empress could not command respect. Xiaqi surpassed her in every aspect. It was only because Xiaqi did not wish to become empress that the position fell upon Guruliosa, igniting a fire within her. Her love for Milim fueled this fire, and handing the Daughter Kingdom to Xiaqi would not only grant her freedom, but also allow the kingdom to have a more enlightened empress. It was a win-win situation, and Guruliosa had no reason not to pursue it. Xiaqi looked at Guruliosa with a complex gaze. Are you really sure? Are you going to abandon the position of empress? Guruliosa, you know I'm not skilled in combat. My strength lies in divination. No matter how many times I've divined before, The results always indicated that I would never gain the love of the one I desire. Giroliosa's brows furrowed slightly, her expression resembling that of a beautiful woman in tears, evoking sympathy from all the spectators. Xiachi looked at Giroliosa with a complicated expression, not understanding what she meant by this. Giroliosa's tearful expression suddenly brightened. Even now, I still believe in the results of my divination. I won't obtain the love I desire. Then why are you still following her? Xiaqi's expression became even more confused. She couldn't understand if the power of love was truly so strong that it could turn a rational person into someone so muddled. Even without love, it doesn't matter. I will stay by Milim's side, and in the end, I will gain something beyond love. We will become family. Giroliosa looked at Milim in the audience, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Sigh. Xiachi slapped her forehead. I really don't know what curse our Empress of the Daughter Kingdom is under. After just a few meetings, she can feel such love for someone. Giroliosa wore a relaxed smile. Maybe after you become Empress, you'll meet that person who will cause you to waste your whole life. I don't want that. It sounds too foolish. Xiachi couldn't imagine herself, like Giroliosa, giving her all to love someone she just met. Milim, sitting in the audience, surprisingly heard everything clearly this time, her dragon ears functioning perfectly. Oh, really? Milim murmured, a complex light flashing in her eyes, followed by an immediate beaming smile. Looks like I'm going to have another family member. The figures of the two women on the dual platform shimmered, showcasing various dazzling and beautiful martial arts throughout the arena. Since the moment the two began fighting, everyone in the Daughter Kingdom understood what it represented. The previously chaotic scene quieted down, and everyone watched the battle below with utmost seriousness. As the fight continued, it became clear to anyone with eyes that Xiachi was gaining the upper hand against Giroliosa. Chapter 40. New family. As Xiachi grabbed Guluo Liao's shoulder and executed a throw, the battle came to an end. Guluo Liao lay on the ground, gazing at the blue sky, her eyes not filled with defeat, but rather a sense of relief, as if everything had come to an end. The audience was stunned for a moment, but soon a cheer erupted, celebrating the birth of the new empress. Xiachi stood in the duel arena, receiving the cheers and applause of the crowd. Meanwhile, Guluo Liao had quietly left the scene at some point. When Milim found her, she was by the sea, watching the tides rise and fall, her expression unexpectedly revealing a hint of vulnerability. For love, Guluo Liao had given up all her identities and status. Even as a fortune teller who could occasionally glimpse the future, she felt lost regarding the uncertain future. Hey, Guluo Liao, you're here. Milim's voice suddenly rang out. Guluo Liao was startled, and her previously fragile expression instantly transformed into a bright smile. She didn't want the person she liked to see her weak side. Milim, I'm sorry for making you laugh today. Not at all. Milim scratched her head shyly. I heard what you said on the duel stage. I really didn't expect to be so well liked. Guluo Liao turned her head to the side, but the blush on her face couldn't be concealed. I'm sorry if my words troubled you. Not at all. I'm actually very happy to be liked. Milim said, although it's hard for me to return your feelings, as you said, we can definitely become like family. Milim grasped Guluo Liao's shoulders and forced her to make eye contact. Guluo Liao was nearly overwhelmed with shyness, but still held her ground and looked into Milim's eyes. Since we've already decided, then there's no need to hesitate. Guluo Liao, let us be family. Let us be family that can coexist in this world. Milim's gaze was unprecedentedly firm. Guluo Liao didn't say anything else, but nodded resolutely. Awesome. After receiving Guluo Liao's affirmation, Milim joyfully jumped onto her. Guluo Liao hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly, as she blushed while enjoying Milim's embrace. Soon, everyone attended the ceremony for Xiaqi's ascension as the Empress of the Daughter Kingdom, celebrating with a grand feast. In the meantime, Guluo Liao took Milim around various places on Snake Island, enjoying themselves for nearly a week. As Milim and Guluo Liao prepared to leave the Daughter Kingdom and return to the United Nations, They boarded a small boat without informing anyone. So only sister-I came to see them off. Sister-I crossed her arms, wearing a cold smile as she watched Milim fishing and Guluo saw placing a large object on Milim's head. Looks like you've been really happy these days, Guluo saw. You seem much younger. Guluo saw smiled, looking at Milim in her arms, feeling even more satisfied. This is the nourishment of love, sister-I. When you have someone you like one day, you'll understand what I mean. During the week they spent together, Guluo saw and Milim became increasingly familiar with each other. Guluo saw also noticed that Milim didn't resist her closeness. Their current life was no different from what she had imagined a life with a lover would be. Thus, Guluo saw felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Truly a woman blinded by love, sister-I snorted. Anyway, remember to send my regards to King Charlotte of the United Nations. Got it. Guluo saw replied with a cheerful smile. In that case, see you next time. After sister-I finished speaking, she didn't say another word and turned to leave. Goodbye. Milim also broke free from her headrest, shouting at the departing sister-I. Remember to come play in the United Nations next time. Sister-I waved her hand from a distance, her figure quickly blending into the crowd behind her. The small boat gradually sailed into the sea, heading swiftly towards the United Nations. Charlotte had just hung up the phone when a smile appeared on her face that was hard to describe. Milim, you really know how to have fun. It's only been a few days, and you've already brought someone back, and it's someone else's empress, no less. Wow, this is impressive. Beach Punk wore a radiant smile. Since Milim left, his daily life had felt considerably lonely. When Charlotte decided to contact the Empress of the Daughter Kingdom, Beach Punk and AI Air arrived in the office, eager to find out how Milim was doing. AI Air wore a complex expression. She really is the boss. She never comes back empty-handed. Everyone realized AI Air was right. The first time she went out, she brought back all the giants from the giant village along with Beach Punk. The second time, she returned with Barrett after a battle. This third time was even more outrageous, directly bringing back an ally's empress. Thinking about it this way, everyone displayed strange expressions. Could it be that Milim had some ability to bring people back every time she went out? Moreover, the people Milim brought back were not ordinary. The naturally powerful giants and the genius scientist Beach Punk. Barrett had already started training, and his progress was rapid, truly possessing the potential to become a general. Not to mention, the Empress of the Daughter Kingdom, Guluo saw, already had mature combat power, making her another potential general-level ally. None of these people were ordinary, causing Charlotte to consider sending Milim out again to see who else she could bring back. Charlotte shook her head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts as she realized she wasn't actually angry. She was just a bit upset that Milim hadn't informed her about taking in a sister. Well, since everyone knows about Milim's news, it's time to get back to work, Charlotte said, looking at the others still lingering in the office. It really is time to get to work. Beach Punk chuckled and turned to leave. The others followed suit, leaving only AI Air still standing in place. AI Air, do you have something else? Charlotte asked AI Air. Chapter 41 Back to the United Nations King Linlin. Here is the blueprint for the construction of the academy. AI Air handed a piece of paper to Linlin. Linlin glanced at it and found that the blueprint had already planned for all the necessary items for a school, including a library, training rooms, and laboratories for cultivating scientific talent. It looked good. Linlin nodded, acknowledging AI Air's work. I have been purchasing various books of knowledge from outside, but even so, the number of books obtained is quite limited. In that case, the library established would be of little use. AI looked at Linlin, hoping she could provide a solution. Linlin thought for a moment. This is indeed a problem. Milim has already brought back the training method for quickly learning hockey from the Empress, so there's no need to worry about cultivating combat personnel. However, the United Nations also needs various other talents, whether in navigation or astronomy, as these individuals can greatly assist in technology and development. Therefore, the United Nations needs to collect a vast amount of books to expand its knowledge base. Linlin pondered for a few seconds and said, try to find a way to contact the scholars from O'Hara and see if we can get copies of their books. AI's eyes lit up. Indeed. There is no place with more knowledge than the Tree of Knowledge in O'Hara. Understood. I will find a way to contact O'Hara right away. After saying this, A.I.R. turned and left. During the 3 days of sailing at sea, Milim felt like she had become a useless person. Every morning when she woke up, Guruliosa helped Milim brush her teeth and wash her face. Breakfast was well prepared, and she didn't even have to walk to eat. Guruliosa would carry Milim to her seat. Even during this time, Guruliosa figured out what food Milim liked, and each time, with a smile in her eyes, she would personally feed Milim. In just these 3 days, Milim had completely fallen into decadence and could no longer leave Guruliosa. Thus, Linlin, who was waiting on the shore for Milim, witnessed a strange scene. Milim was currently lying on Guruliosa's back, her face resting on her shoulder, looking extremely comfortable and lazy, as if she had completely given up. Linlin was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. This must be Guruliosa? That's right, long time no see, Linlin. Milim squinted her eyes on Guruliosa's back, waving her little hand in greeting. Hello, Charlotte Linlin. Guruliosa also smiled and greeted Linlin. After all, she was Milim's sister. Since she is Milim's sister, then she is my sister too. Hello, Linlin replied, looking at Milim, unsure what to say. Wouldn't this really trouble Guruliosa? Guruliosa noticed Linlin's concern and proactively answered, I want to take care of Milim. It's entirely my own will. Still, this is too exaggerated. It feels like Milim has completely lost her spirit. Linlin could only complain at this point. Hee. Milim rubbed her face against Guruliosa's smooth, fair skin. A joyful smile on her lips. What can I do? Guruliosa takes care of people so well that I can't resist at all. Sigh. Linlin slapped her forehead. It seems I was meddling too much. Don't say that. You are also doing this for Milim's sake. Just right. Linlin walked over to Milim, tugged at her cheek, and said, There's always been no one to take care of her. From now on, your job in the United Nations is to accompany Milim. How's that sound? Does it meet your wishes? Linlin had already known through the telephone bug that Guruliosa followed Milim because she liked her. Since that is the case, it would be better to let Guruliosa stay by Milim's side. Besides, someone needs to help look after Milim. Although Linlin always felt that Guruliosa might not only not take care of Milim, but might even indulge her more than herself. Thank you so much, King Linlin. Guruliosa's face was filled with happiness, and even her way of addressing Linlin changed. Linlin twitched her lips, looking at the squinting, enjoying Milim, and sighed inwardly that she was indeed a woman with deep sins. However, I will never give up my time as a pillow. Ever since Milim returned to the United Nations, the whole place became lively again, and the people of the United Nations could always see the running Milim in the streets and alleys. The only difference this time was that a woman who could captivate anyone's heart was by Milim's side, and some people recognized this woman as Guruliosa, the captain of the Kuja pirates. Although some were surprised, everyone quickly accepted this outcome. As long as it was someone Milim brought back, they would believe unconditionally. Today, Milim and Guruliosa arrived at the front of the school that was under construction. Since everything had just begun to be built, this large area was basically empty. Everyone was working together on the foundation. Since Milim had nothing to do today and was bored, she decided to help build the school. Then an astonishing scene occurred. Thick wooden sticks flew over like arrows from a distance and were caught very steadily by Guruliosa. They were then placed on the ground. What would normally take everyone 5 or 6 days of work was completed by Milim and Guruliosa in just 1 hour. Meanwhile, in a room in the Holy Land, Mary Geos, the 5 elders were gathered together, discussing matters concerning the United Nations. All agents who enter the United Nations instantly disappear. We cannot obtain detailed information about the United Nations, Saturn said in a calm tone. J. Garcia Saturn, a scientific defense warrior with white hair and beard, dressed in a black suit, wearing a noble flat hat, with a scar on his left cheek, leaning on a cane. He is a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit user, with a transformed form of a bull demon, capable of poisoning attacks around him, and possesses an immortal body. Shepard 10 Jupiter. But they first went to Mechanism Island, took away scientist Vegapunk, and then went to the Amazon Lily to take the former Empress Guruliosa away. Moreover, the United Nations and Amazon Lily have formed an alliance, and the United Nations power is growing stronger. agricultural warrior with golden hair and beard, dressed in a black suit, without a tie, exposing his chest, with a scar on his chest. He is also a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit user, with a transformed form of a sandworm, capable of releasing a tremendous sucking force, and possesses an immortal body. Chapter 42 Birthday. They could no longer be allowed to grow unchecked. At this speed of development, it was possible that the world nation could become a second massive kingdom in the future. Marcus Massing, Mars, stroked his long beard, his eyes filled with a hint of apprehension. The environmental martial god, with long white hair and a long beard, dressed in a black suit, was a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user who could transform into the powerful creature it submitted. He possessed wings, exceptional inspection abilities, a solid body, and immortality. It sounded simple, but the Navy was already unable to spare more combat power. They had already given their all just to deal with rocks. Provoking another entity capable of easily destroying islands like the world nation was clearly unwise. Topman Vacheli Saint, Mercury, scoffed. The legal martial god, with white hair but a bald head, had two white mustaches shaped like the number 8, dressed in a black suit, with a large bright red birthmark on his forehead. He was also a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, transforming into a warthog, with a tough exterior and the ability to unleash a conqueror's hockey roar. Could we really just let them continue to grow? At the very least, we should give them some trouble. We can't let them become too comfortable, Izambalin V. Nazashiro Saint, Venus, said, his eyes filled with killing intent. Jupiter sneered, trouble? Who could possibly trouble the world nation now? I even suspect that Milim possesses power as strong as rocks. Don't forget that rocks once stormed into that esteemed person's residence. Venus snorted. That incident was our negligence. But we mainly have to blame that useless Navy admiral who couldn't even stop rocks. Mercury suddenly spoke up. All right, everyone stop arguing. Continuing like this will lead to no results. How about we leave the decision to Lord M? No. The remaining 5 elders opposed in unison. If we trouble Lord M for such a trivial matter, what is the meaning of our existence as the 5 elders? That's right. We should try not to notify Lord M about this matter. We are already at fault for letting rocks meet Lord M. If we trouble him again over something so minor, we might all face punishment. After discussing for half a day, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. They could only follow the original plan and increase the bounty on the world nation's information and each individual underground by several times. The world nation continued to thrive, having also occupied several uninhabited deserted islands in the vicinity, expanding its territory. Among these islands, they discovered some surprises, including an iron mine on one of the islands. Furthermore, the biggest event in these days was the birthdays of Milim and Linlin. This was the first time Milim and Linlin celebrated their birthdays since the establishment of the world nation. Both turned 20 as they were born on the same day. Today, the world nation was bustling with activity as everyone in the country celebrated Linlin and Milim's birthdays, with all the chefs working hard to create a gigantic birthday cake. The 9-snake pirate ship, symbolizing the daughter country, also docked at the port of the world nation. After only a few months apart, Gloriosa and Shaki met once again. Upon seeing each other, Gloriosa's face broke into a radiant smile, noticing that Shaki had dark circles under her eyes. It was clear that she was not yet accustomed to the work after becoming empress. Shaki ignored Gloriosa and approached Milim. Happy birthday, Milim. This is the birthday present I brought for you. As she spoke, Shaki took out a gift box from behind her. Milim skillfully accepted the gift box, having done so many times already that day. You seem really tired from work. You've even learned to smoke, Milim remarked, grinning as she looked at Shaki. Shaki sighed. There's no helping it. After all, bearing the future of a nation, I'm constantly troubled. It looks like you will become a king as excellent as Linlin. Milim laughed and praised Shaki. I can't dare to hope for such a thing, but at least I won't be a king who neglects my people for love, Shaki replied. Glancing pointedly at Gloriosa, Gloriosa's smile remained unchanged. You never know. You might make the same choice one day. Did you foresee something? Shaki frowned. Gloriosa shook her head. No, I just believe in the fate of our 9-snake empress. Forget it. Seeing that Gloriosa was unwilling to say anything, Shaki stopped asking and turned to Milim. Aren't you going back now? Who are you waiting for here? A group of pirates. They said they are nearby and are coming to join the fun. Milim nodded in response. Oh, Shaki looked at Milim in confusion. What? Pirates can make you so attentive? Well, oh look, they're here. Milim was about to answer when she saw a ship gradually appearing on the distant shore. The O.L. Jackson. Is that Gold Roger? Shaki immediately recognized the incoming pirates as the O.L. Jackson approached the port of the World Nation, and a group of burly men jumped down from it. Yo, Milim, I saw you the moment I jumped down, Roger exclaimed as he landed, then turned to see Shaki standing nearby. His eyes immediately sparkled with affection as he rushed to Shaki, kneeling on one knee and taking her hand. Can this beautiful lady tell me your name? I have completely fallen in love with you. Hee. Shaki giggled, covering her mouth. My name is Shaki, but you might as well forget about falling in love with me. She pulled her hand away. What a beautiful name, Shaki. Hearing her melodious voice, Roger was entranced, while the other crew members stood mesmerized by Shaki. Only Rayleigh remained calm and composed. This made Shaki glance unexpectedly at Rayleigh. She was well aware of her charm, and very few men could resist her. This man, however, seemed different. Gloriosa stood aside, a strange smile gradually appearing on her face. Wow, Milim exclaimed, her eyes widened as she looked at Roger. I never expected you to be such a pirate king. Chapter 43 Carp Cough Cough. Rayleigh kept coughing beside them, trying to awaken the minds of his companions. Unfortunately, these people had already been dazzled by beauty, their eyes filled with hearts as they stared intently at Xiachi. Just then, a loud shout came from afar. Roger, don't even think about running. Roger, who was still lost in the allure, was immediately snapped back to reality by that familiar voice. I didn't expect to run all the way here, Carb, you bastard. You actually caught up. Ha ha ha. This time, Roger, you can't escape. I even threw away the transponder snail just to catch you. No one is going to stop me this time. Fistbone, meteor, Carp grabbed a cannonball and hurled it fiercely, turning it into a meteor that shot straight toward the island. Hey, this won't do. The birthday party can't be disturbed. Roger laughed maniacally, no longer caring about Xiachi. His gaze was solely fixed on Carp, and, as Ace drew out the crimson lightning, it wrapped around him, unleashing a flying slash. Desolate Guardian Spirit. The two attacks collided, with Roger's flying slash splitting the cannonball in two, still maintaining its force as it struck toward Carp. Carp, with his fist enveloped in pitch-black hockey, deflected the slash to the side. The flying slash fell into the sea. Splitting the ocean, Carp shouted at Roger, Roger, surrender. Roger looked back at Carp with fervor and yelled, What are you joking about? I'm going to become the freest pirate. The two figures rapidly approached each other, but at that moment, a third party appeared. Today is my and Linlin's birthday. How dare you make such a ruckus at this time? You really don't take me seriously. Milim's eyes sparkled with red light. Two dragon claws grabbed Roger's ace and Carp's iron fist. How did Milim get here? Carp's eyes widened as he looked at Milim holding his fist, confused about why he was grabbing Roger when he saw Milim. Oh no, Roger's mouth twitched. He had been too excited to see Carp earlier and hadn't controlled his emotions well. Now he was definitely doomed, since you two like to fight so much. Then take this, Milim said, waving her dragon wings behind her, and shot straight up into the sky. Hey Milim, what are you doing? Roger's eyes widened as he watched Milim's increasingly fast figure, pulling both of them rapidly into the sky. Milim wore a ferocious smile. Let you see my new ultimate move. Earth launch. As she spoke, Milim's speed increased as she flew up. Without Milim's magical protection, the friction in the air quickly ignited the clothes on Carp and Roger, and the surrounding heat intensified. This forced Carp and Roger to use haki, protecting themselves as they reached an altitude of 30,000 meters, where the island below became indistinct. Finally, Milim came to a stop. Carp still had the leisure to pick his nose with one hand. Milim, why did you bring us up here? You're not going to drop us, are you? Carp had tried to break free, but that hand felt as if it were pressed down by a giant weight, unable to move an inch. Looking at Milim's radiant smile, Roger swallowed hard. No way. Are you really going to do this? Earth launch. Milim did not respond, only retracting her wings. With her body facing down, she spun Carp and Roger around faster and faster, the three of them turning into a massive fireball as they fell toward the sea. This rapid spinning made even Roger and Carp seasoned sailors. feel their stomachs churn and their heads spin as if their brains were being scrambled. The people at the port watched the fireball getting closer to the sea, all with their mouths agape, unsure of what to say. "Captain, he can't be dead, right?" Jabba finally spoke up. The surrounding crew began to discuss. Fighting at a birthday banquet, the captain really has no manners. This time, it's definitely over. Milim will kill him. They comforted each other with words, but the tension in their hearts was inescapable. Everyone knew Milim likely wouldn't take it seriously, but if she truly got angry, it would lead to a tricky situation with a war against the entire world. As the fireball in the sky approached the sea, just before crashing into the water, Milim spread her dragon wings and released her grip, letting the two of them plunge into the sea. She then glided over the surface of the water, eventually returning to the port of the land of Wa. The two fell into the sea, causing enormous waves that even shook the docked ships. "Captain, don't die." Jabba squatted by the sea, reaching toward the surface where Roger had fallen, his appearance making it seem quite tragic, but the next sentence broke his act. "At least you should entrust all your treasures to me before you die." "Bastard, Jabba, you're definitely eyeing my treasure." A hand reached up from the sea, followed by Roger, soaked to the bone, jumping out of the water. "So you're not dead." Jabba stood up, seemingly a bit disappointed. "What are you disappointed about, you bastard?" Roger was furious. What should he do about his crew always trying to usurp him? Then another hand appeared from the sea, directly grabbing Roger's head and pushing him down, followed by Carp, who poked his head out, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. "Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Milim. I didn't expect to chase all the way to the land of Wa." "Carp, who are you trying to fool? Didn't anyone inform you that you're on the territory of the land of Wa? You're clearly looking for trouble on purpose." Roger broke free from Carp's large hand and quickly swam ashore. Arriving beside Milim, he wore an expression of having seen through everything, pointing at Carp and shouting, "Is that true?" Carp dug his nose and also made it to the port, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, the call I received earlier was actually about this. I thought it was another order from above, so I threw it away." "You're lying. Milim, go beat him up. It would be best if you made sure he could never get out of bed again." Roger still looked at Milim with expectant eyes, hoping she would give Carp a good beating. After all, since he set sail, Carp had been acting strangely, ignoring everyone and just focusing on him. Wherever he ran, Carp followed, making others think Carp had a crush on him. Chapter 44 Banquet. Roger, stop talking nonsense. Carp immediately became a bit anxious and stepped forward to cover Roger's mouth. Roger quickly dodged and started circling around Milim, with Carp following closely behind. As they spun around, they began to play, causing Milim's forehead to deepen with a frown, and she could no longer hold back, smashing her fist down on both of their heads. The two squatted on the ground, holding their heads with a big bump on top. "I'm sorry, we were wrong." The two were quite the nagging pair, and being our captain, this was truly unfortunate. Jabba timely chimed in, and the other crew members nodded in agreement. In the distance, the Navy ship saw that no fight had broken out here and began to slowly approach the shore. Bogart, Carp's current lieutenant and a naval swordsman, was the first to jump off the ship and hurried over to Carp's side. Following him, a group of Navy soldiers armed with guns rushed down from the ship. "Vice Admiral Carp, are you okay?" Carp waved his hand, wearing a nonchalant smile. "I'm fine, and you all should quickly put down your guns. Today is Milim's birthday feast." Hearing Carp's order, the Navy soldiers all lowered their guns and stood neatly together. "Milim, look, we've all come." Carp touched the bump on his head, gritting his teeth a bit from the pain, but still forced a smile. "Forget it. If you want to participate, then join in. Anyway, this birthday is to entertain everyone from the nations. Having you here is neither more nor less." Milim waved her hand dismissively. "All right." Upon hearing Milim's agreement, Carp instantly rushed to Roger's side and scolded him. "Speak up. Are you deliberately bringing me to the nations to see me make a fool of myself?" "Ha ha ha. That's hard to say. Who told you to keep chasing me?" Roger laughed loudly, then gave Carp a wicked look. "You're a pirate. If I don't catch you, who should I catch? There are plenty of pirates in this world. Why should I catch just you? And take your hand off my sword." "Wow, so petty. Let me have a look." Unsurprisingly, the two started arguing again after a short while. Rayleigh walked over to Bogart and handed him a bottle of wine. "It looks like taking care of Carp isn't easy." Bogart casually took it, Same to you. Soon, everyone followed Milim and Guruliosa into the city of the nations. Along the roadside, various delicacies and desserts were laid out, with tables filling both sides except for a path in the middle. What's this for? Karp looked puzzled at the empty tables. Oh, when it's time to eat. Everyone will put the food they've prepared on these tables. Milim pointed to a nearby table. Then everyone will share the food they love. Looks really good. Roger sniffed the aromas wafting from various homes, along with a familiar smell of alcohol, and took a deep breath in enjoyment. Shachi, however, looked around with a complex expression. Compared to the newly established nations, the Amazon Lily Kingdom had been around for hundreds of years. But compared to the nations, the Amazon Lily Kingdom seemed more like a barbaric kingdom, not only lagging behind its systems, but also in technology. After all, she had just seen someone take out frozen meat from a white box, which was clearly a sign of technology. Moreover, while the food here was abundant, the Amazon Lily Kingdom still relied on the wealth obtained from the Snake Princess pirates to sustain their lives. The more she thought about it, the deeper Shachi's frown became. In every aspect, the Amazon Lily Kingdom could not compare to the nations. Her sorrowful yet beautiful appearance naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding citizens, who were momentarily stunned by her beauty. However, they quickly averted their gaze. Not only was she unattainable for them, but there were also 3 beauties on the nation's side. Charlotte Linlin, although very tall, did not lose to Shachi in looks, but she lacked the charm that could captivate everyone. Milim was even more so. Her charm even made some people shift from liking mature women to gradually liking Lolis. Moreover, Milim roamed around the nations every day, which raised the aesthetic standards of many residents. Not to mention that Guruliosa, who followed closely behind Milim, was also a very charming beauty. As Milim led everyone to Charlotte Linlin's office, they were surprised to find that even on her birthday, Charlotte Linlin was still diligently working. Roger and Karp exchanged knowing glances at Milim and sighed. Hey, do you have any objections to me? Milim kicked both of them in dissatisfaction. As everyone arrived, Charlotte Linlin looked up at the clock, realized it was almost time, and put down the documents in her hand. After greeting everyone, she took them to the center of the banquet. In the giant palace built by the giants, everyone stared wide-eyed at the 100-meter-high doors of the palace. Hey, I remember I didn't leave the nations for long. When did a palace come up? Roger's eyes widened. It had only been about half a year since he last visited. Coming back to the nations felt like entering a completely unfamiliar place. Oof. A tall giant snorted. This was handcrafted by us giants, using the finest materials. Saying this, the giant pushed open the great door, revealing a palace already filled with various large and small tables, some as large as dozens of meters, while others were normal-sized tables. Soon, not just giants, but also soldiers and officials managing affairs in the nations quickly took their seats. Milim and Charlotte Linlin sat at the highest position, able to see everyone below. Charlotte Linlin raised her cup and addressed everyone below. Today is both mine and Milim's birthday, and I'm very happy that you all could attend our birthday banquet. I won't say much more. Enjoy this feast that belongs to both Milim and me, as well as to all of you. After finishing, she downed her drink. The many attendees quickly followed suit, gulping down their drinks. At this moment, Milim stood up. Everyone enjoy this banquet, indulge in the festivities, and eat and drink to your heart's content. As her words fell, a multitude of dishes were quickly served, filling all the tables in an instant. Chapter 45 Cake. As the dishes were served at the tables, a giant cake followed, towering like a giant several dozen meters tall. It looked so delicious. The eyes of Milim and Charlotte Linlin sparkled with excitement as the chef elegantly cut the 2 largest pieces of cake and presented them to Milim and Linlin, while the rest of the cake was shared among everyone else. At this moment, Milim's gaze was solely focused on the cake, and she was almost drooling. She quickly grabbed a piece of cake and stuffed it in her mouth, her eyes filled with satisfaction, while the nearby Guruliosa watched Milim eat with a blissful smile. This is so delicious. I want to eat it forever. Like Milim, Charlotte Linlin was also stuffing piece after piece of cake in her mouth, her slender figure seemingly unable to be filled. Below, Shachi proactively picked up a wine glass and approached Rayleigh, attracting the attention of many people present. Roger and Garp widened their eyes, filled with envy as they watched Rayleigh. Rayleigh, slightly stiff, took the wine glass and clinked it with shocky yes, seeing Rayleigh's demeanor. Shocky smiled and winked at him, say have fun. Rayleigh shivered and immediately downed the drink in one go, then turned his head away. Unable to look Shocky in the eye, you too. Shocky then left Rayleigh's side and returned to her seat, seriously savoring the food. Damn it, why would Shocky like you? Roger suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Rayleigh by the neck, his tone and gaze filled with envy and jealousy. Rayleigh didn't respond, just staring blankly at the wine glass in his hand, where a red lip print lingered on the edge, his mind in chaos. Wherever Roger was, Garp was sure to follow. Garp leaned toward Roger and loudly quipped, "How could Shocky like a literate like you? It's obvious she likes cultured people like Rayleigh. What do you have to be proud of? You're not exactly educated either." Roger shouted in dissatisfaction. Garp replied with a grin, "I've been to the Navy Academy. Completely different from an illiterate like you." Roger was at a loss for words against Garp's retort. He indeed never went to school and lacked culture. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Garp and whispered, "So, our culture man, what do you have to say about this scene?" Pointing at the crowd at the banquet. He anticipated some philosophical words from Garp. Garp's lips curled into a smirk. "Then listen up. What does it mean to be cultured? Please start your performance." Their dialogue was not quiet, attracting the attention of several onlookers. Milim, while eating cake, watched the commotion below with a cheerful smile, finding it quite amusing. Beach Punk, listening to their conversation, displayed a proud expression. He wasn't bragging. None of the people present were as cultured as he was. The other spectators were also looking forward to what Garp, the Navy rookie, would say. Looking at the crowd watching him, Garp suddenly broke into a silly smile. Wow. So many people. Oh no. Roger lost his grip and almost dropped to the ground, while the remaining audience was left speechless, and Beach Punk showed a look of disdain. "I shouldn't have believed this uncultured brute." Roger scrambled to his feet, his eyes filled with contempt. Although he never believed Garp had culture, he didn't expect him to say something so plain and unremarkable. Hey, with so many people looking at me with disdain, even Garp felt a bit embarrassed. But he still stubbornly argued, "Can't you see how fitting my words are? Hee, this shameless guy, take this." Suddenly, Roger grabbed a plate of cake and smashed it into Garp's face. Caught off guard, Garp's face was completely covered in cream. "Roger, you despicable pirate. How could you use such tactics against the righteous Navy?" Garp wasn't T1 to back down. After receiving the signal for war, he retaliated by smashing a cake back into Roger's face. The two of them were having a blast, and in their playful antics, they inadvertently drew more people into the fray. Milim sat on stage, watching the chaos below with a joyous smile. After all, how could a birthday party be without such a show? Without hesitation, Milim jumped off the stage, grabbed a cake, and charged toward the astonished Beach Punk. "Milim, don't come over here." Beach Punk was so frightened that he lost control of his facial expression and turned to run away. "Beach Punk, where do you think you're going? Don't run, face me." Milim held up the cake like a jeep, charging at Beach Punk. Seriously, Charlotte Linlin stuffed another piece of cake in her mouth, mumbling, "Isn't this a waste of food? This is a delicious birthday cake." This farce continued until the sun was about to disappear over the horizon. Only then did everyone stop. Milim's face had cat whiskers drawn on with cream, and even Charlotte Linlin, who hadn't joined the chaos, had a plate of cake on her forehead that someone had thrown at her. As for Roger and Garp, they had completely transformed into cream-covered figures, still rolling around together, hugging each other. Jabba held 2 axes made of cake, laughing heartily while munching on them. But the most eye-catching was Rayleigh, who, for reasons unknown, was completely clean except for a plate of cream covering the part of him that symbolized a man's dignity. Many ladies passed by Rayleigh, their eyes instinctively glancing at his second brother, then shyly covering their mouths as they walked and whispered among themselves. What made Rayleigh even more embarrassed was Shocky, not far away, holding a cake and watching his second brother with a strange smile while eating her own piece of cake. Rayleigh felt utterly humiliated. If it weren't for Roger and Garp, these 2 idiots who wouldn't forget to grab his leg, even while hugging each other, he would have run away long ago. The grand banquet eventually came to an end, and what followed was a small gathering among friends. After everyone went home to shower, they quickly gathered together again. Chapter 46 Meteor. A few people gathered on a patch of grass, and Roger looked at Vegapunk with curiosity. Are you serious? Is there really a once-in-100 years meteor shower today? Oomph. Vegapunk looked disdainfully at the illiterate in front of him. As an illiterate, you may not believe me, but you should believe in science. Big head, he doesn't believe you, but I do. Carp immediately chimed in, always eager to join in on anything that could annoy Roger. Do you think you're not illiterate? Vegapunk retorted mercilessly, not to mention Carp, who even called himself Big Head. Roger laughed heartily, slapping Carp on the shoulder. Looks like we're evenly matched. Your naval school was a waste of time. All right, you two stop arguing, Miriam said, her little fist hitting their backs. If she didn't stop them, they might end up fighting again. Then Miriam leaned closer to Vegapunk, her eyes wide with curiosity as she asked, Vegapunk, when will the meteor shower arrive? I've never seen one before. It's still early. It won't be here until at least dawn, Vegapunk replied, taking out his telescope and some high-tech-looking camera equipment. Roger and Carp stared with wide eyes, approaching him, but Vegapunk pushed their heads away in disgust. Charlotte Linlin, EUR, and Ryuka, the three workaholics, didn't forget to continue handling work even at this hour. Have you already contacted them? AI nodded and handed the documents to Linlin. The Tree of Knowledge has responded. They are very willing to share knowledge with anyone eager to learn. Moreover, they have many scholars who are eager to come to the World School to teach and spread knowledge. Alas, Charlotte Linlin's expression was a bit complicated. She originally thought she would have to pay some price to gain knowledge, but she didn't expect the scholars from the Tree of Knowledge to actually be true scholars. Since that's the case, I'll leave everything to you. By the way, when you go to the Tree of Knowledge, clean up the pirates there. Consider it our insignificant repayment. Understood. Charlotte Linlin's serious expression disappeared, replaced by a smile. All right, now that work is done, AI also smiled back. Although they were looking forward to the brilliant and beautiful meteor shower, the waiting time was often boring. Carp and Roger had also tired of arguing, and Rayleigh had somehow moved next to Shachi, while the other crew members lay on the grass with their heads cradled in their arms. Miriam lay sideways on Gyroleosa's lap, her gaze fixed on the gradually darkening sky, slowly losing focus. As the view became darker, Miriam eventually fell into a deep sleep. Gyroleosa stroked Miriam's soft hair, her eyes filled with unmatched love and tenderness. Hey, Miriam, wake up. The meteor shower is coming. A series of shouts roused Miriam from her drowsiness, and she opened her hazy eyes. The first thing she saw was Gyroleosa calling her, and then she adjusted to look up at the sky. Following Gyroleosa's gaze, Miriam looked at the dark sky, where hundreds of meteors streaked across, trailing shimmering yellow light. They illuminated the entire dark sky. This magnificent sight attracted countless people at sea, with many looking at the same scene from different locations and directions. How beautiful! I really want to see if I can bring them all down, Miriam murmured, her eyes seemingly reflecting the brilliance of the meteors shining brightly. The sea was still as magnificent as ever. Linlin chuckled softly, as if she had come to terms with something. Gyroleosa lowered her head, her eyes only on Miriam, feeling that the girl before her was even more beautiful than the so-called meteors. Roger and Carp lay on the grass, watching the meteors streaking across the sky. Roger felt emotional. I never expected that one day I would be here watching a meteor shower with you. I didn't expect it either. Today is really enjoyable. Carp chuckled softly, then turned to Roger. Next time, I won't hold back. I will definitely catch you, because I am the Navy. I represent justice. Justice. As the last two words grew fainter, Carp lowered his eyelids, lost in thought. Huh, Roger chuckled, not saying anything further, just quietly watching the meteors in the sky, feeling in his heart. Indeed, one can meet all kinds of people on the sea, and this vast ocean is enough to accommodate everyone's wishes. You seem a bit different from your companions, Shachi said, smoking a cigarette, glancing at Rayleigh, who was sitting nearby. Rayleigh quietly took a sip of his drink. Different? Maybe, but it's precisely because everyone carries their own edges and dreams that they make up that ship, that journey. I'm just traveling alongside everyone, doing my best to sail toward the sea that Roger pointed out. Huh, Shachi laughed a couple of times, looking at Rayleigh with a teasing tone. It seems you really are the only cultured person in Roger's pirate crew. Your way of speaking is indeed different. Rayleigh finished a bottle of alcohol, speaking casually with a hint of self-deprecation. A few years of schooling doesn't make anyone cultured. What truly taught me were the storms at sea, the words of my companions, and the countless guys I've seen with that guy Roger. Those are the most genuine lessons. Seeing Rayleigh's philosophically rich yet carefree demeanor, Shachi's heart raced a little faster, her gaze deepening as she looked at him. Rayleigh was momentarily stunned by her gaze, then smiled, his usual calm demeanor replaced with a lazy warmth. "Miss Shachi, staring at me like that, are you curious about our sailing stories?" Rayleigh skillfully deflected Shachi's gaze, like a perfect gentleman, making the other party feel at ease while guiding the conversation elsewhere. The smile in Shachi's eyes grew even more vibrant. "Sure, I really want to know your story." Giroliosa watched the scene with a gentle smile on her lips. "I told you, no matter which empress it is, she cannot escape the curse of love." "Shachi, you are moved." The last few meteors fell sporadically, their trails growing shorter and fainter, as if they had exhausted their strength. When the last glimmer merged into the night, the noisy starry sky fell completely silent. Only the evening breeze passed by, as if marking a gentle end to this fleeting cosmic feast. Chapter 47. The Rocks Pirates. The birthday party of the Rocks Pirates has ended, and everyone has returned to their respective lives. The once lively Gua has once again settled down, and everything is developing steadily. However, during these peaceful days, a school called the Academy City has quietly begun enrolling students. Under the compulsion of Gua, all young children are required to enter the Academy City to start their studies. With the authority established by Charlotte Linlin, the first enrollment of students faced no obstacles and everything went remarkably smoothly. Undoubtedly, Gua now possesses all the advantages that a country can have. In contrast to the tranquility of Gua, the Rocks Pirates outside the Grand Line are gaining more and more fame, with their exploits at sea becoming increasingly notorious. Various powerful pirates have continuously lost to Rocks in the pirate game, leading to Rocks recruiting even more formidable subordinates. The pirate game, also known as the Davy Back Fight, is a game among pirates that originated in a certain pirate paradise, aimed at allowing pirates to snatch excellent crew members from others, also referred to as the Battle for Crewmates. The game is decided in 3 rounds, with the loser swearing lifelong loyalty to the winner in front of Davy Jones. If the winning side does not desire any crew member, they can also seize the pirate flag of the losing side, making it a cruel contest that gambles comrades and dignity. There are 3 main treaties. 1. Anything lost in the Davy Back Fight must be won back through another Davy Back Fight. 2. Crew members chosen by the winner from the loser must immediately swear loyalty to the enemy captain. 3. The flag taken from the loser will never be raised again. Anyone who violates these 3 rules will be deemed a disgrace to pirates and sent to Davy Jones' locker. During the Long Chain Island period, the Straw Hat Pirates encountered the Foxy Pirates Challenge, and they engaged in a Davy Back Fight. During this time, Chopper and Nico Robin were selected by Foxy, but ultimately the Straw Hat Pirates won and successfully retrieved them. This game is recognized by all pirates, and everyone adheres to its rules. As a result, the number of powerful personnel under Rocks has been steadily increasing. After all, as long as they see strong and potential individuals, they can initiate the game. And as long as they keep winning, the potential of the Rocks Pirates will continue to rise. The Navy is helpless against this, and even the world government allows them to develop freely. The Rocks Pirates are rampaging across the sea, and on this day, their target is the International Charity Alliance Temple. Putron, what an incredible amount to take away. Wang Ji grinned greedily at the treasure scattered on the ground. He then turned to the guards who came to stop them, revealing a mocking smile. "You've worked hard. We'll take all of this." "Stop. Hurry up and stop." The monks shouted in panic. "That money can't just be taken away by you. It's for the children." "How laughable." Bakeen Stussy said disdainfully, carrying a large money bag. "It's precisely because you didn't give all the money to the children that there is so much money here." The Rocks crew broke through without being stopped, carrying the treasure out. At that moment, Wang Ji suddenly received a distress call through the transponder snail. "Hello, Wang Ji. Lower the last ladder. We're still underground." Wang Ji's face turned sour. He hated the tone of the command. "What a bother, Shiki." "Huh? Oh yeah." Shiki's eyes widened in surprise, as if he couldn't believe there were still people down there. I forgot about them, caring for their companions. They couldn't leave them in the dark. The next moment, Shiki dropped a bomb, which fell and exploded with a loud bang. He covered his ears with 2 fingers, grinning with the success of the prank. Haha, the share is going to increase. Damn it, you idiots, can you stop making noise? Wang Ji's already ugly and twisted face became even more contorted as he complained loudly to Shiki. They know all our business. We can't let them escape. Hurry up and close the temple. Haven't the troops arrived yet? The monk shouted to his subordinates. The surrounding monks immediately activated mechanisms, and massive iron bars fell, locking all exits. But this was futile for these great pirates. Do you think a few bars can trap us inside? Bakine Stussy said with a mocking smile on her beautiful face. Wang Ji, act quickly. Just as they were about to act, the entire temple began to shake violently. The foundation seems to be sinking. Everyone could feel the ground beneath them continuously sinking. Is this an earthquake? Is this the doing of that guy? The sea was rolling, and the island was crumbling apart, with unparalleled destructive power shattering everything on the ground. Newgate. Everyone knew who was responsible for this power, and they were all warmly greeting Newgate, their bodies completely out of control. They rolled with the vibrations and free fell with the collapsing ruins until the island was completely leveled, and the temple disappeared entirely, finally calming this disaster. Is this the power capable of destroying the world? Kaido looked at Newgate with immense admiration. It's really enviable. I want it too. Newgate tilted his head to look at Kaido. The ability? You have to look for it slowly. After all, you'll have to live with that body for a lifetime. That's true. Kaido nodded in agreement. Hey, who did this to us? A person with blood seeping from his forehead, different from Kaido and Newgate, was angrily shouting. Wang Ji looked at his furious appearance and pointed to the sky in Shiki's direction. A figure drifted by nonchalantly. The fierce-looking person wore sunglasses, but his expression revealed just how angry he was. As expected, "It's you, Shiki, you bastard." Shiki's mouth curled into a big smile, gazing mockingly. "Oh, Fierce Lord, you're still alive. I was worried about you." Confirming the target, the 2 old foes began to passionately fight each other. "I'm going to take you down." Looking at the 2 fighting, Rock sighed helplessly. "Stop doing such boring things. Everyone, hurry up. Is the treasure safe?" Chapter 48. King of Giants Harold Ganswy. Of course. "Hey, Rocks, look around. Up in the sea." John shouted in surprise as he looked at the surface of the sea. "It's the Navy. It seems we are surrounded." A large fleet of warships gathered in the sea, comparable to the power of the demon-slaying order, surged across the horizon and immediately surrounded the island tightly. A disdainful smile appeared on Rock's face. We're in trouble now. It's not the time for you kids to argue. Let's set sail quickly." They came really fast. Could it be that the intel was leaked? Newgate calmly looked at the Navy warships surrounding them. It seemed that everything was premeditated. Suddenly, Rox thought of something and changed his mind. No, not to set sail. We prepare to attack. Sink them, plunder them. A pirate ship faced the entire fleet, and ultimately, Nox achieved victory in an unstoppable manner. Their strength made the whole world tremble. The Rox Pirates was established only 2 years ago, and the recorded attack incidents numbered 16, with 76 ships sunk, 14 ports burned, 5 towns wiped out, and 1 country disbanded. There were 3 special criminal incidents violating Article 18 of World Law and 25 erased criminal records. The entire sea made everyone fear, and the most feared reputation was not later the Pirate King Roger Sea Group, but the Rox Pirates. These years truly belonged to Rox. Looking at the ruined warships before him, Rox showed a disdainful smile. Next stop, the Kingdom of Giants. I will definitely make Harold join my team. The country of Wano experienced another year of development, and everything was thriving. The once busy Linlin also became leisurely. Taking this opportunity, Linlin, Milim, and Giroria planned to go to the legendary Kingdom of Giants, Elbaf, which they had long wanted to visit. Ryuka, we leave Wano in your hands during this time. Charlotte Linlin put on her captain's hat again, wearing an incredibly bright smile as she said goodbye to Al and the others. Al looked serious. Just leave it to us. Charlotte Linlin smiled and turned to walk into the Demon King's ship, where Milim and Giroria were already waiting for her on board. Milim sat in Giroria's lap. playing with the Minecraft game console developed by Vegapunk, and only put it away after seeing Linlin board the ship. Wow, Linlin, we can finally set sail together again. Milim showed an excited smile, as Linlin had never taken a break for a few days since the establishment of Wano. Now this journey to Elbaf could be said to be specially planned for Linlin. Yes, I really look forward to seeing what the Kingdom of Giants Elbaf looks like. Charlotte Linlin bent down to pat Milim's head, speaking with a smile. Maybe this time we can really meet the giant King Harold, who has been absent from the country for years. There's no need to worry about such things. As long as we have fun, that's good enough. Milim was not particularly concerned about whether they would meet King Harold, taking a sip of juice handed to her by Giroria. Charlotte Linlin smiled and did not dwell too much on the topic, instead starting to inquire about her own doubts with Milim. You haven't really found a way to move forward, have you? Of course I can feel it, but I can't say it now, or there might be unexpected issues. When the topic turned to this, Milim's expression unexpectedly became serious, since reaching a certain bottleneck. Her growth rate had slowed down countless times. Whether it was physical fitness or the growth rate of hockey, it had become extremely difficult, as if she had reached the highest point in this world. No longer able to take a step forward, but at that moment, the feeling she had as a child reappeared in her mind, and she thought countless times about how to move forward. A method she had thought of long ago, but felt impossible, suddenly became clearer and more complete in her mind. However, this method cannot be used at this time. Perhaps it can only be perfectly executed during the legendary battle of the Valley of the Gods. Since that's the case, I won't ask more. Linlin trusted Milim, believing that she would not do anything she was not sure about. After finishing her thoughts, Charlotte Linlin opened the newspaper, and the content surprised her. King Harold of Elbaf reveals his true nature. The friendship with the government is a disguise. Sunk innocent warships. Harold and Elbaf's vision of integrating into the world seems even more difficult. Charlotte Linlin did not believe everything the newspaper said. Through countless newspapers, she had come to understand that Harold's character was definitely not someone who would do such things. There must be some reason for this. Thinking this way, Charlotte Linlin had already decided to ask Harold the truth when she arrived at the Kingdom of Giants Elbaf. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to bring the Kingdom of Giants to Wano's side. Time returned to when Harold clashed with the agents of the world government. The world government agent shouted at Harold with a smug face. "Stop pretending. Leave immediately, Harold. Non-member countries are no man's land for us. People there have no human rights at all." Harold, filled with rage, gripped his giant sword and shouted angrily at the agent. There should be no such reasoning. The world government is not the rule of the world. Let those people go. This country once helped us unconditionally during the famine in Elbaf. They are our friendly nation. They are our benefactors. The captured people were filled with tears of fear, shouting towards their only hope, "Harold, King Harold, save us." Harold's expression grew more serious and determined. "Now is the time for us to repay our kindness. I will never back down here." The world government agent still wore a disdainful smile, looking down on this giant king who once bowed to the world government. "What you insist on saying? You Elbaf are now just a country hoping to join." The tone of the world government agent carried a threatening implication. "If you help us, that's fine. But if you dare to shelter non-member countries, then you can forget about ever joining." Chapter 49 Tavern Get Out of the Way, Harold. The agent fired a shot without even looking, hitting innocent people. The splattering blood ignited the warrior's anger completely. Harold's face was twisted in rage, his eyes wide in disbelief. This guy is simply not human. Finally unable to endure any longer, Harold struck out against those scum who trample on life. The Rox pirates had successfully landed on the island of the giants and entered a tavern, where Rox and Harold met again. "Ha! I told you. The world government has always been like that." Rox laughed mockingly, turning to Harold as he burst into laughter. "Instead of waiting for them, why don't we go drink in the castle together?" Harold, with a grim face, gulped down his drink. "What nonsense are you talking? How could someone with such a notorious reputation as you enter the country?" Rox spread his arms wide as if to embrace everything, wearing an arrogant smile. "Then let the whole country become my ally. And you should almost understand by now, Harold." Rox continued to persuade Harold, his face showing an expression of incomprehension. "I really can't stand it anymore. your attitude of bowing down to the government. Harold looked down. His once flowing hair had been shaved to a bald head, leaving only two devilish horns on top. After a moment of silence, Harold's determination grew stronger again. One day, I will definitely get Elbaf to join the world government. Rock sighed in disbelief. I mean, shaving your head to show sincerity. Which country's culture is that? Even Carp laughs at me for this. Harold lowered his head, unsure of what to say. At that moment, a loud laugh suddenly echoed from outside the door. Ha ha ha. Linlin, it seems like he's not one of us. After being treated like this, he still wants to join the world government. It seems he's beyond saving. A clear female voice entered everyone's ears, attracting everyone's attention. Don't say that, Milim. Pursuing peace is not wrong. You just can't see any other way. Another deeper female voice followed. The next moment, the tavern's door was kicked open, and three figures, one tall, one short, and one of medium height, barged in. It was Milim and Charlotte Linlin, who had just arrived at Giant Island and sensed a powerful aura. Harold, you have new guests. Rock's observation hockey alerted him in an instant. A very strong, dangerous aura was rapidly approaching. Milim and Charlotte Linlin from the Nations. I recognize you. A giant once informed me that they wanted to join the Nations, so I specifically learned about it. Harold instantly recognized the two. Well, now it seems we all know each other, saving us the self-introduction. Rox maintained a smile on his face, still saying nonsensical things. Hey, Rox, you're too confident. Maybe the two big shots from the Nations don't even recognize you. Shiki mocked without giving Rox any face. The other crew members of Rox looked calmly at everything, as if they were already used to this kind of thing. Rox, the atmosphere on your ship is really different from that of Roger's ship. It feels like everyone might betray you at any moment. Milim cheerfully stated the truth. Good point, little girl. Shiki was the first to jump in. Each of us exists independently. Even if Rox dies, we can still sail alone on the sea. Ha ha ha. Rather than believing in the bonds between comrades, I trust the feelings built on interests. They follow me because of benefits, so they can never betray me. Rox was very clear that his crew had no loyalty to him, but he also firmly believed that interests would unite them. Truly the most famous pirate on the sea. Your ideas are quite interesting. Charlotte Linlin walked toward the table without reservation, wearing an appreciative smile. This banquet is not recommended for us to join. Ha ha ha. I can't say anything about this. What do you think, Harold? Rox threw the question to the giant King Harold. Nations, you are quite famous now. The entire sea is spreading the word about your wonderful country. It's really enviable. Harold sighed, his eyes filled with envy. Coolme, let's drink together. Elbaf would love to have one more friend. Charlotte Linlin smiled, having already noticed that this giant King Harold was completely clueless about politics, daring to associate with the Nations at such a time. Harold, you're still as stubborn as ever, daring to associate with the Nations at this time. It seems you'll never be able to become a member state. Rock's smile grew wider, eventually laughing so hard he was gasping for breath. Harold looked at Rox in confusion, completely not understanding what he meant. Rox, what are you talking about? Why can't we associate with the Nations? That has to do with King Charlotte Linlin's thoughts. The first time I heard about the Nations, I treated it as a joke. Rox stopped smiling, covering his face with one hand while his uncovered eye shone with a red light. But as the Nations grew larger, I realized that something even more intolerable to the world government than me was born. The kind of ambition was much crazier than mine. Charlotte Linlin wore a calm smile and looked at Rox with a puzzled expression. Isn't it a difficult dream to ensure that no one goes hungry and everyone is well fed? In a world so rich in resources, isn't it abnormal for some people to still be starving? Milim also chimed in cheerfully. That's right. Why do some people like to have others kneel to welcome them? It clearly has no meaning, right? Both Rox and Harold's eyes widened, as if they were looking at something that shouldn't exist in the world. Rox could no longer suppress his manic smile. So it turns out you too think like this. You are truly crazier than I am. Chapter 50, Rox, Harold sighed. At this moment, even if he were foolish, he understood Rox's meaning. A nation that possesses a beautiful life and great power, once it grows, will pose a threat to the world government's rule. Now that the Kingdom of Giants is involved with the Nations, it will make the already cautious world government even more alert, and even the Kingdom of Giants, Elbaf, will be dragged into it. Ah, Shiki pulled a comical smile on his face. I really don't know what to say about you guys. If I say you're crazy, you seem perfectly normal. If I say you're like little girls lost in a fairy tale, you're just so powerful. It's really hard to understand. The life of the nations. Huh. Newgate sighed, reminiscing about his hometown. If his hometown could be as powerful as the nations, perhaps he wouldn't have become a pirate, right? Bajin Stussy leaned on Newgate's shoulder, not moved by anything they said. She was just thinking about how to support so many people. The treasures within the nations must be countless, and her mind was filled with greedy thoughts. In the next moment, Bajin suddenly felt a chill all over her body, quickly looking up to find Milim's eyes fixed on her. Despite the absence of any conqueror's haki, the fear she felt was more profound than any conqueror's haki could exert. This guy is definitely a monster among monsters. What we do doesn't need your understanding. We just do it because we wanna, and that's the arrogance of being strong. Isn't it? Charlotte Linlin pointed at the table, her gaze filled with expectation as she looked at everyone. Gulp. Rocks down a big gulp of alcohol, then slammed his cup on the table, laughing loudly. You're right. How to change the world is the right of the strong. But hey, Charlotte Linlin, shouldn't you thank me? I'm working hard to attract the world government's attention for you. If it weren't for us, your nations wouldn't have such a leisurely development time. Oh, Charlotte Linlin glanced at Milim and found her leisurely swinging her legs, eating a dessert that was as big as she was, seemingly not comprehending Rock's meaning at all. Seeing Milim like this, Charlotte Linlin understood what she meant. Then we really should thank you. If it weren't for you, even more people would have died. Charlotte Linlin said calmly, expressing her gratitude, yet her demeanor showed no sign of being moved. Don't be so cold, Linlin. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, who said thank you but showed no sign of appreciation, Rox was not surprised. He then started talking about his plan. Speaking of which, we are currently attracting the world government's attention. If we fail, your nations will be the first to be eradicated by the world government. You're right. So let's stop playing guessing games and just talk about the plan directly. Charlotte Linlin's expression remained calm, showing no reaction to what Rox said. Upon hearing this, Rox's expression became serious, no longer playful. I cannot disclose the entire plan, and since you have eaten devil fruits, I cannot provide you with too much help. But one thing is certain, a war that will astonish the world will happen one day in the future, and the god located between the flowers will appear. Celestial dragons? Charlotte Linlin tilted her head in confusion. She didn't think the celestial dragons deserved the title of god. Milim, however, tilted her head in surprise, realizing that Rox had actually met him. Before Milim's crossing, she had not seen the comics from Rox's era, and her understanding of Rox came from fanfiction. So she was always a bit unclear. But now it was certain. Rox had indeed been to the place between the flowers and had met the true ruler of the world government. This obvious reaction also caught Rox's attention. He stared at Milim with wide eyes, and a bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Hey, Milim, you don't know something, do you? Although it was a question, Rox said it with certainty. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze focused on the short figure in the middle. Milim looked around at the others and swallowed the snack in her mouth. I think I've seen the god you mentioned. Milim rested one hand on her chin, her mind lost in memories. When I passed by the red line, I instinctively used my dragon eye to scan in that direction. At that time, I discovered a very strange place, a room full of flowers, where a figure that looked very strange and was completely black stood. But at that time, I had something to do, so I left without paying much attention. I just felt that the place you described, the one between the flowers, looked a lot like the room I saw. Rox looked deeply at Milim, then smiled again. So that's how it is. Perhaps you really have seen that guy. What are you all talking about? What god between the flowers and the red line? Harold shouted loudly, unable to understand or believe, his voice sharper and louder than ever before. Harold, you still refuse to believe? One day, you will understand completely and then join my camp. I look forward to that day. Saying this, Rox turned away from Harold. He turned and walked toward the hotel exit, followed by a group of crew members chatting and laughing. When they reached the door, Rox suddenly stopped, and the crew halted as well, turning to look back at Charlotte Linlin and Milim. Rox spoke in a calm tone, asking a question he didn't expect an answer to. When that war begins, your nations will definitely join the battle, right? After saying this, Rox turned and left entirely, leaving only Harold and Charlotte Linlin watching Rock's figure gradually disappear. Milim understood very well that the war Rox anticipated would not start as he wished, because the God Valley incident had triggered the war ahead of time. The King of Giants was still not convinced by Rox, and Rox would also end the God Valley incident completely. However, the God Valley incident was also what Milim looked forward to, so she had no reason to stop it from starting. Chapter 15 Loki Horror. Based on the information from the newspaper, it seems that you and the world government should have completely fallen out. Linlin looked at Harold, hoping to get an answer from him. No, I still hope to join the world government. Harold's tone remained firm, showing no signs of wavering. I mean, how can you, this giant, not use your brain at all? Milim waved her small hand in dissatisfaction, her eyes filled with frustration. At this time, not only has Rox approached you, but even our country has established contact with you. The world government's vigilance towards you can no longer be eliminated. At such a time, we should be looking for another way. Milim spoke with indignation. However, Harold closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and appeared determined, as if he would not turn back until he hit a wall. In the end, Milim almost ran out of words, but Harold still remained unmoved. Linlin, I can't handle this anymore. Milim gasped and complained to Charlotte Linlin. This guy's head is completely made of stone. He won't listen to a word. Charlotte Linlin noticed that when Milim said those words, Harold's eyelids twitched a few times. Clearly his inner feelings were not as calm as he appeared. After all, Harold was not really incapable of understanding. He knew very well that with Elbaf entangled with Rox and the world government, it would be very difficult to gain their trust. Even if he sent many giants to the Navy, it still wouldn't prove his sincerity. The reason Harold was so adamant about making Elbaf a member state was because Elbaf was facing food shortages and was often impacted by other pirates, making their situation difficult. Harold believed that by joining the world government, he could provide a protective umbrella for the villagers, using the power of the world government to reduce external disturbances to Elbaf and allow his people to live a stable life. Moreover, the giant race is viewed as a barbaric race by the outside world, with a very poor reputation, and they are looked down upon by other countries. Harold wanted to change this situation and allow the giants to truly integrate into the world. He believed that joining the world government was a feasible path. After becoming a member state, it could improve the international image of the giant race and gain more recognition. After joining the world government, he could strengthen Elbaf's power with the help of the Navy. At the same time, it would also allow them to escape some trade restrictions and freely engage in trade with other countries, changing the chaotic situation caused by the inability to trade normally. Furthermore, according to the rules of the world government, although member states need to pay heavenly gold, they can also receive corresponding protection and some resources. Harold hoped to use this to help Elbaf develop better. Although the idea was good, he believed that if he chose the wrong target, even if he became a member state, the difficulties he faced would still exist. Milim, let's go. We'll take a tour around Elbaf and give the Giant King some time to think. Saying this, Charlotte Linlin turned and walked out of the hotel. Gurliosa, who had been like an invisible person since entering the hotel, reluctantly pulled Milim out with her. Really, this guy is so two-faced. He clearly doesn't believe in the world government himself. Milim muttered as she walked. All right, Milim, everyone has their own difficulties. You should understand and empathize with others. Although she said this, Gurliosa also did not agree with the Giant King's blind faith in the world government. In the tavern, the Giant King Harold sighed deeply with his eyes closed. He knew that at this time, wanting to join the world government was basically impossible, and even if he joined, his country might not see much improvement. But Harold was out of options. This was the least damaging method he could think of. Upon reaching outside the hotel, a tall figure blocked their way, with purple hair and bandages wrapped around his eyes. Carrying a huge spike club, he arrogantly shouted at Charlotte Linlin and Milim. You guys are outsiders, right? You look so small, you must be weak. Ma. Charlotte Linlin immediately recognized the tall giant before her, the legendary prince of Elbaf, known as the Cursed Prince. It seems you are Harold's child, Prince Loki. Don't keep calling me Harold's child. I only go by my own name. Loki licked his lips lightly, his tone carrying a childlike arrogance with a hint of nonchalance. Oh, this guy is much fiercer than you were as a child. He looks like he wants to fight. Milim leaned closer to Loki, her eyes filled with memories. sounding quite relaxed. Looking at the small figure beneath him, Loki raised his spiked club without hesitation and slammed it down. The ground shattered as the massive club completely covered Milim's figure. Indeed, outsiders are so weak, Loki thought casually as he tried to lift the club. However, it wouldn't budge. It felt as if the entire club was welded to the ground. Loki looked down in confusion at the base of the club, where Milim had inserted one of her hands. Kids really love to mess around. It reminded me of that time you went crazy, Linlin. Milim yanked with immense strength, and the club instantly flew from Loki's grasp. Let's not talk about childhood memories. I don't really like those. Linlin reached out and took the spiked club from Milim's hands. Weighing it, she found it surprisingly heavy and looked at Loki in surprise, then handed the club back to him. It's better not to play with dangerous things, Prince Loki. After saying this, Linlin bypassed Loki and continued to leave. Kids are really fun. I really miss how you were as a child, Linlin. Milim also disregarded Loki and passed by him. Seeing that everyone was ignoring him, Loki, who originally lacked love, felt his anger rising. Just as he was about to turn and attack Milim again in the next moment, his keen sixth sense suddenly sensed a strong feeling of threat, and his attack was instantly halted. Once everyone had completely left the matter of Loki behind, that intense feeling of danger gradually faded. The giant child hiding behind the room finally dared to muster up the courage to sneak up beside Loki. Chapter 52, The World Tree Wow. Upon officially arriving in Elbaf, Milim was immediately astonished by the giant tree that pierced the clouds, her mouth agape in surprise. Is there really a tree that can grow this big? The height of this giant tree was dozens of times taller than an ordinary peak, and it felt like it was several thousand meters high. It was as thick as a small island, and its visible part was roughly the same size as the land of Elbaf. What was even more shocking was the giant sword next to Elbaf, which was as tall as the tree and at least 10,000 meters long. It's truly unimaginable. Gororios looked at the giant sword with a dazed expression. She couldn't fathom how anyone could lift this sword, let alone the immense power it would possess once lifted. Even Linlin, who was exceptionally gifted, felt her own smallness for the first time upon seeing this giant sword. Her naturally strong strength and physique probably couldn't compare to it. Taking a deep breath, Linlin sighed. I used to think Harold was the tallest giant in the world, but how tall must the giant who wields this sword be? Could it be tens of thousands of meters? Let's not think about that too much. Milim playfully tapped Linlin's calf, snapping her out of her daze. Haven't you always wanted to see Elbaf? You have to enjoy yourself this time and stop thinking about these boring things. Milim seemed unconcerned, and Linlin smiled in response. Don't you feel a bit of fear upon seeing such power? I am a little interested. After all, I've never seen something this tall before. Milim's face showed a proud expression, but to say I feel fear? That would be underestimating me. No matter how tall it is, it's just a living target. Linlin felt a wave of relief in her heart. Although she had matured so much, deep down, all her mature behavior relied on her sister's strength. After all, she knew that no matter what she did, she had the invincible Milim backing her up since childhood. The scene before them was astonishing, but Milim's invincible image was already deeply engraved in Linlin's mind. Moreover, until now, Linlin had never seen Milim fight with her full power. The forged weapons were gathering dust in the warehouse, having never been used even once. As they spoke, they had already entered the town of Elbaf. What greeted them was not the strong and robust soldiers they had imagined. The giants walking along the road, while not exactly emaciated, were definitely in a state of hunger. It was evident that the food supply in the giant kingdom was insufficient, and with every giant being tall, each one required a massive amount of food. Even in the bountiful ocean, it was difficult to fill all the giant stomachs just by hunting. However, the environment of Elbaf was quite nice. The core of Elbaf was the treasure tree atom, divided into 3 layers: the celestial realm, the sunny realm, and the nether realm. Most of the giant warriors lived in the warrior village of the sunny realm, which had forests, seas, beautiful surroundings, and magnificent villages, mostly made of wooden houses. The sunny realm also had places like the Rainbow Bridge, the Warrior Spring, the Owl Library, and the Walrus School, providing the giants with spaces for living, learning, and entertainment. Gororios held a book in her hand, continuously explaining to Milim and Linlin. Where's that narration coming from? Milim was momentarily stunned by the narration until she realized it was Gororio's explaining beside her. The arrival of the group also attracted the attention of the nearby giants. At this time, the giants of Elbaf had a strong sense of national pride and independence, viewing their homeland as a sacred place, remaining vigilant towards outsiders. Humans, why do you come to Elbaf? A giant asked as Milim and the others approached the village. Milim waved at the giant with a big smile and introduced herself loudly. I'm Milim. Have you heard of the 10 Nations? That's my country. Charlotte Linlin also beamed with a huge smile. I'm Charlotte Linlin, the king of the 10 Nations. Gororio's maintained a calm expression. I'm Gororio's, Lady Milim's family. 10 Nations? The giant scratched his head and looked at his companion. I think I've heard that name somewhere, but I can't quite remember. You can't even remember the 10 Nations? Sika, you're really an idiot. Another giant mocked his companion, but still explained. The 10 Nations is the country that our companion once joined. You're the idiot, Oimo, Sika retorted, then scratched his head. So they should all be friends, right? It seems so. Oimo thought for a moment, felt there was nothing wrong with his statement, and then nodded firmly. Since they're friends, then it's fine. Hey, friends from the 10 Nations, want to drink together? Sika's previously vigilant expression instantly turned cheerful, inviting Milim and the others to drink. These giants have such simple minds. No wonder they have always been deceived by the world government, Gororio's sighed. In contrast, Linlin laughed heartily. Well, isn't this great? I like dealing with pure-hearted people. And it seems we've made some progress today. Charlotte Linlin noticed the food shortage in the giant country Elbaf and thought she could help Elbaf in this regard to gain the friendship of all the giants. Milim also laughed heartily. Ha ha. Now let's go drink together, great giants. The two giants watched them laugh and quickly joined in, making the scene lively. After the laughter, Milim unceremoniously jumped onto Sika's shoulder, tapping his head to urge him to hurry to the tavern for drinks. Sika didn't mind at all and led the group toward the tavern. But didn't we just drink? Is the digestive system that fast? Gororio's silently complained from behind. Linlin heard this and laughed. How much you can eat and how much you can drink, Milim always decides based on her mood. After all, she won't get hungry, nor will she ever be full. Upon arriving at the tavern, it was filled with giants, and the surrounding tables and chairs were magnified dozens of times compared to those in the 10 Nations. Soon, food was served.